and it's small, that it's something that it hasn't had the opportunity or whatever. But I don't know. Me, the answer is to take out the baby. Unfortunately,
So you're killing the child? So
I mean that's one way to look at it. I'm saving the 100 people from being killed by the child.
I get that. Okay, I'm about to restart this computer, so we'll discuss it in just a moment.
Your mic sounds not as glitchy.
No. It still sucks. It still sucks.
Okay.
Yo, Pam, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, let me make sure that my microphone isn't delayed. It is delayed. Just one moment. Wait. No, it's better now. Okay.
So
Does
good
it,
enough, man.
does it sound better now?
Time will tell if it's cutting out right now. It's perfect.
Absolutely. Okay, so the trolley problem, you would kill the baby and not the 100 people. I mean, I think that's understandable.
Yeah, I don't know if the problem is phrased exactly like that, but yeah.
Okay. Have you spoken to Zoot recently?
No. I was going to join the stream on New Year's Eve, but I fell asleep at like 8 o'clock watching the hockey game, and then I woke up at like 9 p.m. and then I fell asleep on New Year's at like 9 p.m., which is like earliest I've ever gone to sleep on New Year's in a long time.
No big deal. We had some people here, and then we watched the ball drop, and um, I'm glad it's 2026. At least from a Twitter perspective, a lot of people take off like the last part of the year, and the markets are really slow. Many times, I'm not saying every time, but I wanted stuff to get going again. Crypto Twitter is so it needs some excitement, and So I was hoping that the new year would do that. And in 2 months,
Why, do you have a lot of crypto or something?
no, but when the markets are roaring, the discussions increase and people come up with new projects. And then there are more opportunities to be able to promote your own project. And like when the market is stagnant, it's the same old people there, and you want new blood. And um, so I'm hoping with the new
I'm
year.
glad you brought this up because I have an idea for a project that is unlike any other project, and in my opinion, could be like literally like the next actual Bitcoin in a way
Okay,
of some kind.
I'm gonna listen to it intently. I have to reset 3 computers, but go ahead. I'm still talking to you. I just want you to know if I'm not right here in front of the camera that I'm still listening to you. So go ahead. What's your idea?
Sure. So, as you probably know, in crypto, there's just like a problem of like there's just way too many projects. Like there's like just so many projects, like millions or billions of coins are just created every second, and usually they go nowhere. Usually, like they're just crap, and they don't really do anything. And I was thinking about this at one point. I was like, if everyone literally just like decided to just agree on to buy like only one coin, doesn't matter what kind of coin it is, but if everyone just came together and collectively just only purchased like one coin, there'd be one coin worth like whatever, like 5 Bitcoins or however much the coin would be worth, but like 95% of like the holders would just become like insanely wealthy, and like it would be just much better if we could somehow organize that. And so that's kind of the overall idea behind this coin that I came up with, is trying basically trying to figure out if there's some possible universe where we could just merge tokens together and create like one unified token. And so I do have a concept for it, and it's basically kind of, like what I just stated, of like the problem is these millions of projects that are just like fragmented, and there's no one can agree on where to put the liquidity, and it also creates roadblocks for these projects because in order to grow, it just becomes super hard because there's just too many projects, no one can agree and whatnot. And so the solution is basically like this one protocol that is like neutral almost, like from any chain, and you can convert coins into this like single kind of unilateral united like asset basically. And an analogy that I kind of worked out in my mind was like there's like it's like the equivalent of having like a million like small nations or countries with their own armies that are like kind of shitty, but then they could just stay separated and have their own individual armies, or they could join something like United Nations and actually just work together and become stronger and merge their communities. And so, I mean, an initial kind of name I thought for, which I probably will change something else, but it was like the purge token of purging all these unnecessary tokens. And apparently there's a way using like protocol-owned liquidity, some crypto term that I heard of today. Basically, been kind of guaranteed that like the money that enters the protocol will always have more value in it than can be withdrawn in some way. And kind of how it would work is, let's say that there's some random, it doesn't have to be like an entire coin deciding, oh, hey, we're going to merge. It could be that, but what's more realistic is just like individual people probably that want to merge into the protocol. And so basically the protocol won't have any supply initially, and then as coins or value gets deposited into the protocol, then it'll mint supply, but it'll only mint the amount of supply that is equivalent to like the current value of the protocol. So if there's $1,000 or whatever that someone wants to deposit and the protocol is worth whatever, like $1 billion, it'll give you like $1,000 out of that billion worth of tokens. Probably not. I probably could have explained that a little bit better, but hopefully you get the point. Is that like you're depositing value, and the value that you get out is proportional to the value of whatever the value of the merge protocol is itself. And so, yeah, apparently this is actually possible, and this unification also, like, there's kind of like incentive structures for coins to do this, because just like deeper liquidity and shared infrastructure and pooling resources. Like if all the communities are now have one like community like to shill for, instead of just some fragmented liquid community, they're all on the same page. And it kind of solves this problem that a lot of coins hit, where they get to maybe $50 million market cap, but it's just like never going to happen that they get to 500 million market cap, where if you actually like combined 10, 50 million market cap coins together, then you actually attract institutional investors like Coinbase, or these like larger players will take it actually seriously. So yeah, that's kind of the shitty premise that I just described in a nutshell. If that makes any sense or no sense.
No, it makes sense. Well, let me make sure. Let me just re-describe it to you in like one sentence to make sure it makes sense. So basically what you're saying is, instead of having a multitude of different cryptocurrencies, why don't they all just unite into one cryptocurrency, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Didn't we already have this in the beginning with Bitcoin?
That's a good point, I guess. But Bitcoin was published by Satoshi. I mean, yeah. I mean, everyone could just buy Bitcoin as well, but I guess you're right. But no one's really doing it for like the millions of like non-Satoshi coins that are out there. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I could see ways that this could happen. I guess somewhat similar to the way that the euro was created. Like you had all these European states that had diversified currencies. Like you had the Deutschmark and the franc and the Libra, and they all had to align and combine into the euro. So like you might get, and I don't know what the currency rate was at the time when they did it, but like maybe for every one Deutschmark you'd have 2 francs, or for every 1 franc you'd have 2 Deutschmarks, or whatever it would be. But so that the people who had the currency wouldn't immediately lose the value of whatever they had. So in the same way that you have your system, you'd have like, okay, so the people at Bitcoin, they'd be able to get, I don't know, like 30 Ethereum for every Bitcoin. And for every person who had Ethereum, they'd be able to get like 15 Solana. Like basically break it up, and whatever your unifying coin would be, let's just call it, you call it purge coin. Okay, that's fine. It has to have a value. So, I mean, probably the easiest way for it to be done is to take all of the coins that are reasonable, like not ones that have just been rugged. Whatever, you might say the top 100 coins or the top 1,000 coins, and then find out whatever their average is, and then allocate appropriately the amount to anyone who's a holder of any of those 100 coins or 1,000 coins or whatever. So, like, let's say the average of all the top 100 coins in the world is $100. Well, let's say Bitcoin right now is $100,000. Let's just say. All right. Well, then that means that the people who have Bitcoin would get 1,000 of your purge tokens, because 100,000 divided by 100 would be 1,000. And for someone who had, let's say, Ethereum, which is, let's just say, $3,000, they'd get 30 purge coins. And the person who has, let's say, Solana, let's say it's $200, and they'd get 2 purge coins. And then you'd have this unified structure of just the top 100 coins. Like, that's all it would be. But you could combine all of their market value, and that's great. What does that do, though, to stop somebody from starting their own cryptocurrency? And then you're going to have 101 and then 102. Exact same thing that happened with Bitcoin.
Yeah, but like I said, you're stronger if you're together. That's like the purpose of this resilience, strength in numbers kind of ideology behind it.
I get that, but you're going to have people who say, I don't like that system because it does not allow for X, Y, and Z, and so I'm going to start my own cryptocurrency. So it will have competitors, just like Bitcoin found a competitor with Ethereum and Solana and XRP and all the others.
Yeah, I mean, there's primarily like the use case of like meme tokens that like, and most meme tokens don't really have like a underlying use case where they're like, oh, our differentiator is like we aggregate blah 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 on like this layer 2 to be like 0.0% more efficient, you know, or it's like a vague like meme coin where they're just shilling their meme.
I mean, isn't that what they all do?
Practically, yeah. I mean, there's like slight variations of like we burn more or less of our supply than the other ones, but they're practically the same. Copy-pasted contract.
I'm in agreement with
you. Or in Pump Funds case, they're literally the same exactly.
Right.
So yeah, imagine just every single Pump Fund coin just combined.
Okay, so then you would basically have a worthless, like, if you combine every single project on Pump Fund I don't know how many that is, but let's say it's 100,000 projects. It's more than that, I think. I'm almost certain. Each one of them aggregated, like an average of them, is worth like less than 0.001%. Most all of them have been rugged. So then you would just have like a really weak coin.
No, but in order to, like, basically, if you want to join the merge or the purge or whatever it is, the merge purge, like you're selling whatever value you have of some coin, and then let's say like $100 of Yay coin, and then that gets sold, and then there's like a tax that you pay to the protocol, which goes to like some of it goes to the holders, some of it goes to the protocol, some of it goes to burning or treasury, and then you get minted that $100 minus the like 10% tax rate or whatever it costs to join. Like you get the $90 minted of the purge coin.
I get that. What stops somebody from just starting another coin to compete?
Again, it's just like the first mover ideology of like the strength in numbers and combining communities and the network effect of combining communities and
but that,
like the FOMO of like
that
are you want to be the community that you can join now and get in very early and get more value, or you can wait and then a bunch of other communities will join and then you're not going to get as much value from or joining, or you're not going to be as early. You're still probably going to be early, but you'll be less early.
But that's essentially what Bitcoin was from 2009 to 2016. It didn't really have any competitors, viable competitors, until Ethereum, really. So you had that.
Yeah, that's weird. I mean, I guess it didn't have enough value to competitors, I guess.
I mean, it had a thousand. It was worth $1,000 each in 2016. That's a lot of value.
Yeah, it wasn't like Litecoin around by then, and Monero and Litecoin.
That's true. Okay, so take it back to 2014, 2013. Like, basically, there was a time when it didn't really have any competitors. And what you're talking about is kind of the same thing. What if everything was united so that there weren't any competitors? But just give it enough time and there will be competitors. There will be somebody who doesn't like the idea of the tax system, or there'll be somebody who doesn't like even the name and they'll just want to start their own. And unless you restrict people from starting their own cryptocurrencies, you're just given enough time, you're going to have competitors, and you'll have
competitors that are copying the idea of trying to unite and everything into a single coin.
That's exactly what Bitcoin advocated in the first half decade. We no longer need to be on fiat currencies. We no longer need to have an inability to buy and sell. Everything can be public. That's what they advocated, and they unified it. I mean, it was, or I should say, it was unified at the beginning.
Yeah, no, that's true. There's more of like the problem of like there's just a billion projects now, and it's just like a cluster of just like way too like much fragmentation, so that nothing can really grow as well as it could because it's way too saturated. So in order to combat that saturation, the best way to solve it is to actually just unite.
Well, unless you restrict the ability of people to start their own coins, you will never have full unification. There will be someone out there who does.
I mean, the idea of like being fully like unified, of course, that'll never happen. But even if it got 10% of the entire crypto market, that would be amazing. I mean, that would probably never happen. But even it's more of just, yeah, that's the idea behind it of unifying.
Well, actually,
combating
I'd like to interject
the
there. I'd like to interject there. I think that eventually, given enough time, unification is likely, if not ensured, given enough time. And what do I mean? If you were to, it's almost, I see it like a universe, like the Big Bang. You had the Big Bang that exploded, and you had all this chaos coming from one single point. And that would be like the one single point would have been like Satoshi's white paper, and then all the chaos would be all of these incredibly complex, different cryptocurrencies that occur. And eventually, as physicists surmise, astrophysicists, they say that we'll have the big crunch, basically unification to one point, where all of the chaos finds order in one single point, just like it did with the Big Bang. And I somewhat see that as analogous to the crypto market, that you would have Satoshi's white paper that starts everything off, and then there's all this chaos with everybody wanting to start all these different cryptocurrencies. However, I imagine eventually it will not be so easy to just start a cryptocurrency. You can start a cryptocurrency in less than 1 minute on um, on Pump Fund and other places as well. And I don't think that it will be that easy. Maybe in 10 years or 100 years. I think that there will be more regulation of the system. And so eventually, because of regulation, not necessarily the open market, but because of regulation, you may have a unified cryptocurrency or just a default cryptocurrency, and all of the other cryptocurrencies will be devalued, and everyone will just work on the default, whatever it is, whatever it may be. I think that's an opportunity, a possibility, at least for perhaps hundreds of thousands of years, though eventually people may find value in other modes of um, and other types of assets. But um, I could see, due to regulation, one single currency occurring. Like for instance,
yeah, I mean,
you,
like it's like just like when there's standardized like HTTPS or whatever.
for instance, the United States dollar, for like from Bretton Woods, like from the 1950s until let's just say the millennium, was the standard global currency, even though it was not formally the standard. Due to regulation, the United States required payment in United States dollars, and oil. They forced like they forced OPEC to only be able to exchange in dollars, which made the U.S. dollar the only or generally the global currency. However, that changed when OPEC started to accept the euro and other types of currency. And even before the United States dollar, you had the pound, which was the global currency for like 100 more than 100 years. So each one, due to regulation, I feel has its own um, time in the sun, and eventually you have, due to economic factors, or it could be because of um, international relations, or um, some type of um, chaotic event that can change whatever the global standard currency is. But for the time being, we have this period of diversification within cryptocurrency. There isn't a really great argument right now for them to unify, which they could, aside from, well, they'd be a lot stronger that way. But the argument could be made, yeah, but that just means that somebody else is going to start another one outside of that unified currency, and the trading market will be very lucrative for people to take advantage of it. And then somebody will start another and another and another. And so, given enough time, you'll have your unified currency, but then you'll have a bunch of little ones, like which is what you have right now with Bitcoin. Bitcoin was at one time the unified currency, but you have a bunch of little ones as well.
Yeah, maybe it's a history will repeat itself.
I think so. Without regulation and the ability to always create coins, why wouldn't you? Or why wouldn't it? I personally think that there are some advantages to some cryptocurrencies that aren't currently being utilized and or are not very popular. And also the crypto world, did you see, I'm sure you probably did, but like this Trust Wallet Google Chrome browser extension?
I don't really keep up with crypto very much.
Okay, so Trust Wallet, one of the biggest wallets out there. They, you know what a Google extension is, though, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so they had an extension on the Google extension store, and somehow somebody got a back door to it, and basically, when you connected your wallet, you had to put in your seed phrase, and the person who had the back door just took all those seed phrases and drained everybody's wallet, and it was like tens of millions of dollars that were drained before anybody figured out what was going on. And Trust Wallet has come out and said that they will reimburse everybody, but only time will tell. It's very easy for Trust Wallet to just go out of business too because of this issue. And like in my opinion, if anything, I would like regulation to be able to stop that type of system. Like, I know that's kind of the beauty of Bitcoin or of cryptocurrency, that you can just transfer funds very quickly, but I almost feel like there should be an escrow system where you transfer your funds to the escrow, and only after a certain amount of time and you confirm the transaction do the funds actually transfer. I feel like that's safer. Let me.
If they have your private key, they're still going to be able to sign it, But
That's true, but basically, you could have someone's private key, but unless you, like, perhaps log in with some other system to approve the transaction, then the transaction would not go through. So what am I saying? Basically, somebody can have your private key, and that's fine, but they wouldn't have perhaps the ability to approve the system in escrow. So let me analogize this. Do you know what Fiverr is? Fiverr?
Like the find employ people for
right. Exactly, gig work. So basically, there is a major issue whenever you're dealing with someone. Who gets paid first? Does someone get paid first, or do they do the job first? And it's like, you could scam a lot of people if you demand payment first and you just never do the work, or you could get screwed out of a lot of work if you do all the work and the person never paid you. So what Fiverr does is they're just a middleman. They're an escrow service essentially that says, look, you're going to pay the money to us, and only once the job is done correctly will we pay it out to the person. And if it's not done correctly, then you get your money back. And they're basically an arbiter of this. And I think that the same thing should be true for cryptocurrency. Basically, that if you say, hey, I want to transfer all my funds from one wallet to another, you can do that. But it has to go through an escrow service that confirms that you want to do that. And this would give people the ability not to get drained as easily as they do. Because under current system, all you need is 12 or 24 words in the right order, and you have access to someone's entire life savings in many ways. And that's not fair. Just because they clicked on a link accidentally or installed the wrong extension or whatever it could be, So instead, what it would do is if you, let's say, wanted to transfer all your money from one wallet to another, instead of doing it immediately, you would transfer it to an escrow service. That escrow service might say that it has to take 7 days or 2 days or whatever the amount of time is. And you have to log into the escrow service and approve that. Now, people may say, well, what happens if they got access to the escrow service in addition to just being able to drain your wallet? Yeah, that could absolutely be a thing. But it's another layer of security. Basically, it's a separate system that has to approve every single transaction on the um, on the blockchain. And that's essentially what we have with banks today. Is like, let's say you buy something online and um, the company ends up being uh, like a deceitful. You can reverse that transaction, given like usually, I think up to 90 days usually, and under normal circumstances. And what will happen? That's known as a chargeback, and there is a arbitration process that happens if you think that you deserve your money back and the company thinks that they did whatever they were supposed to do. The bank is essentially an arbitrator of that. And I feel the same should be available in cryptocurrency. I think that would make everything much safer.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
I think so too. And that doesn't mean that the bank has to know what it was for. You could still have some anonymity there. But this idea that somebody can just drain your whole wallet, that doesn't make sense. There's a reason why banking doesn't allow that. That somebody just gets access to your bank account and drains it all. They can go and follow the transactions that occurred and reverse them. And that's what I feel should be available in cryptocurrency. The reason why it's not is because there isn't an arbitrator there. But I feel as if there should be. And we would just have to agree on an amount of time that you should get to be able to reverse that transaction, whether it's a week or 90 days or a day or whatever. And it would also make it a lot safer that you could transfer your funds from one wallet to another, but instead of it happening immediately and people just get drained, there's a certain timetable on it. And this would allow people, it would even allow the escrow system to say, look, we have a lot of different transactions that are going to this one wallet. Maybe this person somehow found some kind of loophole and they're draining a bunch of wallets. We're not going to release funds immediately until this is approved or researched or whatever it would be. That's what a bank would do. And banks regularly, not banks so much, but credit unions, they regularly put holds on funds, but banks do as well. If something's suspicious, they will say, we have put the money in your account, but it's on a hold. And it could be a 7-day hold, it could be a 10-day hold, it could be a 14-day hold. Usually it's no more than that. And if you're like, well, I need my money now, well, calm down. This will make the entire system much safer. And we just have to agree on a certain amount of time. And another thing could be, when you create your account, there could be certain alerts that could be sent to you to say, hey, did you know that you're transferring 100% of your funds into this other wallet? And it could send you a text message, and it could send you a push notification, and it could send you an email, and it could call you on in an automated fashion so that you're alerted that somebody's trying to do this business. And unless you approve it, then it's not going to go through.
I think that's usually how it goes. Like when I've been trying to withdraw money from exchanges, it's like you have to do Google Authenticator and retrieve a password from your email and like text message. So they stack a bunch of 2FA on top of your withdrawals from exchanges anyway. I think he's like browse their wallets, though. I don't think they have those for them.
That's true. And you have two-factor authentication on your account, which is better. in my opinion, two-factor authentication, at least in some way, should be perhaps. I mean, here's the thing: even if you do all that, you can still get screwed out of your money, and I don't think that's right.
So like a SIM swap attack?
No, it would just be like, let's say somebody says, "Hey, we want you to connect your wallet to our project," and you put your you do all the Google Authenticator and all of that because you think that it's your friend who really wants to connect you to this project, but it turns out that it's a bad actor and they drain all your money. And even though you did the two-factor authentication and all that stuff, you got your money drained. What I'm advocating for is an escrow system that basically you could connect your wallet to this project, but the money's going to go to an escrow system first. And unless you log in separately into the escrow system and make the and approve the transaction, that it's going to tell you in plain English, you are transferring 100% of your funds into this other wallet that you don't know, then we're not going to let this transaction to go through. And it doesn't do that right now. Basically, it just says you're giving access to your wallet to this other entity. And people don't know that. I mean, because the language is so how would I say, technical, that your average person is just overwhelmed by all of that. If they did it in a banking sense that said, look, you're connecting your bank account to this other person's bank account, and this is going to give them the ability to drain you of your $100 million. Are you sure that you want to do this? Then you'd say, no, I don't want to do that. I didn't realize that's what I was doing. And additionally, even if you said, yes, I want to do that, any transfer of funds would have to go through an escrow system. And that escrow system could potentially reverse any inadvertent transfers of funds. And if there were a situation where someone was taking advantage of another person, that transfer could be reversed. Another major issue with this is it happens, a lot of the scamming happens overseas, and the governments overseas don't care. And there should be accountability. If somebody's in some fucking Asian country or African country or South American country or the United States or whatever, there should be accountability that the United States and the European Union and Canada have some kind of agreement that says, if you have a bad actor who keeps draining people of wallets, we're going to send authorities to their location and we are going to investigate and perhaps prosecute the person. Right now, there's no accountability. It's the same thing with like the Indian scammers. The Indian government does not have enough control on its own people to be able to stop Indian scamming services. If the United States said, or the European Union or Canada said, look, if you want to do business with our country, you need to cut down on the scammers. You need to prosecute these people so that when somebody calls you and says, oh, I'm from Microsoft, I need to get access to your computer, and this is reported as a scam, somebody needs to follow up on it and investigate it and research the matter. And if it's found that somebody is scamming, then that person needs to be prosecuted. Right now, with just in India, it's like, okay, well, whatever. That's not our country. We don't need to worry about it. And that's an unfortunate situation. In the United States, if you call someone from one state to another and you scam them out of money, you face a litany of different crimes, including like fraud and wiretapping, illegal wire transfers. There's a ton of different crimes that you commit, but you take that same person and just move them to India, and there's no repercussions. And I'm saying that should change.
What if a U.S. person scams someone from India? Do we prosecute them?
If the Indian government can prove that it was a person in the United States, then yeah, and they can be deported. They can face international penalties. It's not as common though, because usually people in the United States have more money than people in India.
But India would collaborate with the U.S.
Yeah,
in that instance,
yeah.
not in the other way around.
Um,
Or they don't have the resources to
yeah,
solve it, like, or go after people in their country.
That's really
I
what
thought the laws were like strict in India.
I mean, there are so many Indian scammers. Like it's like 90% of all scammers who at least pull certain types of uh, scams are directly from India. Usually they're phone scams. Usually what they do is they call up old people and say, I'm calling you from Microsoft when they're not Microsoft. And they say, I need you to log into your computer and I need uh, you to get our latest update. And the little old lady will be like, oh, okay. And she'll go to her computer not knowing, and he'll say, why don't you just go to this website so that, and this will give him virtual control of her computer. And then he can get her banking information and he can drain her of her bank account. Now, what is beneficial usually is that there's a bank that's involved and they can reverse the transaction, when in the crypto world there's not. And I'm basically saying that bank is an escrow service. It's not, but it's a middleman, and I think there should be a middleman um, within the crypto world. And there's just, the reason why there isn't is because it's new. There hasn't been enough oversight on this.
Yeah, no, that's true.
But like
I would think that there would be a service like that does exist if you like seek it out.
There could,
like default.
There could be, but it should be default. Like for instance, I mean, I don't know. There are a lot of people, and I don't want to paint with a broad brush because there are a lot of Americans who do illegal shit. But if you get involved in cryptocurrency, how many guys from Nigeria are trying to scam you for money? And what the American government should say, or just globally we should say, is, look, Nigeria, you have a major problem with people scamming you. When we have somebody who reports someone as a scammer, you need to investigate and you need to research. And if you recognize this person is defrauding other people, you need to prosecute this person. The Nigerian government, you've seen enough pictures of stuff there. They don't have the resources to be able to do that. And I recognize that. But they need to start investing in those types of resources because it's a major issue.
Yeah, I think also they are just like, there's some level of corruption there possibly as well, that it doesn't really incentivize them to go after people.
I'm in agreement with you, and there is a lot of corruption there, and it's just allowed, and it shouldn't be. You shouldn't. I mean, I get a lot of these things from. So what am I saying? Okay, if you've ever looked at your Twitter message inbox and it's just scam, 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 scam in the unwanted messages, someone should be reverse engineering who's sending those and then prosecute that person. That's what I'm saying.
Why is it? Are they just shilling a coin, or are they trying to drain your wallet?
Wait, if they're just shilling a coin, that might be different. But if they're draining your wallet, which a lot of them are, then they should be prosecuted for this.
Yeah, no, one time I clicked a link and then my MetaMask got compromised just from clicking a link, and all of my money that I sent to it would divert. I didn't have like a ton of money in there, but I did lose like $300.
I've been there, man. And that's what I'm talking about. It shouldn't be that easy. Look, the best case
I feel like some of it's on the MetaMask as well. I mean, I guess, I don't know.
Wait, I'm in agreement with you.
The link is able to sign a transaction for me without my consent.
Wait, 100%, because it's not written in plain English. And MetaMask makes it so that it's like all this information on this little phone, and you're just like, okay, go. It should tell you this is what's going to happen if you proceed. Are you sure that you want to proceed? And even if you want to proceed and you say yes, MetaMask could be a middleman and say, okay, this transaction will take place within the next 1 week unless you stop it. Or I should say, unless you approve this transaction within the next week, it will be canceled. So that you physically have to go in and ensure that you want to transfer all of your money to somebody else. MetaMask could do that. The fact that they don't.
Go to MetaMask headquarters and create a tally stick. So
That's where I've told you in the past, that's where we're moving towards. Okay, so in the terms of these scammers, so there's a difference. I mean, what one person's scammer is another person's entrepreneur, and so, but exactly what you're talking about. The internet should not work in a way that it currently does, where you click one link and somebody can have access to all of your different entities. The perfect example of this, and this isn't talked about a lot, is from Jeff Bezos. Let me look this up. Yo, dog, tell me about Jeff Bezos, and he clicked a link that he shouldn't have clicked, and it gave people access to all his like photos and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It was more than that, though. So, like, here's the guy who founded Amazon, and he was reportedly hacked in 2018, which is not that long ago, after receiving a malicious video file via WhatsApp from an account of Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. The file, sent on May 1st, 2018, contained malware that led to a massive spike in data being transmitted from Bezos' iPhone, jumping from about 430 kilobytes per day to 126 megabytes within hours. The breach potentially gave access to a vast amount of personal data, including private messages and photos. While Bezos did not necessarily click a link in the traditional sense, the malware was reportedly installed simply by receiving the video file through WhatsApp, which exploited a vulnerability in the app. Forensic analysis later suggested that the hack allowed extensive access to Bezos' device, raising concerns about data privacy and national security, especially given Bezos' ownership of the Washington Post and his public feud with Mohammed bin Salman, following the murder of journalist Jamal Khashoggi. Separately, intimate text messages and photos between Bezos and Lauren Sanchez were leaked to the National Enquirer in early 2019. Bezos accused the parent company, American Media Inc., of extortion, claiming that they threatened to publish explicit images referred to as dick pics unless he stopped investigating how the information was obtained. While initial suspicion fell on Sanchez's brother, Michael Sanchez, a later report indicated he may have received $200,000 for the leak, allegedly after Lauren Sanchez shared the messages with him. Michael Sanchez denied involvement in the photo link, though he refused to answer whether he shared the text messages. I mean, I don't exactly know what happened, but it's like, dude, if you own Amazon and you just got a video file in WhatsApp, like, that should be deemed safe. And how could we avoid this type of how could you avoid all of this? Generally, I'm saying is that you wouldn't have any data on your phone. Everything would just be run on the cloud, and that way you would never actually download anything to your personal device. And I've seen this before. This is a really good idea I've had in the past. Oh, yeah. So do you know how I think computing will work in the future? I don't know if you've been checking the news recently about the prices of RAM and how much they've gone up since the summer, but they've basically doubled since the summer. So previously you'd be able to get a 16 gigabyte. I remember you told me you've got a 32 gigabyte computer. That computer is worth more now perhaps than it was when you bought it. And because of the price of RAM. All right, but in the future,
So why did the price of RAM go up?
because of AI companies, they basically said to any RAM producer, we want first opportunity to buy any RAM that you produce for the next 6 years. And well, I mean, some companies said that. In fact, ChatGPT worked with one RAM company and said, any new any new RAM that you put out, we want first dibs on it for the next 6 years. And because these data centers are having to become so big and so powerful to be able to run AI. And so that's made the price of RAM increase like 2x and moving towards 3x. All right, with that said, um, I don't think you need RAM in the future. I don't think you need any of this stuff in the future. I mean, you might need a little bit, but the way that I imagine a computer to work in the future would be you log into a website via a Chromebook. Basically, what I'm saying is like a bare bones GPU, like a bare bones device, and then anything that you need is run on a virtual computer. So, like, let's say you want to play Grand Theft Auto, that's cool. You don't need to have the specs to be able to run Grand Theft Auto on your device. Everything's going to be run in the cloud. So you just have to log into your cloud computer and you can run the fastest games that you'd ever want. Does that make sense?
I mean, they have that now. You can rent out high-performing computers in the cloud. But I mean, those computers the computers in the cloud don't run on computers in the cloud. They run on actual hardware.
Right.
But for like the consumer, possibly, but there's gonna be like some company that still needs hardware.
No. I understand that. I know that the hardware will still be needed for those cloud computers, but what I'm saying is it'd be a lot less cost effective, or a lot more cost effective, I should say. In some.
Yeah, you can do it now. I'm not sure how the latency is.
That's the thing.
Be like
that's the thing, and that's why people don't do it. But and the price, I understand the price, but they could have a free package. That doesn't mean that they have to charge absolutely everything. Now, I know that they're going to want to, but they could say, in exchange to be able to show you advertisements on the side of the screen, we'll let you use our virtual computers for free. That's a way that they could do it.
I mean, you can rent out different spec ones as well. Like, you can rent a super powerful one or like a shitty one.
Right. Cheaper. I understand. And the issue comes up with latency, but latency will perhaps improve in the future so that it would just be like logging in immediately. And in exchange for having a banner ad, you're able to use this computer 24/7, 365, and it's really fast, and you don't need any specs on your computer.
Yeah.
And that's how I imagine. That's how I imagine computers will run in the future, and it's a lot cheaper of a system instead of having every single person that needs a bunch of RAM to run like just your basic games nowadays. No one would need that RAM aside from just cloud computing, and those cloud computers would be able to provide their services for free in exchange for advertising. You know, there used to be this website or this company. I think it's still a thing. My my parents, well, they're still friends, but to my knowledge, but like they had a group of friends, and one of the people that they had as their friend was an admiral in the Navy, which is like the highest level of the Navy that you can get. And he was very cheap. I mean, I love the guy. I haven't spoken with him. Extremely cheap. And he never wanted to pay for the internet. And so he had this service, and I'm just using him as an example. But I kind of am in his boat now that I see. But I mean, the thing is, you're like the highest level of the Navy. You like run like major ships. Like you can afford the internet. but he didn't want it. And so there was this provider called Net Zero. And what they would do is they would allow you to use the internet for free. And the catch was they would show you a lot of advertisement on the side. And I think that's how the internet should be. You shouldn't have to pay for the internet. It should be free and just show me a banner ad on the side. Now I know that there are extensions and things like that that can uh, get around that. And I mean, I haven't spoken with him in, I don't know, 10 more than 10 years probably. So I'm sure he's gotten the internet since then. But I worked with his son at a financial institution, and I remember one time I was at their house, and I'd never seen the internet like this. It was like just all ads with this little square of what you do, like of like your browser. And I was like,
Oh, that sounds horrible.
well, but the thing was, it's absolutely free, and that means it's not horrible. If it's free, it's actually like a really nice alternative. And I think that's how the internet should be. That you can use the internet for free. You don't have to pay an ISP. It's available to you for 100% for free. And the only catch is that there are ads running on the side. And they don't have to be they don't have to be overly sexualized or overly distracting. They can just be banner ads. That's what the internet used to be. And that's what I think. That's how I think it should work. I mean,
Why does not exist then if it's such a simple premise? Why does it exist?
I think it still does. It's just not advertised. Let me see if it does. Net zero free internet. Does it still exist? Yeah, they do. But it has significant limitations. As of the latest available information, the service provides up to 10 hours of internet access per calendar month per household, and it is available in the United States and Canada. The free access is primarily through dial up. That's what it was. It was like really slow. And users must adhere to an hourly usage cap, which can be shared if multiple users are using the same computer or phone line. Despite the free option, NetZero has shifted focus to paid services. So, like, even they went to paid services. But what I'm saying is that this was once, I mean, it's still a thing in the United States and Canada, that if you want this kind of internet, you should be able to get it. And I mean, I don't know. I haven't talked to these people in a long time, but I would think that they probably, at least this friend of my parents, they eventually got normal internet, but in the beginning, that's what they used, and I feel like that could be a thing if it were more popular. Net zero.
Pitch this idea to Elon Musk.
Yeah. Well, so
except he seems very profit driven. So
he's very profit driven. So he's saying, "Look, I'm getting $150 a month from everybody from Starlink, and why do I want to give Starlink away?" Basically, what you'd have to do is give the power to the advertisers. So you basically would say you'd have to have like focus groups and data that backed up that people become much more connected to your product if they have a banner and ad constantly, and it just didn't annoy them. It was like something that like almost what merchandise has done for different like organizations. Like, people literally pay money to have brands on their clothing, and in the same way, people would have brand association with an advertisement that is just constantly on their screen. Like, there's this thing, I utilize it. It's called mere exposure effect, where you first you ignore an advertisement, then you sometimes dislike the advertisement, but given it enough time, it eventually becomes a positive thing to you. and you'd have to just ensure that that happened, but ensure that you um, overcame those uh, barriers. I mean, I think that the internet should be free, and if I were like UN Secretary General, I would say that it is a universal right. The internet is a universal right. It's like having education or healthcare or freedom of speech. It should be a universal right to every person on earth.
I mean, it is free if you go to the library and use a library computer.
Yeah, but that gets limited. You can't always access the library. At least in the United States, the library is a very it can be a very um, contentious place. Look, I'll just tell you the story that I have about it. Um, so when moved, I moved from Long Beach to Irvine, and um, the upstairs room that I in which I used to live uh, would get really hot because the heat would rise, and I had just moved in and I needed a job. Um, this I've told you this in the past, but basically the owner of the business where I worked, he and I butted heads, and I left. I told him that I was leaving, and that's when he had to. A year went by, and he had to like triple my salary and some other things. But I left without having a position, so I had to find a job, and it was hot upstairs, and I wanted to go to the local library to use their computers because it was cooler. And I can tell you, I would go to the library every day in a suit and tie, and I would get um, certainly I'd get looks like, why is this person here? But and so I'd go to the Newport Beach Library, which is, in my opinion, the nicest library in the United States. It's everything's state of the art, super nice. They have like grass on the roof. It's like super nice, and it's like zero carbon emissions, like everything. And I would just go there to use the computer, and I felt when I would do this that the librarians were like, and I understand they're like trying to keep this to be the nicest library in the United States, but they were, well, I would just say they were kind of mean. They were mean to me. So why would they mean to me?
Because, what were you doing? Simply using the computer?
So I would use the computer, and that was fine. In order to print anything, though, it was like 10 cents. And so I was like printing off resumes, and that wasn't that big of a deal. Here's where the big deal was. I would get interviews, and I would have to do virtual interviews with them. With the companies that were interested in hiring me. And I wanted a room to be able to talk with the people and not have to be like speaking in a library, because like a library is supposed to be a quiet place. And so what I would do is I would want to rent. You could schedule like rooms to be able to have a private conversation with someone. But here's the catch. You had to have two people there to be able to schedule the room. And I was only a single individual. So I remember I tried to get around this system by scheduling one of the rooms just for myself. And all I needed was just to use my laptop and be able to talk to someone in probably for like 20 minutes just to do a virtual interview. And I did this, and right before the interview started, I got this knock on the door, and the librarian's like, "Where's the other person who's supposed to be in here with you?" And I said, "Oh, they're coming. They're just not here yet." And the lady's like, "Well, you're not allowed to be in here by yourself." And I understand. I bet they get some creepy guys who go in there and just masturbate in these rooms or something like that. But that's certainly not why I was doing it. So what I ended up having to do, I went outside where the internet was like barely working, and I did an interview outside so that I could speak in a full voice. But what I'm saying is, like, I saw what maybe like someone who didn't have the internet had to go through, and it was a huge pain in the ass. And even at those points, there was no place in the library that I could go and speak with a full voice without a librarian basically coming up to me and saying, "You need to be quiet," um, like please whisper or whatever. And I, I, I fortunately, I think I did this for a week or maybe a weekend. I think at maximum 2 weeks. And I had interviewed for a bunch of places, and uh, and then this one day, it was like 8 o'clock in the morning, and um, you know what? It took me. I'm gonna sneeze. It took me longer than that, because I had to move, and that took me like a week. Anyway, it took me a total. I was without a job for 40 days, but I wasn't looking for a job the whole time. I was um, I was moving during some of that and getting settled. But anyway, I was in the library parking lot, and I've told you this story before, but just really quickly, um, I went on Craigslist to see what jobs were available, and I went to their office jobs, and I saw that there was a company that was looking to hire an accountant. And while I didn't have any formal accountancy experience, I figured, did you ever see the movie Catch Me If You Can with Tom Hanks and Leonardo DiCaprio?
Yeah, I did. I watched it in school.
So I figured I could pull one of those, and I went and just watched one video. I remember reading, they said QuickBooks experience is necessary. And I just went and watched one video on QuickBooks, so I knew like what the some of the language was. And the video that I watched was how to transfer QuickBooks Desktop to QuickBooks Online. And it was like, okay, so I at least know how to do that. And I called the number. It was like 8 o'clock in the morning, and this woman picked up, and she said, she was like in a hurry, and I was like, I'm interested in the position that you have posted. And she's like, all right, well, first question, do you know how to transfer QuickBooks Desktop to QuickBooks Online? And I'm like, yes, I do. And I explained to her exactly how it's done. And she's like, okay, well, you sound like you know what you're talking about. Come to my office tonight at 5 o'clock after we close, and we can have an interview. And I did. And when I got there, she said she was busy and asked if I could come back. And I said that I had a class, which I did. I had a Torah class that night. And I asked if I could come back at like 8 o'clock. Would she still be there? And she said, yes, she would. And we had a very long interview with her and her business partner. And after like 2.5 hours of an interview, I had gotten the job. And I wasn't going to get the job until I remember I said, there was like this moment that I convinced them that I was the person for the job. I I said to them after like 2.5 hours, I'm like, either you want me or you don't. I didn't say that, but that's what I'm thinking in my head. And I said something like, I mean, it was getting to be like 10:30 at night, and I said something like, if you I forget exactly what I said, but it was like, I said, look, you have my resume. I have answered all of your questions, and you either know if you want me or if you don't. And I'm making you aware right now, if you don't hire me, you're making a massive mistake, because I am the best accountant that you will ever have for this position. And they were like, that, like,
They didn't like wrong you more on didn't try and ask you any more QuickBooks?
no, they did not. And the reason why, so the lady with whom I interviewed, she was the CFO, the chief financial officer, and she had an accountancy background, and she already had two accountants who were working for her. and she figured, but she was looking to maybe get rid of them. And within 1 week of me working there, I ensured she got rid of both of them. Um, and she did not test me on that. And I was very fortunate that she didn't. I mean, I went in and I was able to explain to her, like, I managed the finances for a previous business, and, like, had some impressive credentials when it came to that. But I wasn't the accountant for that previous business. I was more like the general manager of the business. We had an accountant, um, and but I was pretty terse, or like pretty aggressive, and said, "Look, if you don't hire me, you're making an incredible mistake." And when she heard that, they were like, "Okay, um, when can you start?" And I said, "I'll be here at 8 o'clock tomorrow." And then I was. Um, and what ended up happening was they had two accountants already, and the one accountant was working part time, and the other accountant was full time, but she was just draining them of money. And I explained to the leadership team immediately, "Hey guys, I want you to know that I'm an honest individual, and I'm not going to drain you of money. This woman is working overtime when she doesn't need to be, and she's just watching Netflix on her overtime, and she's not helping you. She's just basically racking up hours and coming home with big paychecks. And she's shown me what she does, and I learned it in like a morning. Like, it's not that complicated. And I recommend that you don't have three accountants here. I don't think it's necessary. And I've seen what's in your bank account. Riser, when I got to this business, they showed me what was in the bank account for the business. I personally had more money than what was in the bank account of this business. That's something that you never want to see. This business was hours away from closing, and we made it work for an entire year. And I've described this previously. I've seen a meme of it, but I haven't seen it in a while. It's basically, imagine a train is on train tracks, and somebody's at the front of the train, and or I should say, someone's at the back of the train, and every time the train moves forward over the train tracks, somebody grabs the back tracks and moves them to the front of the train, so that the train's continuously able to go, but just barely making it with the next little bit of track that's being put down. That's exactly how it was with this business. And I told them I'll be here for a year, and I was. And I really knew I needed another job, and I had applied at the post office, and I had applied at some other places to be an accountant. And like you said to me, didn't she ask you any questions about accountancy? No, she was an accountant herself. And I can tell you that I interviewed for other accountancy positions, and I was amazing in the first part of the interview. And then they would have a technical accountancy portion of the interview. I remember one time I was on the phone with this one woman, and I just said, "I think we're done here." And I just like hung up because I had no idea what she was asking me. And then there was another job that I actually was in person for, and I completed their technical accountancy questions, and I had gotten the information correct, but I didn't do it in like a normal way that an accountant would do it. And they wanted me to walk me through it, how I did it for them, and I did. And they're just like, "Okay, well, that's not really the standard practice of how it would be done, but you got the correct answer." And okay. And I at the end of and then what ended up happening, I was getting the job of another accountant. I didn't want to be an accountant. That's not what I wanted to do. But it was just like a job that I could do to some extent. And they asked for my references, and my phone was in the car, and I gave them references that I just knew off the top of my head. And one of them was the owner of the previous business where I had worked in the startup, and they called him. He bashed me on the phone, and then he bashed me to them so that they wouldn't hire me. And then he called me, and then like 3 days later, we met at his office, and he wanted to. I told him that he wanted to go get something to eat, and I told him that the closest kosher place that was available was a Coffee Bean and Tea Leaf, which was like in the mall in a neighboring city. And he's like, okay, we'll go there. And we did. And I had like a fruit plate and coffee. And we negotiated to some extent. And actually, we negotiated in his Tesla. And um, I was going to make like three times what I made previously. So, um, with that said, then I had to tell the business, the lady who I had called from the library or whatever, who I'd worked for a year. I had to tell them that I wasn't going to be able to work there anymore, and I told them that I found another. I told them that I'd been offered another job, and she was like, "Well, they were both like, what are we going to do without you? You're the best accountant we've ever met." And that was like the best compliment that I'd ever heard from her, because it was like, lady, I'm not an accountant. I've been literally um, just BSing my way through this entire thing. Yeah, exactly. And as I called it, Frank Abagnailing my way through it. That's the guy from Catch Me If You Can. And I told her not to worry, that I would stay unpaid for 2 weeks. So I would be working my other job, but after my other job, I would come to their business, and I would ensure that payroll went through, and I would ensure that their finances were balanced for at least 2 weeks after, but for as long as a month if needed, until they hired someone else. And they ended up hiring somebody else, and um, they there were other things involved with this.
What does this have to do with the internet at the library?
Yeah, so that's the way that I got this job. Was basically I was at the library. I had to interview, and the internet was
no fucking way.
Yeah. So
U.S. just scored and tied Finland 3-3 with 1 minute left in the hockey.
Oh well, there you go. Anyway, as I previously said,
but you're saying, okay, so there's like this beautiful library and Long Beach.
No, in Newport
Beach. And you had your laptop. You weren't even like using the library computer.
I used both.
You had a laptop.
I used both.
Okay.
Yeah. So what I did.
I mean, that is a quirky rule that you have to have two. Was your loophole of having two person be like, well, one is on my computer, and they're technically in the room.
No,
they're just a digital presentation of themselves.
I explained to them I have an interview with someone right now, and I told them that my friend was going to be joining, and they said that you have to have two people physically present in order to rent out one of those rooms. And I just remember being like, "You stupid bitch!" Like, I was so pissed. Like, and then whenever I did anything, I went there for 2 weeks. It wasn't like I was there like some homeless people in the United States, like all the time. And I had a home, I had a car, but I just got the evil eye every single time with whatever I did. And I understand the people in this town of Newport Beach are essentially all millionaires, and so they only want millionaires, and they want to keep out any riffraff, and people who are there every single day for even just more than a week are considered riffraff. And I was fortunate that I got that job in the parking lot, or in the parking garage of this of this library. And I mean, I remember.
Was cafe Wi-Fi not like a thing at the time?
Was what?
Was like cafe, like Starbucks Wi-Fi, or like every cafe having their own Wi-Fi not really like a thing?
It was, and I think I did do that for a couple days. But I recognized that, like, I mean, at the time I just had like a Chromebook, and I needed like I needed like a stronger computer to be able to edit PDF files and really make a really strong resume. And but I did do the cafe thing. I mean, I'm not saying that I was at the library every single second of the 2 weeks, but I just remember like I don't I don't know how you would do this as like a homeless person without them like kicking you out and banning you, because I mean, like, it's just they were rude to me, and I felt that that was not how you should be treated when you have tax dollars that are going to support these places. And
They're also in a suit and tie.
that's absolutely true, and I think that threw them off as well. Like, if you're able to dress up like this, why don't you just have a house to be able to do this from? And I did, but it was really hot in there, and I remember I
You didn't have AC in the house?
we have AC.
Okay.
We have AC, but it would still be really hot, and the people who own the house would just open the doors and stuff. And so I ended up just getting an air conditioner.
That's way too, yeah, it's way too hot.
Yeah, and this was in the middle of the summer, and so yeah, it's not nearly as bad downstairs where I am, but it is extremely hot upstairs because obviously heat rises and you're right by the roof and it just barrels down all day. So, um, and there are, I think in under most circumstances, I, if I recall, when I first moved in, the owners of the house, they were really nice, and they said that they like allowed me. They like had an old bed, and they replaced the bed and allowed me to have like like just like some amenities. And I think they offered to have an air conditioner, like a portable air conditioning unit, and I was just like, I'll be fine. Like I figured I'd be fine because that day I was fine, but it became extremely hot, and um so yeah, it's much cooler downstairs. I mean, it still can get hot, and I'll ask them to turn the air conditioning on, but usually um, I'm able to survive a lot better. And it's the winter now, so like it's not necessarily as hot. But in the summer, occasionally I'll ask them to turn the air on, and they will. And but back then, like I didn't know them, and also the internet was like it was like they like soon thereafter they put in a, I think it's called like a, it's not a web system, but it's like a network, but it's a mesh system, so that improved the internet greatly. And I just remember being like, well, I should be able to go to the library and be able to use free internet. And yeah, I was, but I felt like I was getting the evil eye the whole time, and fortunately I was able to get a job out of
I
it.
don't know. Sounds like the librarian was like very unfriendly.
She was.
Maybe that like
She
I don't think most librarians are that rude.
Well, once she kind of caught me in an untruth, perhaps, where I said I have a friend who's joining me, and she's seen me for the last week, and I've been alone. She knew that she had me, and then she knew that I wasn't gonna tell her the truth, and I I mean, you've got to kind of know the area a little bit, but this is right on the Pacific Ocean. It's again one of the nicest libraries in the United States, and they don't want homeless people there, and they don't want
Loiterers. They don't want loiterers in the library. Isn't the whole purpose of a library to loiter?
You're absolutely right. They don't want loiterers, and I don't know if the purpose of a library is to loiter, but I would. I'm glad I didn't have to do that anymore. And then I want to say like, I mean, this was like in 2018, and yeah, like 8 years ago or so. And I'm sure it's just gotten worse after COVID and all that other shit. I'm sure it's just they've really crack down on it more. And it eventually gets to the point where you're not able to use the internet in a lot of places. Like I think that I mean I've never used, to my knowledge, I've never used the Wi-Fi in a McDonald's um, that I ever recall. I mean I don't go to McDonald's, but I've heard McDonald's used to allow free Wi-Fi, and they wanted people there to like come in and eat their food and drink coffee and make it kind of like a cyber cafe. And they got rid of that. I think they have something I've seen on the McDonald's subreddit. Like they limit it to 30 minutes. They limit anybody's presence there to 30 minutes, and you have to like scan your receipt to be able to get usage of their Wi-Fi. And some places have just gotten rid of Wi-Fi altogether because they don't want people loitering, and they figure, well, you've got data on your phone, you should just be able to use that. Starbucks is another place that used to have free Wi-Fi. That's how Starbucks kind of became really popular. Then you had to have like a certain carrier if you wanted to use Wi-Fi for certain amounts of time. I remember like I had AT&T, and you had to have AT&T to be able to use it for longer, and so I could use Starbucks Wi-Fi for longer periods of time. And then they started cutting back on all of this after around COVID, and like all these things that they used to allow that were free, like going like restrooms. Well, like Starbucks is a little different, but like gas station restrooms have, a lot of them have closed up. They figure you go use the restroom somewhere else. I knew a guy who was he would sell radio ads, uh, and he lived, let's just say, like his territory was like 3 hours away from each other one way, and every day he had to drive like 3 hours through the city, and it was like he said that he had a certain group of Starbucks that he knew he could use, and then in exchange he would buy something and then use the restroom, which I was always fine with. I think that's fine. I don't think that they should have to have public restrooms, but then again, I do think that public restrooms should be available for some people. Like we have public restrooms on the beach, and I feel like they should have public restrooms where people can go at any time if they have to go. I mean, it's like that to me is part of a society, and a part of a
Library has them,
what did you say?
right? The library has public bathrooms.
Yeah, they do, but it's not like just, like they're pretty far away. In fact, they're really far away. They don't want people just parking and using the restroom. That's not what they consider themselves to be, that for which to be there. Anyway, I got a bad taste in my mouth in the library system. Fortunately, I haven't had to use library internet in like 8 years, but the 2 weeks that I did, I felt it was very cold. And again, this might not be the same in every library in America, but at least I was in a very, the neighboring city is very, I mean, Irvine's really nice, but Newport Beach is another level up. And the people were just kind of mean to me. Um, I remember, well, there's another library. It's supposed, like, what the library is for is, I mean, this library at least was like stay-at-home moms who had nothing to do all day, who would take their kids to the library, and they would go read some books or whatever and then leave. It was not like a working library, I guess is what I want to say. And I get that they don't want people loitering. You said it perfectly. They don't want people staying there all day or whatever. And then when I told this woman this, like, I was going to have somebody join me, perhaps, she just became a total bitch. And then whenever I came in, she just gave me this evil eye, just really mean. And fortunately, I got this other job pretty quick thereafter, and I didn't have to do that anymore. But and then, like, I want to say 2.5 years later, something, 2.5 years, like 2.5 years later or so, when I was um, searching for another position. I had worked out the air conditioning system, and we had uh, the the mesh network, so I didn't have to do that again. But I'm a I'm an educated individual. I'm professional. Imagine if you came into a library and you smelled and you weren't dressed up. What they do is they get the security guard to detain you, and then they call the police and say that this person's loitering or this person's leering at somebody, and then you're not allowed on the property anymore. And if you're like a homeless person, there are only so many different places where you can use the restroom, or you can uh have access to the internet or whatever. I mean, if you're homeless, you can't just go to a Starbucks and hang out.
Yeah, I mean, but libraries, you'd be able to hang out there for free.
I'm in agreement with you, and but you're just not there. At least maybe in some maybe in
They
some.
literally call the police on you
Oh,
for
totally,
loitering.
absolutely, 100%.
What if you're a book and you're homeless and you just have like some book that you're reading, like reading, quote unquote, like half reading?
Yeah, but they can always say that you smell, and that somebody made a complaint about you, and you don't have the opportunity to ask who made the complaint. They can just say, we've received complaints about you, and the and they don't even need it. The librarian doesn't do that. They just go to the security, and the security that's there, that's contracted with the city or local government, will just come and say that your presence is no longer welcomed, and they'll escort you out the door. And if you don't leave, then they'll call the police and have a no trespass order issued against you, and then you're not allowed there anymore.
All right. But if you're not homeless, that shouldn't happen.
Well, I think it shouldn't happen whether you're homeless or not, but I'm in agreement with you. But no, did I see other people who were there every day? No, I think I was pretty unique for that. And again, it was just because upstairs it can get extremely, extremely hot. Um, and we didn't have this mesh network. So they figure you're going to be able to figure it out, or you'll go find somewhere else. But we want this library to be a place that's really safe, and we don't have to babysit people. And we want people who are going to follow our rules. And um, that's basically the way that it was. I remember the computers were really good. And I thought to myself, like, even if I had a really good computer, would I come here and you just to use their computers? And I thought about it, and I was like, yeah, they had, and the reason why they had like the entire Adobe suite, and they had like all of the different suites that are usually pretty expensive to get if you do so individually, and you only need them for like 2 hours or something. You just go to the library and they already had all that stuff. And I thought, wow, this is something that I would utilize. But yeah, I just remember this one librarian, not really nice to me. And I'm trying to think of my other times in libraries in my life. Uh, you're usually left alone. There's not really too much, of an issue. But that was the one time in my life where I had to go to the library every single day, and they basically made me feel unwelcome. So, anyway, there's a plan that Google had to give free Wi-Fi to everyone in the United States. Let me say this. I don't know if the same was true in Canada, but between like 2005 and 2010, there were movements where they would off people where cities would offer free Wi-Fi like everywhere in the city. Did they ever do that anywhere in Canada?
I do not call anything like that.
Yo, baby Matthew, Do you speak English? Don't. I'm well, big dog, but I'm talking with a friend and you're interrupting. Anyway, just one moment, Riser.
Finland beat U.S. 4-3 in overtime. Now they're eliminated from the hockey tournament. World Juniors.
There you go.
So I mean, I probably care more about hockey than
wait,
but I was thinking about
way
this.
more.
It's like the population of like Finland and Sweden is like 10 million, whereas the population of America is like 340 million. So you'd think that America would just be like dominating hockey. Normally they're strong, but I guess hockey is just not as popular to Americans. But they still probably have more players, but
that's true.
It's not hugely popular sport, I'd imagine.
Riser, I don't know if you know my friend here, the land of he lives in a tree. And he has
Are you being serious?
Yeah, he's a director. He's like a big director. He's had Bruce Willis in his movies and John Goodman and Rose McGowan. He's a really interesting person. The land of how are you, big dog?
That doesn't look like he's in a tree right now.
Well,
looks like there's blinds and curtains.
Yeah, there's like a tree in the middle of his house that like grows to the middle of his house, like a big black walnut tree.
Oh, well, that's different than living in a tree.
Yeah, why didn't you say hi to Zoot?
Because I was just making a comment about the tree, and then he literally I was going to say hi if he stayed in the call for more than one second.
Yeah. The land of, you're muted if you're trying to tell us something. He's got pineapples and bananas.
Yeah, what's this free Wi-Fi?
Yeah. So, cities in the United States at one time were offering free Wi-Fi to like try to reinvigorate their downtown areas, and Google, and this pisses me off so much. Just one moment. What was the Google plan to put balloons in the air to be able to provide free Wi-Fi to people?
Oh yeah, I think you told me about that.
Yeah, it was called Loon. Google's plan, known as Project Loon, involved deploying high-altitude balloons into the stratosphere, approximately 18 to 25 kilometers above Earth, to create a wireless network that could provide internet access to rural, remote, and underserved areas. These solar-powered balloons, equipped with antennas, radios, and navigation systems, floated at altitudes twice that of commercial airplanes and used wind patterns at different altitudes to navigate and maintain coverage. By adjusting their altitude, the balloons could ride specific wind layers to move toward areas in need. What up, Zoot? Just one moment. The project aimed to deliver internet speeds comparable to 3G or LTE, with each balloon covering a ground area of 40 kilometers in diameter, and was designed to stay aloft for 100 days. Zoot, how do you live in Pimp?
Still trying to travel.
I know you're trying to time travel. Zoot, will you please tell Riser all of the things that have happened to you? I haven't told him anything. But you've got that really funny thing that happened to you, and I want to hear you tell him.
I got kicked out in the orgy for smoking weed. We got an email saying I'm not allowed back, and then they sent me another email saying someone at this orgy's contracted gonorrhea. You should probably go get tested. Yeah, I mean, what's up with you and orgies? Like, you're not allowed to go to the next orgy, but you have to get tested. Rabbi, I want to time travel.
I know you do, big dog.
I worked out that it's possible that the conscience might not be attached to the human body, and if the conscience is attached to the human body, then time travel might be possible through consciousness.
Okay.
By having an out-of-the-body experience, leaving one's body, and by leaving one's body, you could actually like travel through time and space. But
and access multiverses and parallel universes, multiverses. The problem is, you might not. If you access this, you might not come back. You might die if you come back.
Okay.
You might die and be stuck in that. You'd be stuck in that reality.
Okay.
But it's possible that I've died in another universe and stuck in this reality. So.
Okay.
Who knows?
Okay. I want you to know that I have to use the restroom, but I also want to play you both in mini golf. Are you interested in a mini golf game, Zoot?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Riser, I'm sending you an invite. And
I will talk to Zoot about time travel.
okay, in the
Zoot,
meantime.
do you believe that all points in time are like there's only the present moment, which encapsulates the future and the past?
No.
You don't believe that?
No.
You just believe in linear time, just straight up?
I believe we all perceive time differently.
How can you have a moment that is not the present moment?
But
Like all moments are found within the present moment, like this now. There's no such thing as like the future, just more now.
as you get old, every year you get older, time and time gets faster and faster, right? Your brain starts processing this information.
I don't know. It doesn't seem like that to me. 24 hours
When you-
feels 24 hours.
When you were a child, 24 hours felt longer than 24 hours does today because your
No,
brain is
it
processing.
doesn't though. It's felt the exact same since like as long as
It's
like
still the exact same, but when you were younger, it's scientifically proven that your brain perceives an hour longer than an adult perceives an hour.
I don't
Because
I don't subscribe to that.
your brain is registering more information as a child, and then because you already process all that information as an adult, time goes quicker. But when you're a child, you're processing more and more information, where your brain feels like an hour feels much longer than now.
Okay. What does that have to do with time travel or the present moment? Or is that
Time
just
travel. That's just the fact. Time travel in the present moment.
yeah, can I say that I'm already time traveling or having time travel because I'm in the present now, but the past existed in the same present moment that I'm in now. So
Well, everything already existed.
sure, if you want to look at it that way too. Is it hard coded though? Wouldn't that mean that
Everything in the future already exists.
where not in our current timeline though, or else we'd be walking on the moon.
Now, everything that's going to happen in the future has already happened. We just don't know how it plays out.
Yo, baby.
Or are you suggesting that it's like no free or like it's already defined? I mean,
Yes.
is it like a free will point question or something?
Yes. You have free will, but everything that's going to
You
happen
do
in
not
your
have
life.
free will. You do not have free will.
I'm sending you guys
Everything-
invitations.
Free will is a lie.
You guys have invitations.
Rabbi,
Yeah, baby. Riser, did you see the video that I sent you when Zoot and I played and I made on the last shot like the most amazing shot? Riser, what the fuck, dude? Zoot's accepted. Where are you?
I don't see the invite. I'm not even kidding. Send the invite again.
I just sent it again.
Maybe it's your fucking invites that suck because I'm not getting them.
Zoot got it, so
Well, maybe you should work on that. Should be your New Year's resolution.
Okay. Right. Let me tell you something. Your consciences right now exist inside the current, the time and space of this universe, right?
Riser,
I hope so.
check your DMs on. There you go. That's weird.
All right. But when you go to sleep and you have dreams, your consciousness goes outside of time and space in this universe and goes into another universe.
Are you able to prove that, or is this just conjecture?
No, that's how it is. Your body still your body still stays in this universe, but your consciousness goes into creates its own universe.
Have you put a GPS tracker on my consciousness or anyone's to verify that?
I mean, if you're asleep if you're asleep, is someone's conscience in this universe if they're still asleep? Are they still thinking about this universe if they're sleeping?
I mean, most of my dreams are about things that take place in this universe.
Wow, Zoot, that was amazing. Riser, you gonna be able to shut me out? Are you fucking serious?
I think Rabbi understands what I'm saying.
Have you guys been practicing? Both of you had two of the nicest shots I've ever seen.
I was like, how Zoot's still. Oh, what the fuck, Zoot?
Get there, dude. Get there.
I've never seen him get through on this hole in my entire life.
I mean, it's rare.
That's probably the best shot I could have done. To be honest, that's probably the best shot I could have done.
Incorrect, but
No, you can get it. You can get a hole in one on this hole.
How?
you can't get a hole in one on this hole.
Your universe needs to go to a different universe, or your soul, or whatever.
Riser's got a big opportunity.
Maybe if you had someone push you, you could get. Rabbi's still in a shitty spot.
Oh, fuck you. Okay, good. You fucked up.
Fuck. Fucking cunt.
Hit my
I
ball.
just helped Rabbi.
Yeah, but we got to worry about Riser's, dude. Riser has like a perfect shot. I need to knock these balls.
You obstruct my fucking shot. Oh, now you gave Zoo a golden opportunity.
No, I didn't.
No.
He could bank it in off your ball.
No, dude, no way.
Dude, you just fucked me.
He fucked you. He fucked you hard. He
fucked me harder than the fucking orgy people.
Fuck up Rabbi.
Oh no.
No, I need these.
Just give Rabbi.
I need these points.
This is good. This is actually the best outcome.
Hey.
I mean, I'm still in the lead, so best outcome.
I hate this
I
one.
love this hole.
I hate this
Oh
one.
fuck! This is so hard. This is so hard.
If you were good at this game, you would like this hole too.
I just fucked up, brother.
Are you fucking
No,
serious?
perfect shot. Perfect fucking shot.
Rabbi,
You guys are fucked.
block his goal.
Yeah, fucked. Good luck. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Rabbi. Hole in one is possible on this hole.
Fuck. I got an idea.
Riser, you know how you were saying that hockey's not popular, or like in the United States? It isn't, at least in Southern California and the southern states, but especially Southern California. It's really expensive to have um the real estate. I know there are two ice rinks I know in Orange County, and they're actually three. Two of them are run by like the Anaheim Ducks, and one of them is like a place where like professional ice skaters go. And there used to be more, but the real estate became really expensive. So like, and you need like a big space for hockey. And as I understand, like in northern, like where it's cold, like Canada, you can. This is like a tradition. I think we've talked about it before, and you'd never heard of it, but maybe I could be wrong. Where it's called like a winter rink or something, where you just in your yard, people in Canada put like a tarp down, and then they spray water down, and then overnight it freezes, and then they have like a hockey rink for the whole winter.
Yeah, I mean, we used to make one every year.
Rosa, hit my ball.
It's like a tradition in Canada, and and at least in the southern states.
No, that's the worst. That's the worst option you can make.
That was an amazing shot. At least in the southern states.
Bad hand.
At least in southern states, it's not available in any of them where there are population.
Rabbi, you suck at golf. You suck dick at golf. You're...
Wherever there's a population hub, the real estate's really expensive. And at least in the United States, I'm sure it's probably true in Canada. Hockey's the most expensive sport to play. Like, you have rink times. It has the most amount of equipment. There are a lot of injuries for it. It's like the cheapest sport, I think, is running.
I mean, it kind of depends a little bit, but it's definitely not as cheap as like soccer.
Right. The cheapest sport, I think, is running. All you need are like a pair of shorts and suck. And shoes.
You fucking staring them.
That was absolute dog shit. Give this to me.
This sport, there's gotta be one cheaper than running. I think beach volleyball is probably cheaper, just a ball.
No, you need a net.
True. Well, soccer, you could improvise a net with whatever.
You still need shoes in soccer, and in running, you don't. That's all you need.
There has to be one that's cheaper though.
Barefoot running.
I don't know if that's a sport, but
It is. Zoot, what the fuck happened to you, dog? And I said that hockey is the most expensive sport. Like, I'm not including like polo and like dressage and like anything having to do with a horse. or yachting.
Raza, yeah.
It depends if you're traveling, because other sports where you have to travel a bunch can add up really quick.
Or
I'm
anything
gonna get a hole in one.
anything in the water is really expensive too. Oh, you know what? I guess swimming you don't need shoes, but like you need a pool, which is really expensive.
Right, but that was the worst shot I've ever seen in my life.
Give it to me.
Okay, maybe ocean swimming.
I just
is
made.
cheap.
Did you see my hole in one? Riser, did you
I
see?
missed it.
Dog, this is the first time I've ever gotten a hole in one on this hole.
I wish this game would like allow you to practice a little bit.
Did you watch the video I sent you in Discord when Zoot and I played?
Yeah, I saw the pool shot.
Wasn't that amazing?
It was. It was on New Year's Day too, or New Year's Eve.
No, it wasn't. That's just when I sent it.
Fuck you.
That was garbage.
How fun.
Yeah.
Rabbi, you still got a zero and one. We all got a zero at one point.
I didn't even have to complete my last shot to win.
Dog. The only reason why you
We all
won
got a zero at one point.
is because of collusion against me. Riser, do you not?
No,
Zoot, Riser, are you not getting my invitations?
the reason why you won is because of the algorithm chose the shittest holes for someone to go first.
Okay, I'll live with that.
Sometimes going first is the disadvantage.
I agree with you. Like that one with all those balls, they made Zoot go first. Zoot, we know, is a superior player to all of us, and should have been given the opportunity. Oh, not that shot. That shot sucks. Right, Zoot, hit my ball, baby. Come on, man.
Fuck.
Zoot has an amazing shot.
I don't know if anyone of us will make it to the gnomes. I don't know. I don't think the gnomes.
Oh, that's
Raza, you just did the shit.
a terrible shot, Riser.
Oh, you have a terrible shot, Rabbi, you have a terrible shot.
That's fine. I'll take that. It gives me a shot on the next one. Zoot, on the other hand, has an amazing shot.
I didn't realize how good my shot was. Really, like.
Make it, Zoot.
If this doesn't go in though, you have a shot. Fuck.
Riser, I think you can get it past the gnomes.
I think Rabbi and I can tie. What? Rabbi, you just go slow and you'll get it in.
That was
that's
perfect.
gonna go in.
I'll take it.
That's going.
Wow.
Riser, what did you think of my shot? Riser, what's it feel like to be down 2-0 against Zoot and myself?
Hey, Rabbi, how come you go? Is it because you got it in? If you get it in before me on the highest and we have the same score, you get to go first?
I don't know what the logic is on that. It's a good question. Oh, baby. Make it. Did you see that hole in one, Riser?
You know what the worst part is? It's unfair for me because I can't get a hole in one.
Riser, did you see my shot?
Oh, you got a hole in one.
Doug, are you not paying attention?
No, I saw it go up and then I looked away.
No, Rhonda, it's not fair for us because we can't get a hole in one because of where the fucking ball placement is.
That's true. Riser's fucked. Zoot's gonna go up another point on Riser because Riser is picking the wrong shots.
Get
They
there.
can get it in.
Zoot, make this.
So what would you know about getting it in?
You need to get it. You need to have an amazing shot here.
Get in. What a fucking shot. What a fucking shot.
What
Did you
a
see that
fucking shot.
What were you saying, dude, about never gonna make it in or something?
N-word. Is it okay to say the N-word?
Not with a hard R.
Zoot, you're gonna look classless.
That wasn't a bad shot. You know, I hate this hole.
Oh,
Are you fucking serious, Riser?
I think there's a hidden hole behind the windmill. I'm not even kidding. Take out the windmill.
I think there's a hidden hole underneath the guy in the boat.
Hit the yellow
I'm
ball,
gonna do a
Zoot.
question. I'm gonna do a questionable shot.
Riser, that tree's in your way. What are you doing, dude?
I was trying to bank it somewhere.
Yeah,
but I fucked myself.
He can get it in.
Yeah, take out the windmill. Windmill. It's your only hope. Fuck.
And now he's got an easy
I
shot.
can still tie.
Okay, I just have to block suit here.
Why would you block me? Why would you do that? Why would the fuck would you do that?
Are you fucking serious?
I fucked up. Yo, knock me in the hole, dog. If you hit it hard enough, both balls will go in. We've never seen two balls go in before.
That was the worst shit I could have done.
I think this might not work
Don't
at all.
help him. Don't help him.
Are you fucking
Why did I
serious?
do?
Dude, I just gave up a stroke.
Suit. Failed hard there.
I hate
I
this
really
hole.
butchered the first hole.
I hate this hole.
Don't touch me.
It is my least favorite hole. Maybe. And I'm sure there's like a really easy way to do it, but I'm not good at it. Riser, make your shot.
Oh no, I fucked up.
Zoot, put your ball right in front of my ball. And he did. Well, this kind of fucks me. What up, baby?
All the biggest comedians black.
Nope.
Who's the biggest comedian in the world?
Like by money?
Yeah.
Last year, I believe it was Matt Rife. I could be wrong on that though.
No one fucking likes Matt Rife though. I can't. I've never met someone be like, yeah, I'm a Matt Rife fan.
All right, I like him. I think he's pretty funny.
Dude, what the fuck is what's your problem?
Name me one Matt Rife bro.
Rabbi Rothschild. But there's Matt Rife, there's Jerry Seinfeld, there's Shane Gillis. There are a lot of popular non-black comedians. There's George Lopez. There's
The
James,
only black comedian that's popular is like Dave Chappelle.
Chris Rock, Kevin Hart.
Kevin Hart,
Does Chris Rock even do stand up?
Pat Williams, Bill Cosby.
If we're talking all time, Richard Pryor.
No, I'm saying currently.
We're talking old.
Chris Rock does some stand up, but he doesn't need to anymore. He's like a TV star. I mean, you could say like Eddie Murphy, like doesn't need to do stand up anymore.
Cat. Bill Cosby doesn't need to do stand up. He doesn't need to do stand up.
Riser, what are your thoughts on Riser? What are your thoughts on being eliminated from first place?
Zoo literally like decided to just destroy my chances of winning for some reason.
Are you just gonna give excuses now?
No, I'm just pointing out facts. Zoo decided to.
Rabbi, will Bill Cosby ever be allowed back to do stand up?
I think his stand up career is probably done. What a shot, Zoot! What a shot! Oh, but you're done. That would have been amazing if that went in. I love this
You
hole.
don't think he's ever going to?
I love
You
this
don't think
hole.
he's ever going to do a shield?
No, he's pretty old and he's blind. Get there.
And he's alright, but it's very hard.
Riser. Are you fucking serious, Riser? You know you just gave Zoot an opportunity of a lifetime?
Nice, Zoo. Nice.
Are you fucking serious? It's a good thing that I have an insurmountable lead on both y'all. Zoot, make it.
Dude, why did the Australian hockey team suck so bad?
Because it's not like cold there.
So you're just making up excuses now?
I'm stating facts.
Understandable then.
Riser had a terrible shot. It's going to hit the corner. Oh. Zoot has a major lead on us. He left that short, though. Obviously short. No doubt it's short.
I think it's big.
I don't know why anybody would just want to just say that in front of two other men unless they had homosexual tendencies.
Yeah, in the future there will be thousands of women watching this stream.
Dude, so you went to a orgy and then you decided I'm gonna smoke weed like during like in the middle of the orgy, you just busted out a joint?
Some girl gave me a vape that had weed in it, and then I got high, and then someone snitched on me.
Did they kick you out because you smoked weed or because you were unable to perform?
They have a zero drug tolerant policy. Yeah.
What kind of fucking useless fucking orgy is this? Orgy, but you can't have fun.
Wait a second. Wait a second. Hold on. I remember now. Zoot was having sex with a fat chick, and he was unable to come inside her. This is the second time he's had this issue at an orgy, and that of which we know. And as he's having sex with the fat chick, they brought pizza in, and the fat chick got up from Zoot putting his dick in her and went and ate the pizza.
Yeah, that fuck someone else and they fuck like.
Yeah, so for any of those thousands of women who are listening in the future, know that Zoot is so awful in bed that if you're having sex with him, pizza, even if you're already fat, will seem like an excellent alternative. Riser, what the fuck, man? Why aren't you accepting my invites?
Jude has no shame.
No, he had sex with some guy's girlfriend just randomly at this fucking gonorrhea capital. Festival. There you go.
Yeah, Jude. Can you even get rid of gonorrhea?
Yeah.
I mean, did you have unprotected sex at the orgy?
Yeah. Oh, no.
Okay, like, because that's Russian roulette. Well, then what's the point even? Because you feel nothing with fucking condoms. And it's also a stranger. What's even the point of that?
To get
As long as she's of age, oh fuck.
You're a wild boy, dude.
As long as she's of age and she's not highly intoxicated, oh fuck.
Dude, what is up with Riser hitting amazing shots? Zoot, you have one of the most difficult shots of your entire career right now. That's a miss. I think Riser would even say that's just an obvious miss.
No, there's no way. His only chance is to block, but I don't think he's high IQ enough.
I could make it. I would hit it off the little post.
Yeah, no, you fucked up. All you had to do is bump your ball in front of his and block it.
Riser, are you ready to say goodbye to your lead? Riser, why'd you take a different route? Why'd you take a different route, son?
The other route sucks. Perfect shot.
That was the best shot I've ever seen on this hole.
You guys are lucky that I'm not gonna fuck this one.
Yeah. I've seen someone get a hole in one on this hole.
I don't think that's possible. Zoot, you fucked me. Zoot straight up fucked me.
If someone knocks your ball, you can get a hole in one.
Maybe. There was definite. There was definite. No way. There's definite.
What are you saying about my lead or whatever?
Definite collusion. No, there's definite collusion.
We're about to tie.
Get him, Zoot.
We're about to tie.
Make it. Oh, we made it. Wow.
Rabbi, oh wait, I'm in front of Rabbi. Fuck.
Okay, this hole always fucks me up for some reason.
Because I
What were
fuck.
you saying about your? What were you saying about Riser losing his lead to you, Rabbi?
Riser, that was one of the worst shots I've ever seen.
Let's see your hole in one then. If it's so
Scoreboard. Scoreboard.
easy. Yeah, Zoot did the same exact shot that I did.
Scoreboard.
Zoot, I taught you that.
Oh, nice shot.
Nice shot, Rabbi. Nice shot, Rabbi.
Oh, you did totally fuck me.
Riser, your best option was to hit my ball.
Fuck. That's going
That's
nowhere.
obviously a miss.
That's also going nowhere.
Obviously a miss. Don't hit my ball though. Are you fucking serious? All right. Finally,
I'm actually in the best position out of everyone here.
Oh, wow. Seriously? Seriously? Oh, fuck this hole.
Zoot, you need to make this. Zoot, you need to make this.
Who's not going to make this in like the next 5 shots?
Too short. Too much to the left. No,
Oh,
more to the
yeah.
right, dog. More to the right.
What are you saying?
Okay, good.
End it.
Good.
Rabbi, Riser, you can make this.
That's short. Why would you?
Don't-
Why do you have
Worst
such
shot of-
bad shots?
I'm just watching Zoot miss. Fuck.
All right, Rabbi, it's anyone's game now.
I hate this hole.
This hole's fuck.
I hate this hole.
I love this hole.
But Zoot, you're absolute dog shit at it.
I've gotten a hole in one on this hole.
Let me go.
Riser, hole in one. Kill yourself.
Zoot, why do you talk like that?
All right, ready for the greatest shot you've ever seen?
Zoot. That was fucking great.
That wasn't good. Oh, I can get it in.
No, you can't. Unless you bounce it off the back wall. That's not going in.
I played it safe.
Now Riser could hit my ball.
I'm gonna tie
Oh,
with
what a
Riser.
fucking unreal shot.
I'm gonna tie with Riser though. So.
God. No, that was terrible. Don't block my ball.
And I take the lead.
No?
Unless Riser gets the lead.
Are you fucking serious? Oh my god.
Get it in. Get it, get it. Yes. Yes. Yes, I got the lead.
I hate this hole.
Oh,
I hate this hole.
You know I've never gotten it in this hole.
I think you have. The one you're
That's
thinking,
the other hole.
it's the other hole, yeah. It's
Yeah,
so
that wasn't a terrible.
it's so key
That wasn't a terrible.
to put your ball in front of everybody else's ball so that they hate your ball.
That was not a terrible shot.
alright, Zoot. You're in last currently.
That wasn't terrible. I don't think that any of us are going to get
Conservative bullshit shot.
What do you want me to do about it?
Riser. What you need to do is block his ball so none of us get it in. I think we're all kind of tired right now. That was a good shot.
Oh yes, get fucked.
How the fuck did you pull that off?
Skill. Crazy ass skill. Yes. Thank you. Bump my ball.
I mean, I just helped Rabbi.
I'm sending you guys. Oh, thank you. I was
Why
going
you-
to so far back down that shit you guys are doing. Anyway.
Rabbi, you just realized you helped Riser, gave him a point. The extra point he needed.
No. Fuck. That's not good.
You're so far in front. Rabbi. You need to score a point, Rabbi.
Is it possible?
It's a risk. It's a giant risk. It's a giant risk, son.
Can I still get it in?
This would be the greatest shot of my career.
Oh, it actually might do it. Oh, no.
He's got a good chance.
Fucked it up.
Don't help him. Rosa, I know what they're doing.
Oh. Alright.
You're by tie. It's fine if you're by tie.
No, me and Rabbi are going to win. You're going to lose. We're both going to get 2 points. And you're going to get 0.
Dude,
Unless you make it. Unless you make this. Oh, you fucker. Are you fucking serious, dude? What?
Yes.
No.
Riser, off the bottom wall. You got it.
No, there's no angle.
Okay, wait. Off the tree.
Oh.
Off the tree. Just blast it off the tree.
Oh, wait. I'm going to go all the way around here.
No, you're still going to hit his ball.
Oh. Yeah, he just fought. He hit the perfect spot. As fuck.
We've all won one.
That was the greatest win ever.
We've all won one.
You got so lucky on the last one.
I don't want to go first. Go, Riser. Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot. Riser, of course, getting an advantage. Giant advantage.
How? Oh, because I go last?
Yeah.
Dude, you didn't tell us where the fucking hole was.
Where's the shadow? Zoot, where's the shadow?
I know where it is, but I don't want to tell you.
Did you time travel to figure it out?
Rabbi's very close to where the hole is.
A barn. What the fuck is this?
Yes, underneath the bomb.
Oh, I should have taken out the top tree. Fuck. Oh. Oh. Oh, you're going down? Oh, and you took out two. Okay. It's gotta be the windmill, right, too?
How you doing, Miss
Nope.
Aquarius?
I don't care.
Miss Aquarius.
Hi, Riser.
Hello, Miss Aquarius.
I'm not playing the game. It's okay.
We'll play after this game. Oh,
Oh no.
that is perfect. And it fucks everybody. Get behind the sheep.
Zoo, hit his ball. Hit his ball way
What
up.
are y'all playing?
Right, his ball. Good.
Mini
There
golf.
you go.
Collusion. 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 Are you
Yeah.
fucking serious?
Oh, fuck you. Collusion.
I think that's the first time we've seen a 0 on the first hole.
No. We've gotten zeros before.
Triple 0 on the first hole.
Yep.
They changed the logo to like some penguin. It used to be some kind of.
You just forgot.
Rice, are you gonna go?
J Orn, give me a moment to just J Orn peace, please.
Oh, fuck.
Zoot, hit my ball, baby.
Just it's going to be a terrible shot.
No, I said hit my ball, not Riser's ball. This isn't. Oh man, I helped you both.
You have the red ball, which is a giant host advantage. Just saying.
There's nothing advantageous about having the red ball. Are
There
you
is
serious?
Better contrast against the green.
But what about on the ice?
Yeah, the ice is what, like one in every like 50 holes, and still, it's still better contrast against the blue than a purple or yellow ball against blue.
Have a small dick.
Yeah, dude, calm down with your genitalia discussion. Riser, blue and yellow are complementary colors, so the color that would show up best on blue is yellow.
I guess if that's what makes you feel
I'll be
better.
back at 10 o'clock. See
What?
you later.
Okie
That was
doke.
my amazing shot. No, don't leave, Miss Aquarius. Don't do that. Mean.
I'm fucked. Zoot, hit my ball.
So get a hole in one. Oh, he actually fucking did it somehow. What the fuck?
So a hole in one is possible in this hole.
Word, dog.
But we've never seen it.
I haven't. Dude, I'm
Do you think
down.
we'll ever,
I'm
do you ever
down.
think we'll ever see a hole? Do you think we'll ever see a hole in one in that hole?
Yeah. Riz, are you proud of that shot?
Oh, I am if my ball just walks the path. But it didn't.
Zoot,
You know what I'm going to give that shot?
2.
Rabbi, hit my ball.
Are you both ready for the greatest comeback you've ever witnessed?
Rabbi, hit my ball.
Fuck hitting your ball. Fuck.
Oh, wow, you guys are really crazy.
Riser, hit it in the water.
You know what I can go?
Riser, hit your ball in the water.
Rabbi,
No.
who's in a better position here? Who's in the best position here?
We're both in kind of stinky positions.
No, it's Riser.
Yes.
Oh, fuck. No,
You hit it right back to the same spot.
All right, I need one of the best shots I've ever had. I need to split you.
you got to hit one of us.
Nice. Thank you.
You have a small dick, Rabbi.
Zoot, calm down with that type of discussion. You know that's not true. It's distracting. My penis is larger than most men on earth, and that's about all I care at this moment of my life.
What did you say?
My penis is larger than most men on earth, and that's all I care about at this point.
So did mine.
Cool story, bro.
Rabbi's penis is just like the train meme where like people get railroad and just keep bringing it out in front of the train. It's like that, but with length. Just keeps going.
That's right, baby.
Infinite crack.
Riser, don't miss this shot.
Fuck, you're literally talking in my backswing.
There is no backswing.
There is when you freaking pull the trigger back, and it's like the arrows being prepared. That is what's known as the backswing, and then you go. Oh, seriously? I gave Zoot a point. Oh no, if Rabbi makes this, then I'm not gonna make it.
One of the greatest shots, folks.
Knows that. No, you missed. You missed. Okay, good.
I have been
What the hell did tied me?
eliminated.
That hole. Okay, good. This hole. I'm actually amazing at this hole.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I am.
No, you're not. Wow, you're so amazing.
Thank you. I haven't played it in a while, so I'm a little rusty.
Funny or short, son?
Don't hit my ball. Huh? Yeah, actually help me out. Thank you. Yes. Okay, good. Now you guys are gonna lose.
Zoot, just hit it on the bottom set of arrows.
There's no possible way to win.
Bottom set of arrows, dog. Riser, blast it through there.
Dude, are you gonna go so I can whip your ass
Zoot,
in literati?
blast it through there.
We're having a literati tournament after this.
I'm down for that. Zoot. Zoot, you have a chance to win. I just manually push his ball in so he wins. That's the goal, baby.
Zoot has gone rogue. I haven't heard him recently say that he had to walk his dog. Has he said that ever? Do you think maybe he just doesn't even have a dog and he was just saying?
I think he has a dog.
Have you seen a picture of it?
Yeah. It used to be his
His
apple.
profile picture is like some golden retriever, like Airbud, cookie cutter internet picture, like straight from first image of Google.
Well, maybe his dog is really popular.
Oh, you're not going either? I'm gonna have to wait for this game to. I think Canada is feeling bad about freaking like scoring so many goals. They're up 5-0, and now they're just tied on track.
Who are they playing?
Slovakia. It's crazy that U.S. just got eliminated at home, at their like home ice.
Where were they playing?
I was in Minnesota.
Where what is it, the Wild?
I don't think it's the Wild's arena, possibly, because they have to make the arena wider, like it's on Olympic-sized ice, which is why the tournament's so entertaining to watch, because they can actually pass the puck around, which is nice. And what's stupid is the Olympics this year is not being played on Olympic-sized ice.
Why not?
Because like the International Hockey Federation is apparently moving away from Olympic-sized ice to make it more standardized for international players. But the Olympic-sized ice is the best part of hockey. Nothing really changes because of the ice, so it's sad that they're getting rid of it, because it was actually the one good thing about the Olympics. Other than it's the most amazing sporting event in the history of the world.
All right, we're gonna play Literati, but we're not gonna play it right now because Miss Aquarius will be here in 10 minutes. So let's play Mancala. Oh no, let's play Karam.
You got
Is this your favorite game?
Karam. I don't know. I kind of like them all equally, but I do like Karam a lot. Especially playing SU because it's just easy wins.
Are you gonna accept the invitation? You're gonna jerk yourself off raw.
I'm here. Yeah, no. How are you? If they were doing this, cool.
I just set you up for the easiest shots ever.
I don't know about that, but I know that I am the greatest Karen player in this room.
Well, I'm the greatest Karen player in this call.
The greatest Karen player in the history of Karen. Even though it's pronounced something totally different. I don't feel like doing a nuke shot right now.
That was brute force and no skill, and you know it.
It was absolute brute force, but I'm a dog. I need to look. Oh no! Oh yeah, that was nasty. That was just nasty.
Thank you.
You need the help. Actually, your slider area is a little bit clogged. All right, there's literally no black discs in the way because I sunk them all. So.
Newfie is fuck, dog. I just helped you. I just freed up all your discs. You're welcome.
Oh man. This might be. Oh, might be nothing.
Newfie.
Tiger Newfies. Alright, this is bullshit. Oh no. No! That's for trying to introduce some ingenuity into the game.
That's a miss, obviously.
Obvious and Newfie shot. Was a Newfie shot it? Oh yeah, that red one's gonna not be that easy. Oh, wow. I stand corrected. Easy. Oh, wow.
Are you gonna try to?
Well,
Are you gonna try to give me a challenge next time?
that was a warm-up game.
Riser, I just spanked you.
I'm better at basketball, honestly.
You suck dick at basketball.
No? I'm incredible at basketball.
Baby, did you see how sick that shot was? Oh,
Do you see the little like emoji that I sent?
no, I don't pay attention to bullshit.
Alright, this is bullshit.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it? That was arguably the worst shot I've ever seen in my entire life.
I'd like you to perform better than that.
Baby, I just did. What do you want me to do about it? Look how sick I am, dog.
But, yeah, get your shitty white ones out of the way so I can actually sink some of mine.
Why do you have to make this about the color of my balls?
They're discs.
Whatever, dog. You winking at me like a weirdo? Look at this shot, son. Dog, this would be one of the greatest shots we've ever seen.
No, that's an easy shot.
F you,
You can
dog.
make
F
that.
you, dog.
You can make that easily. Let's see. Oh, okay. There we go.
That was no
There.
skill. No skill.
Fuck. I should taken more time there.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda, baby. I don't really have a good shot here, though. One of the greatest shots we have ever seen in the history of humankind. I don't really.
Isn't there a mode where like it's not white versus black? It's just that you just gotta sink them all.
Yeah, baby. Everybody knows that.
You never make. Is this the maximum disc one?
No, that's a different game. Dude, let's see you do well.
Oh, it's coming.
I mean, I'm waiting. I'm not yet impressed. Especially when you
Oh, no.
have garbage shots like that. But you have made it really tough on me.
Nice. Nice. Okay.
6'7", bitch.
Go, 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 go. Oh, you're done.
Oh, am I?
Done.
Oh, am I? Oh, fuck.
This would be newfie as fuck.
Dog, get out of here with your garbage. That's a terrible shot.
Oh my god. Yeah, destroyed. Destroyed. Demolished. Demolished. 9-4. Yikes. 9-4 folks. Basketball. Oh, cool. Okay, you want to lose that pool.
The table's open, and I'm going to destroy you.
I don't know which one I am.
The table's open.
Stripes or
What about the statement, the table is open? Do you not understand?
Am I stripes or solid?
The table is open.
Does that mean I'm stripes or solids?
The table is open. It means no one scored anything yet.
Shitty shot.
Just absolute
Absolute perfect garbage. I can say.
Are you going to go?
You took literally like 50 minutes.
Dog, we're still waiting on you to go. You haven't even touched your cue yet. Everyone is waiting on you. Just the worst, shittiest shot I've ever seen.
What do you think of my unification coin idea?
I mean, it's what Bitcoin was 15 years ago.
No, it's different. Because Bitcoin. I mean, that's true, but.
Dude, I can't believe I made that. Kiss shot, baby.
Bitcoin doesn't have a protocol to like merge all the other coins into it.
Kiss shot, combo shot. Baby. Are you seeing this shit?
This is like This is what you play when you suck at Carom and you get ass whooped in Carom every day. Let's start playing this bullshit.
I don't know if I can make this shot.
It's hard to tell what the fuck the stripes are and what the hell the solids are.
I agree with you. Is that the excuse that you want to make for your shitty performance, or?
It is. It is. That's what I'm wrong with.
It's actually not your worst excuse. Here's my question, though.
How do I keep hitting such shitty shots? Because I'm calibrated for Carom, a game of champions, not this game for schmucks.
What do you think about my rainbow cue, baby?
Is it a popsicle stick or a rainbow?
It's whatever you want it to be, baby.
How much money did that cost you?
$0.00. It's a free option. Why don't you look at the free options yourself, son? That was a terrible.
I don't need to pay for these fucking expensive exotic cues to be amazing.
I'm telling you, they're free. You can choose whatever one you want.
If that's the excuse you want to use, that's cool.
That doesn't even make sense in English.
You're paying money for the rainbow cue.
No, I told you, it's free.
It's free after you pay like $50.
No, dog.
Play-Doh tokens, which you have like.
No, it's free. No, it's free. You don't have to even pay Play-Doh tokens. You can just choose a different cue. Go look. It's on the left side. It says it
trying
says
to get me to exit the game. But
no. It's you stay in the game. You won't exit anywhere. It says items.
Where?
On the left side, there's a little star that says items. Do you see it?
Oh, yeah. Oh, so there's 3 to choose from.
Perhaps even more than that, son.
I've given you like 18 shots to win, and you still haven't won.
That's correct.
Is it the Rainbow Q's fault, or whose fault is that?
Baby, I'm waiting on you to play well. You still have 2 shots that you need to make to be able to tie me.
Hi, Rabbi.
What up? How are you?
I'm good. I just got done with work.
Okay, how was that?
It was pretty good. It was kind of busy for a little bit, but got to hang out with my homies.
All right. Very well. What's on your agenda for tonight?
What's that?
What's on your agenda for tonight?
I'm probably gonna go home, hang out with my cat, go to bed.
That's baller. What's your
Yeah.
cat's name?
Yeah, I'm excited. How about you, Rabbi?
I'm playing games with friends. And then I've got another friend
What you
who's coming.
playing?
We're playing pool, like billiards.
That sounds fun.
It is.
That's cool.
It absolutely is. Welcome. Did you change your...
Are you ready now?
We've got 2 more balls to put in pool. So almost, Miss Aquarius.
Wow, you seriously are getting wrecked.
Miss Aquarius, how was your day?
It was good.
I never need
How
to
was your
win
day?
this.
It was lovely, thankfully.
Papa had a bag, got a bath. The lady is nice.
That's good.
She's gonna put him in the shower on Monday. She did a bed bath, but she was like, he was a little bed bath because he's a mobility to walk and stuff. So she's gonna put him in the shower on Monday. She's gonna come Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. And she's very nice. I
Excellent.
cleaned my bathroom. I thought she was gonna use my bathroom, but she didn't. I cleaned it because that's what we do. Is to do people and you have company, you have to clean our bathroom or whatever.
Right. All right, Miss.
She's like, you didn't have to clean. No, we have to. When people come over, you got to do something. I'm not no nasty bathroom, nasty house, no.
I understand that.
Rabbi, I have a question for you.
Go ahead, madam.
What's your favorite interview you've done?
I like the one with Yaya Diamonds.
Oh, I haven't heard that one. I'll have to watch it.
It's in the interview section of
Wow,
this.
you got wrecked.
It's in the interview section of this Discord.
Oh,
All right, Miss Aquarius, you ready?
I like my job.
Excellent.
Okay. I'm ready.
All right.
You got any pet?
No, I do not.
Oh, darn.
Darn is right.
Do you like pizza?
It's one of my favorite foods.
What kind of toppings do you get?
I like cheese. I like vegetables, and I like pineapple.
Dang, that's adventurous.
Yeah,
That's really controversial.
I know it is. I'm a controversial figure. Nice job, Miss Aquarius.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the 10.
No, don't leave me 110. I was so scared.
Yes. Good job.
I was scared to hit it, Mr. Aquarius. Can you believe that? I was scared.
Oh, wow. Here we go. Okay, I see y'all.
One of the most terrifying moments in my entire life. What happens if you get a spare? Is your next point doubled or no?
Yes.
Or just one of
So,
them?
like,
Okay.
just one of them. So, Miss Aquarius got 16 on that one.
Okay. And now she's totally SOL.
No, she could get this.
No?
I've seen her.
It's okay. Okay, that was a good split. Go ahead, Riley. You got it.
Oh, no.
Don't listen to her. She gets a
I'm
split.
serious.
Don't listen to her. She gets a split more than she would. She is giving herself credit for.
That was a difficult split.
Yes, it was. I've seen her get a 7-10 split, though, the hardest shot in the game. I haven't even gotten the hardest shot in the game.
Yeah. He's leading now. He got a strike.
Oh, for sure.
Rabbi.
Oh, for sure. Thank you. All right.
So that's difficult. Right.
Miss Aquarius is going to get the 2, and they're going to bounce to the right and get the 1.
Full of excuses tonight, Miss Aquarius. Interesting.
No,
it's okay. You got it, Riley.
You're sounding like Rabbi with the amount of excuses.
Riser, we.
First of all, it is a
Oh,
difficult
my
split.
Lord.
You see, that's what you get. You don't see us playing it all the time when we say difficult split. Okay? So don't do it.
Riser, we're very positive when we play bowling.
Right.
I was being positive.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right. Let's go. Good job.
Thank you, madam.
You're welcome. Little curve there.
There you go.
Thank you. Come on, Robert. Let's go.
It was curving back. It was curving back. Do it again.
Curve.
It did curve.
Oh my God. I'm not really calibrated today.
That's all right. Get it, Miss Aquarius.
Tough shot.
Yeah, it is.
Oh no.
Yep, good one.
I don't think I can even win here if I got like every single shot straight.
That's okay. There's always next game, big dog.
All right.
Yikes.
Yay! Another strike. You on a roll.
No pun intended. Come on.
Yes, and another one.
Another one.
DJ Kylie.
Miss Aquarius, I love you. You're absolutely right.
Yay, you win, we win. Yay.
I win, you win, Miss Aquarius. You win, I win.
That's right.
And Riser wins 2. All right, Riser.
Right, that's why I said you win, we win.
That's right. All right, Riser. It's your turn to win, big
I
dog.
only have 4 wins. You have 400 and something wins. What the?
Yeah, so just think. You're doing really well. Riser, though, what happened there, big man?
Don't know.
All right,
Oh no.
we'll get the spare.
Mr. Aquarius, you're supposed to say something positive when I do that.
What?
I didn't hear anything positive about my.
You gotta take some positive.
Oh,
You got
Miss
it? You
Aquarius.
alright?
Yes,
Don't
Miss
you know?
Aquarius.
This
Yeah.
girl
Thank
is
you.
on
Okay, I got you
fire.
this time. Come on,
Thank
Rabbi.
you.
You're welcome. Yay!
Wow.
All right, Roger.
All right,
let's
Riser.
go. Come
You're
on,
gonna do better than you
Yeah.
did
Feel it.
previously.
I
But
can
You
feel
got
it.
this. You got this. Come on.
I can
Yes,
feel it. I can feel it.
Let's go. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about.
Riser, you've got the lead.
There's magic in the air. Okay, 4 strikes in a row. What is going on?
No, right?
Can you
Let's
make it
go.
5 in a row?
No,
Oh,
sir. And this is a really tough
I
split.
thought split.
Roger, you got this. Come on. Another
Another
one.
strike, please. No, not that. Oh gosh.
You got this. Let's go.
Oh no.
What the world? Oh, God,
I
Roger,
tried to spin
okay.
it so I could hit the
Let's
other.
go. It's okay. You got it this time.
Mrs. Strikes a lot. Aquarius. Mrs. Strike Aquarius.
Bro, that's Rabbi.
Oh, look at you. All right.
All right.
I need to pull her back.
Yeah, pull me back, Rabbi. Let's go. Let's go.
Nope. Not what we wanted. I could either go for the 1 and the 2 or the 2 and the 1. Or just 0. How about that? How about that?
Come on, Roger. You got this. Let's go. See you for another strike.
Oh no.
Riser.
I got another shot at least, right? Okay, good.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Yes.
I just scared.
Yeah.
You've got the lead on me.
Yes.
Riser, you've got the lead on me. No one's touching Miss Aquarius. This is a tough shot. But if anybody can get it, it is
what the pro does.
Miss Aquarius.
All right. Come on, Rabbi. Strike.
I got the same thing that happened last time. Give it to me. Man. Riser, are you going to get me?
Well,
Oh no.
Riser, are you going to get me, son?
At least they're on.
you got it. Come on. Yes. Excellent.
Riser,
Excellent.
Riser, you got me.
Let's go. Let's go.
I can't.
Yeah. Hey, lead. Yes, he's leading. That's what I'm talking about.
Except Miss Aquarius is gonna blow me out of the water, but that's okay.
Dude, Riser, what a comeback. Wow, she's good, folks.
And back again. Okay.
Oh,
Another one.
another one.
I think she's
DJ
trying
Khaled.
There's so many X's on her scorecard.
Get it again.
And another one.
And another one.
Mhm.
91, folks. No one is touching Miss Aquarius tonight. She hit 3 in a row. That's known as a turkey.
I love that. I love that. I love that. 91. I got to get there.
Nice job, Miss Aquarius.
That was crazy.
I like that. Got it.
Excellent job. Miss Aquarius, you win, we win. We win, you win.
Yeah.
Undefeated in bowling. Undefeated in friendship.
Yeah. Good job, Roger.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. Thank you. You too, Rabbi. We are doing it.
Yes, ma'am.
God's willing. Good night.
Take care. Do you think, yes or no, will I beat you by more than 100?
A better question would be, will I beat you more by like 150 or something?
You know it's your turn.
I just destroyed you. I just destroyed you. It's over. A 6-letter word right out the gate.
Do you even know what a miller is?
No, but I know what a key is.
A miller is someone who works in a mill.
And that's what I assumed.
Oh, then why didn't you say it?
Because I intuitively knew that's what it meant. I didn't need to broadcast it.
That doesn't make it.
No.
My man, that doesn't make any sense.
A moot? You don't know what a moot is?
No, I know what a moot is. It's not. Nothing is a moot. It's an adjective. Or it's an adverb. Are you gonna go?
You can't talk during that time.
Yeah, what the fuck is that?
It's a terrible word that I shouldn't have played.
Do you know that you have the lead on me right now?
Yeah.
What'd you do with Zoot?
He just has his own way of living, apparently, and communicating.
Call? Are you proud of that move?
No, I thought I'd get more points for using your W, but apparently that's not how this game works at all. Are you serious?
Baby, look at the scoreboard. Are you fucking serious?
I'm dead serious, though. I ain't playing around, dog.
Did you know?
Fuck out of here. Yeah.
What the fuck is year? Remote. That was good.
Yeah. of a ship responding promptly to the helm.
Did you see William Montgomery this last week on Kill Tony?
I thought you were going to say on the pod.
No, his podcast sucks.
I'm glad you think.
His podcast used to be better when it had Casey Rocket, but it's not the same.
I agree. He shouted him out today.
You mean Wednesday?
Yeah.
Okay, then why didn't you say Wednesday?
Fuck. I did not mean to do that. God damn it. So you're distracted me with bullshit. It's okay.
Fuck you, dude.
Oh, you don't have a word? That's unfortunate.
Yes, it is.
Now you're gonna block it with some bullshit? Oh, wow. Lurid. What the fuck is lurid?
It's a 24-point word in Scrabble, baby.
Do you even know what it means?
Yeah. I think lurid means like dark, and lurid means like bad.
That's what you think lurid means? Bad?
Yeah, it does. No doubt.
No, it does not mean that at all.
What does it
I
mean
thought you
then?
actually meant
What does it mean then?
presented in vividly shocking or sensational terms, especially giving explicit details of crimes or sexual matters.
That's what I'm talking about. Lurid, yeah, exactly. Like bad things, like lurid
You
crimes.
did not say that at all.
That's how I've heard it. In like bad stuff.
Is that what you meant by it? I don't know.
Yeah, it is. It is what I meant by it, dog.
Okay.
It really is.
I believe you. No, I totally believe you.
Well, you should.
Yeah, I believe you. Lurid for 28 points. Fuck off.
Yeah, that was dirty, dog.
I literally meant to not give you that title this time.
You mean tile? Why wouldn't you say tile? Why would you say title?
Oh, come on. Fuck.
That's your word?
Yeah, it blocks everything. A little bit. If you take away that 28.34 lurid word, we're pretty much tied. I think I'm winning.
Baby, what do you want me to do about it? Those two A's are gonna fuck everybody. I hope you know that.
Yeah.
Are you happy with that?
Yeah.
Are you happy with that?
I was gonna add a little something extra on the end. I had to hold back. Oh, I just found an amazing word.
Then let's see it. Because I don't fear you. I fear no man. And you, my friend, are not a man. But whatever you are, I don't fear you either, baby.
What?
Yeah, that's not a word. You know it's not a word.
Are you serious?
Motherfuckers making up shit.
Oh no, that's not good. Fuck.
It's over for you, son. It's over for you, son.
Oh no. God damn it, wait, go to the top. Fuck.
Oh, it's over. No time.
Okay. I did not have a word for that. It's okay, I'll build my own. I'll build my own little haven of words. Plaid, that's it.
Yeah, it means
That's
to wear
your best
something.
job? Look at this. Look at this word, folks.
Sirens.
I play a 6-letter word and I get 21 points. Do you see this bullshit? And you play plaid for fucking. What do you get? Why is a C worth 3 points? You play Jew for Like 1,000,000 points. Okay. Cool. Hmm.
What the fuck is Neb?
We all know what neb is. You know neb, meaning a nose or snout or a bird's beak. Short for Nebraska or the New English Bible. What did you just play? Swapped? You swapped? Wow. Hmm. Mhm. What fucking part of the map are you building? Oh, that was a good find.
Thank you, baby.
And now I don't think there's anywhere that I can play here at all. In that corner. Oh my god. Damn it. Hmm. Oh, what a word. Oh my god, I just... Wow. Did you see that?
Yeah, that was really good. No one knows what Avo is.
Avo? Avo is a word. Meaning an avocado, of course. Hmm.
Time's ticking down, dog. Dude, you fucked me. 'Cause I had a really good word.
What was it?
I'm not telling you.
Okay. No, thank you. Oh. Oh, big one.
Pig? Dude, you're back in this game.
And a monetary unit of Lesotho equal to 1/100th of a Lodi.
Fake news.
Oh, I only have 3 fucking letters left. Yikes. Mm. Hmm. I only have 1 tile left. I don't know how many you have. But... Are you serious? What the fuck? You got rid of all your tiles? You only swapped?
Do you want me to answer your questions? You lost
I have.
by more than 50 points.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, it was.
Honestly,
You ready for another one?
it wasn't too bad. Yeah.
Oh, for sure, dog. Ain't no doubt. Do you know that you have an invitation? Do you think you're going to win by negative 100?
I mean, after that performance,
Riser, you've got an invitation. What are you doing?
yeah. I'm gonna go first this time too. Again,
Do you want to go first?
I would. I think it's an advantage to go first. Probably why I lost the last game. TikTok. At? Oh,
Yeah, it's Latin and it means and, dog. It's your turn.
uh,
Dog. That time just
don't-
tail.
Oh, I meant to say teal. I guess that's also a word. Yeah, it's doing this stupid thing where it just gives me the same letters. Oh, okay. So, hey, I don't want you to fuck. What the hell? It won't let me leave. Oh, thank God. Thank God that worked. This is absolutely like bullshit.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it, dog? I let you go first.
No, I'm saying that the tiles are rigged.
How are
At
they
least in
rigged?
this particular instance.
Dog,
Even at
how
the
are they?
same time.
Dog, how are
So
they?
you can't make a letter, you can't make a word with like 50 seconds of.
Dog, I already have more than a 40-point lead on you, and you got to go first. I mean, what more advantages do you want?
Enough, Rabbi, enough.
That was good.
Enough. proud of that?
No, I'm not. I ran out of time. Do you want to know my question for you?
I'm ready, yeah.
Are you gonna go?
I'm gonna go.
Okay, because everyone is waiting on you.
I'm gonna soar. You wouldn't last 5 minutes with the files I've had. Just saying. Let's see what bullshit word comes out of this.
Vote. Are you proud of that?
Yeah, I'm proud I didn't take 5 minutes to play Dolt.
Do you know that you're down by more than 50 points?
Just getting started.
50 points is a lot, dog. Some people might consider that type of lead insurmountable. For all the games that sometimes you may be able to somewhat perhaps keep it potentially competitive, this game is not one of them. You've never won. And you use Oi?
Oh, come on. You do not have a word that starts with OI and a 3-letter OI word. There's no way. That's proof. Okay, proof this is a game that just.
I just gave you a really good opportunity because I'm nice. You're still down more than 50 points. And you're struggling here, son.
Just. Bucks, I guess.
Nala? What the fuck is that? What the fuck is Nala?
Everyone knows what Nala is.
No one knows what Nala is.
Common, very common English word.
That's not real. You're up, dog. And you're down by 50 points, which is a big lead. Dog. Man,
There's nowhere to place the tile. What the hell happened?
I'm in agreement with you on that.
Um, uh,
Pig? You played pig?
there's nowhere else to build.
You were down 50 points. And
Yo, come on. They don't have, what a joke. This game. Okay. I'll play this one.
oh, that's a big comeback.
Oh, you keep chirping me. Damn, I haven't even begun.
Dog. That kind of fucks me. Did you know that kind of fucks me?
I wish there was something that I could do about it, but unfortunately, there's just nothing I can do about it.
You're only down 20 points right now. Did you know that?
I'm gonna be winning this game soon. There's actually a place to put tile. It would be nice.
Look at you just guessing.
No, I'm not guessing. I'm strategizing. How many tiles are left?
I don't know. How many are left?
Well, I have like between 5 and 15. I don't know how many you have. I can't just reveal that.
It's classified. Do you want me to open some shit up for you?
Where did you just go?
I'm not telling.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Dog, you're coming back, son. Dog. Dog. Dog.
I love this word. You're
Let's
gonna
see
love
it.
this word.
Again?
There's no rule against it. As my aware.
Baby, you're up.
Oh, thank God. No.
Are you fucking serious? That's not a word.
Dog, it's a word.
Get out of here with that garbage.
I'm down by 4 points. You're supposed to win by like 1,000 points. I don't know what's going on, but it's not looking good for you. Yeah, I can say. No way. Time's up. Time's up. There's no word there. We're done. There's no word. There's a word.
I think you might beat me.
There's nowhere to go again. Okay, nice.
Open something up, dog.
Luigi isn't a word.
Luigi?
Luigi?
No, that's not a word. Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? You did that again?
It's a different word, sir.
Dog, I'm gonna lose because I can't get rid of my letters. ZD? Good word, dude.
I didn't even look that you were by a 3. That sucks. Do you have a word though? Let's see. Maybe if you don't, you did some bullshit as well. Yeah, why can't I get the? That point should have been like way higher. Oh, let's go. Took the lead.
You won.
Took the lead.
You won.
No, I always.
You won.
Get some bullshit.
No, I don't have a word. Wig. You won on Wig.
No way. Really?
Yep.
Don't get my hopes up.
Dude,
Been waiting.
I wouldn't fuck around with you.
Yeah.
You know how much I like to win.
Yeah, some bullshit like with them.
I don't have anything. Nothing. It's over, baby. And you just increased your lead.
Yeah. And the trash talking at the beginning of this game was crazy.
Yes, it was.
The first ever Literati win against Literati. How does it feel? How does it feel to lose? And Literati to the riser. Bam. Bishop. Wow. Oh, and you had a Q too. You could have fucked me if there's an I anyway.
I know. Be right back. I gotta use the restroom.
Yeah, what's up, guys? What's up? Hi, guys. What's up? What's up, guys? What's up, guys? Hi, guys. What's up, guys? You guys are corny, weird, and peace.
Who the fuck was that?
Some absolute mongoloid.
That's a racial term. You don't want to use that.
Is that offensive to Mongolian people?
Yeah.
I thought it just meant like idiot.
Look up what it means. Was their name Reek?
What?
Was their name Reek? Reek?
What do you mean?
What was their name in here?
Oh, I didn't get a chance to see.
What did he say?
He just kept repeating like just like some annoying troll, like, sup guys, what's up guys?
Well, guess what?
Anybody here? Sup guys? And then he just kept repeating that, and then he said like, you guys are all something, and then he like left.
All right. That was, I would say, the worst, most rigged game in the history of humankind. Do you feel very happy with yourself?
I do.
Okay.
Do you want to play basketball?
Yeah, I do. I do. I want to play basketball.
Okay.
And I'm going to send you an invitation. And then I'm going to smoke you. And then we're going to watch a documentary.
Do you have a documentary?
Did I ever make you watch Astronauts Gone Wild?
Yeah.
It's like my favorite documentary ever.
We beat Slovakia 7-1.
Dog, nobody cares about that sport.
Yeah, you're talking to a Canadian, sir.
Dog, you don't even care about it.
I care about hockey a lot, dude. I've been watching it.
Who's the best hockey player in the league right now?
That's too subjective.
You have an invitation. All right, we're gonna.
I'm in. Prepare to lose. Oh, what the fuck? That was so bad. Warm up game. Oh, this is awful. This is one of the worst rounds we've seen. 6. Wow. We're both terrible.
Maybe it's still more than you got.
We're terrible.
Have you ever seen the documentary Religulous?
No.
It's like my favorite movie ever. All right. Trying to think of a good documentary you would like that isn't boring as fuck about Canadians.
Canoeing to Manitoba. Okay.
No, they didn't go to Manitoba. They went to the Amazon, but they didn't even go up the Amazon. Have you ever seen Man on Wire?
I feel like I have at some point, some time ago.
It's about the guy who did like tightrope walking between the World Trade Center. Would you be interested in a documentary about a guy who climbs tall buildings? That Spider-Man guy. He climbs on the outside of them.
Is his name like Alan something, like a French guy?
Yeah, he's French, but nobody knows his name.
I think I follow him on Facebook.
Okay.
And I'm probably gonna go to sleep at like 9 o'clock.
Doug,
I'm not-
Doug, what is this bullshit?
I came in here today at like 12 p.m. or 11, and then 12, and then 1, and then 2, and each time I join, I hear snoring sounds coming from you, and you. So I don't know what happened to your sleep schedule, but
That's true. Okay,
or
hold on. I'm gonna look up the best documentary.
we have time to watch it. I am actually gonna go to sleep at 9 p.m. because that's my bedtime now.
What the fuck does that mean? You're the person who's normally up till like 6 in the morning.
Yeah, I know. But things change. People change. It's a new year. New me.
There used to be. Do you know what TV Land is? It's like a channel that has like old television on it.
Sure.
All right, so they had a phrase. It would go, "Times change, people change. Great TV does it." What are your thoughts on that?
The greatest TV show, song, slogan, dance, whatever.
Does it make you want to watch television?
Old television specifically. And
Would you consider it the greatest slogan in the history of slogans?
I mean, it seems like boundless in the sense of time. So yeah, really, you could say it any time of the year.
Doug, I can't believe you don't want to watch a documentary.
What?
I can't believe you don't want to watch a documentary.
I've already watched the one about the people that live in the mall.
You know that there are other documentaries in the world aside from that one?
That one's one of the best documentaries.
It wasn't even as good as Big River Man, dog.
Yeah, Big River Man is like evil. Like that should be what they show. Big River Man is what they should show the students in documentary film school of what to strive.
Big River Man, in its own way, was like 3 different documentaries. And the further I get away from having seen it, the more I enjoy it.
What are the 3 documentaries?
Dog, I knew you were going to ask this question, and now I'm going to tell you. Because it talked about, it was like him training in like that weird Eastern European pool. And then him swimming in the Yangtze River and the Mississippi, and then about him swimming in the Amazon, and about him eating horse burgers.
I guess I don't know. I mean, like there was a build up to like the story that was really awesome. I guess, but yeah.
Now, what do you think of this story? What do you think of this question? What do you think is Zoot's favorite documentary of all time?
Oh god, probably some weird fucking orgy time travel bookstore documentary.
It's not the Bonnie Blue documentary, though he has seen it, and there is nudity in it. He knows everything about that woman. His favorite documentary, which we should just watch right now in honor of Zoot, is about the game Donkey Kong. Do you want me to tell you about it?
Is it this like an arcade one or no?
Yeah.
Okay, I feel like you possibly mentioned this before.
Oh no, I definitely mentioned it before. So Zoot told me, he's like, it's my favorite documentary ever. So I was like, okay, I'll watch it, and I did. It's about this like underdog story of this guy who wants to set the record of the highest score in Donkey Kong, and it's about a few people, but basically like these people are like really really strict on like high scores. There's even a website dedicated to all the high scores of all the old games, and like people are really serious about it. And then there's this guy who's like he's like a barbecue sauce, not even barbecue sauce, like a hot sauce, um like heir. And so he has all this money, and he's able to buy like a cool car and be able to like pay for what he needs to be able to play Donkey Kong all day. And so these guys start to buy these like Donkey Kong arcade machines and keep them in like their garage and just like play on them and try to do really well. And this one guy who set like the world record in like Washington State or something, he sets the record, and then when he was away at work, like some random people come to his house and knock on the door, and his wife lets them in or something like that, and lets them look at the board that he was using, and it happened to be a modified board, and so his like high score was thrown out. And then they basically say like there's going to be this showdown at the like this video game land in like New Hampshire, which is like 2 stories. It's like one of the biggest video game places in the world for arcade games. I think it's maybe the biggest, at least in the United States. And they play, and it's like they're all trying to get this high score. And when you get the high score, you break the game. The game like literally didn't have enough data to be able to give you like a congratulations, you won. It just like crashes. The whole thing crashes. And once you get the crash screen, that means that you won. Something like that. And it's just that story. So you ready to watch it?
I'm ready to play literati. I'm gonna go to sleep like.
Okay, well, nobody gives a shit about your sleep schedule. I'm just telling you right now, no one gives a shit about your sleep schedule. I'm sending you a literati invitation right now, and so you feel like it's an advantage to go first.
You don't even care about the hockey game?
No.
Or the hockey tournament, the World Junior?
No. I don't care about children like that.
You don't care about the children, okay?
No,
Rabbi Rothschild doesn't care about children. That's cool.
not like that.
What does that mean? Like you don't support? Nice. Nice word. Completely fucked me over.
Are you proud of that?
It's a tie game, dog. You fuck. Oh my god, dude.
You know you've never beaten me when I've gone first.
I've only beaten you one time.
Yeah. And I had to pass. So technically, I let you win.
It's not how it works.
Dog, did I make a move on my first try? Yes or no?
You This game he played, yo. Is that what you mean?
No, the last game that we played. The last game that we played, I passed my first.
You swapped? What are you doing?
Why wouldn't I?
Look at this, because look at this move. 50 points. Oh my goodness. 54 points, dog. What are you going to do? You're down by 57 points right now, dog. You just got the squid attack. How does that make you feel? Silence. We're hearing crickets. This is not looking good for you. Wow. Did your microphone stop working, or did you stop being able to breathe air after you saw that 54 pointer? Oh, he's trying to. Oh, wow. Impressive move, though. Why are you so quiet? Are you just concentrating all of a sudden? Hello? Yo, hello.
What up, baby?
Why aren't you talking?
I'm talking.
Why aren't you talking?
I'm
No, you're
talking.
not talking.
What do you want me to say?
You know, you're supposed to talk. You can't just go silent and then when I'm asking you questions. But
I'm going to give you the best comeback you've ever seen in the history of humankind. Oh, no way.
no way. There's no B word. There's no. Unless you have another S. You have some fucking S bullshit.
Baby, what do you want me to do? You're up 10, son. I made a major mistake. I made a major mistake.
Why?
Wow. I'm down 34. This would be the greatest comeback in the history of comebacks. You're using a dictionary cheating machine, so I mean, I don't really know how that's fair.
No, I'm not. Just too good. I feel like if you hijack, if you like add an extension onto someone's like big word like that, you get actually. Where the fuck is yeah? Okay. No. Come on. You have an O into something? Oh, no. No. What the fuck? Ruben isn't a word?
That's spelled Rueben.
Uh, fucking. Are you serious? Are you fucking serious?
Do you feel breathing on your heels?
A little bit, I guess.
Don't you wish you would have been watching Jude's favorite documentary on the history of a Donkey Kong tournament as opposed to perhaps giving up one of the, if not the biggest lead in the history of this game? You were up a lot, and you had an X. You've gotten a Q, an X, and a Z. You got everything in this game. Maybe not a Z, but you got everything. You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it.
No, you should see the shitty titles that I have.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
It's insane.
Doug.
Possibly one of the worst title sequences we've ever seen.
You're up 12, son. 15, Dyer and Eck. That was really good.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know.
Say bye to that lead, you little bee.
Wow.
How'd you like that move?
It was good, but I just want you to ask yourself, what do you think of this move? I don't think I've ever broken 300 before.
That's amazing, dog.
Oh, there's not many tiles left. So this is gonna come down to the.
What the fuck is Zyme? Oh, man. Oh, you got me. You got me.
Oh man, no way you lose 2 in a row.
You got
No
me.
way.
You got me with that one.
No way.
I don't know how I beat you.
Oh, what the fuck? Not this bullshit. Are you gonna go?
This game is over.
How many tiles do you have?
Too many.
So then you could win if you stack, if you somehow get them. Oh, for you? I don't see any tiles on the board. No way. Oh. He needs a 33 point or higher word here code. 313 that is a crazy score. I don't know how I did that because I was playing
Squids, Woven, Zine.
Design was good. But I didn't have any other good ones.
And it was like 38 points.
No, it was like 20. Bam, 2 in a row. That's crazy.
I let you win both of them. All right. Enjoy your nap, you little bee.
All right. Thanks for playing.
You're
Happy
welcome.
New Year's.
You're welcome, baby. Come back when you want to lose.
Yeah, the merge token, purge merge will be the #1 cryptocurrency.
Worst idea ever.
Why do you think it's so bad?
No, it's not that bad. What are the odds that Zoot has gonorrhea?
500%.
Oh, we'll leave it at that. Take care, Big Dog.
Later.
Peace. Typical Kabbalah frames this as metaphysically dangerous, not neutral. The bottom line in Kabbalah, anal sex is viewed as a serious spiritual misalignment, not just not ideal. All right, well, hold on. Analingus, Remy. Kabbalah is even more negative here. Why mouth is the highest sanctity, the mouth is associated with speech, breath, Torah, and divine expression. Hold on here as well. Using it in contact with areas associated with bodily waste is seen as severe inversion of holiness. But what if it's clean? Extreme crossing of boundaries. Kabbalah places huge importance on spiritual separation of demands. This act collapses those boundaries in the wrong direction, strengthening impurity. The Zohar repeatedly warns against drawing holiness downward into impure realms instead of elevating a physical reward. Bottom line, Kabbalistically, this is viewed as far worse than anal intercourse, spiritually speaking. Calm down. Important nuance: Kabbalah is not mainstream practice. Many Jews follow halakha without Kabbalistic stringencies. These ideals are mystical, not legal rulings. Rambam, for example, explicitly rejected this metaphysical framing. In one sentence, Kabbalah teaches that sexual acts must channel divine energy through its proper spiritual pathway, and therefore views anal sex, and especially analingus, as serious distortions that empower impurity rather than holiness. So, is that the end? No. Because I'm sure some Rebbitzins out there are saying, maybe, I want my salad tossed in, but I don't know, let's see how we can figure this out. All right, so the halakhic rule on anal sex, if you want to know, is well, generally, without Kabbalah, a core principle halakha regulates sexual behavior primarily through law, consent, and boundaries, and metaphysical energy channels. So the tone is legal and pragmatic, not mystical. Anal sex between a married man and woman. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. We can talk about homosexuality at another point. But yeah, Talmudic baseline, the Talmud in Darn 20b famously says, a man may do with his wife whatever he desires. I'm not so cool with that. If she doesn't desire it, I'm about equality. Okay, taken at face value, many classical halakhic authorities understand this to include non-vaginal intercourse as long as it is between husband and wife with consensual, it does not cause harm, it does not involve prohibited emissions. Rishonim, earlier authorities, Rashi and Tosafos, generally permissive in theory, Rambam legally allows it, but strongly discourage it as a crude and morally disgusting, not mystical. Ravad, more permissive than Rambam. All right, practical halakhic consensus. Most later halakhic authorities do not forbid it, outright strongly discourage it, often say it should not be habitual and not replace normal relations. Key point. If someone asks, is this forbidden by law? Many poskim would answer no. If they ask, is it appropriate? Many would also say no. Analingus, rimming. Here, halakha is much less permissive, even without Kabbalah. Why? Not mysticism, law, and hygiene. Human waste concerns. Anything involving contact with fecal matter raises serious prohibitions. The mouth must not contact areas considered filthy under halakhic standards. Bal tashakzu, do not make yourself repulsive. Many authorities apply this principle here. This is a legal category, not a mystical one. Brachot and sanctity issues. The mouth is used for prayer, blessings, Torah. Halakha treats improper use as a problem of dignity, not cosmic damage. Bottom line, halakhically, most halakhic authorities would consider analingus effectively prohibited or at a minimum strongly forbidden in practice, even without invoking Kabbalah. The key differences from Kabbalah, the reasoning for halakha is law, consent, dignity. For Kabbalah, it's cosmic energy, purity, sphero. Anal sex, technically permitted but discouraged, spiritually dangerous, according to halakha and Kabbalah, spiritually dangerous. Analingus, largely prohibited in halakha, Kabbalah, severely damaging. And then tone, practical for halakha and metaphysical for Kabbalah. One sentence summary, halakha without Kabbalah may technically permit anal intercourse between married partners while discouraging it as undignified, but generally rejects analingus on legal and cleanliness grounds rather than mystical ones. All right, so I'm going to be honest with you. I'm sure that somebody's going to want me to find a loophole in this bad boy. So here's what I would say. There used to be this Canadian cunt who was amazing called Sue Johansson, R.I.P. baby, Zechron Lebracha, and she taught everybody's favorite rabbi about a lot of things sexual. She's like Canada's Dr. Ruth. If you know about Dr. Ruth, anyway, shout out to that bitch, Zechron Lebracha. Anyway, so Sunday Night Sex with Sue Johansson was a show where Sue would take calls, and I would love to have a show like this someday, but they were amazing. I would watch these with just, I'm not going to tell you all about with whom I would watch this show, but it would be like every guy in the world would be very, in their own way, extremely jealous of me. Anyway, I would watch these shows and just learn, and just like, I was like, I'll put it this way, I was like a lion in a Sea of Gazelle. Anyway, watch the show, and one thing I remember is Sue Johansson was much more liberal in terms of some of the things. And she would say, like, how thick the epidermal walls of the vagina are. It's, like, really tough. It's got to, like, be able to have babies and stuff. But I'll never forget, she said the epidural wall of the anus is, like, one
Epidermal. Just want to clarify that.
layer. It's, like, not very thick. And these girls would call and be like, oh, my boyfriend wants to have anal sex. I don't really know about this. And, you know, Sue wasn't against it. And I think there can be perhaps something like third eye awakening in it to some people, perhaps. I mean, like the male prostate is like milkable. And to women, one time I talked to this girl and I was like, so what's it feel like? Like you're taking a really big shit multiple times? And she's like, uh-huh. And so I guess like, okay, that'd be very pleasurable to many people. All right. Yeah. But that was a good analogy, I thought. All right. Anyway, so what? What are you gonna say? Well, first and foremost, cleanliness is really important. So if you were gonna partake in this, whether halakhically or kabbalistically, it has to be really, really clean. This is just anal sex, and I think it's okay. Like, I mean, you know, like there's got to be like preservation of the sperm. So just like make a little bit of effort, maybe just a fire towards the vagina at some point or something. Like you don't have to make dead fucking nut connection every single time, but you know,
Perhaps to have that intention, that would be great, ideally. But if not, the lady can just kind of do what she wants to, maybe move it towards the vaginal canal. Who knows?
like maybe in your mind think that like, hey, if we had some kind of Rube Goldberg kind of like setup downstairs, she might get pregnant. I think that because you got to have that kind of mentality. So it's super clean, and you had the intention that she could get pregnant from this, and that perhaps by doing this, you may somehow have more children in the future because you'll be more attracted to each other. I think that's like a loophole we could use. All right, really quickly, I was working at this financial institution, and I would go into this like vault where we kept all the money, and I was a little bit of a pimp, let's just say, still am, baby. Anyway, this one woman would
Gigantic pimp.
go there, and she'd be like, "So what'd you do last night?" And I'd be like, "Oh man, allegedly, this is all alleged." I'd be like this girl blew me, and this other girl blew me.
Wow.
I was just like talking up a storm, spilling the tea. It was like Petticoat Junction. Anyway, and this girl was like, well, you better be careful. I'm like, why? She's blowing me. And she's like, yeah, but I had a girlfriend of mine who would blow guys she liked and incubate their semen in her mouth. And then when the guy wasn't looking, try to impregnate herself. And I was like, damn, bitch, you got some crazy ass friends. She's like, yeah, just be careful because you might meet someone like that and you could change your life. And I would be like, oh, this is all alleged. So we were just doing hypotheticals back there and everything, playing patty cake perhaps in the backs of cars, whatever. But I was like, damn, girl, that's like, you know, I was a young man. I'm not so down on how shit could be. But again, I'm like perfectly virgin as a new fallen snow. So I've never been blown ever. Not like I hold perhaps the world record for most amount of BJs from hot chicks, but nevertheless, or like that was like, I basically made my own fucking religion out of that, kids. But let's not go into that. It had religious connotations. We'll just put it that way. Allegedly, perhaps. Why? Who knows? I'm just allegedly. Anyway, back to Cunnilingus? No. Analingus? Okay, so do you think anal sex is okay? If you did under those circumstances, I think it's better. And I mean, whether it's allowed or not, I mean, it's already allowed. It may not be. It may not be. It may not be like a mainstream thought, but I mean, it is. But I don't know. It's up to you and your partner, really. Look, I say this for all this bullshit. This is like Outback Steakhouse. No rules, just what right. And I don't know, that used to be their saying. And do as thou wilt, just don't fuck up. And I don't think, if you did anal sex under these circumstances, I don't think that's too much fucking up. So long as no one gets hurt and it's totally consensual. Now, rim jobs, that one is interesting. This thing's never going to upload. All right, so I have to make it quick. Everything's got to be really clean, and I think it's just like any other orifice. Then, if everything's super clean, then you don't have to worry about the mouth being like, like desanctified or whatever. And then the hole, I think, would be okay.
It's just tubes.
And if there was some girl out there who would be like, look, if you do this to me, it will allow me to have more children. That's what I'm about. I want Judaism to grow. So with all of this, if you can justify it between you and your partner that, hey, if we do this, we're going to be more sexually attracted to each other and it's going to make things hotter and we're going to reproduce more, then I'm all for it. You're fired. Go fuck yourself. I want to say that consent's really, really important for both parties, and I don't agree with a man may do with his wife what he wants. I would maybe, and I think the rabbis would think the same. I think that she should consent to any of this as well. I really think they would think that.
Perhaps not whatever he wants. I understand how it's written, but love is a two-way street.
Because it's not like you could just straight up kill her. So we'll talk about sexuality in the future, perhaps. But this is our Kabbalistic discussion on anal sex and rum jobs. You're fired. Go fuck yourself. Kabbalah frames.
All right, babies, I want to add some clarification to the whole anal sex thing. Like, if you're really going to do it, then I want to make sure you do it correctly. Fuck. Yo, baby, I want to talk about and clarify the whole analingus thing. Fuck. What's up, sluts? I wanted to clarify the whole anal sex and analingus thing. So if you're going to do it in a hypothetical manner,
and at a high level, staying within halakhic and Kabbalistic framing and avoiding explicit sexual technique. Here's how it works. I'll give you sexual technique. Anyway, hypothetically, there are three major things about which we need to be aware: halakhic ritual concerns, Kabbalistic spiritual concerns, human dignity, health, and intention. So, halakhic style precautions, ritual, and legal logic. Even when something is permitted in Jewish law, it is usually surrounded by conditions: cleanliness, nikion. Jewish law is very sensitive to zora, which is excrement. Precaution would require ensuring absolute cleanliness beforehand. I would definitely think that, um, like an anal douche or a anal douche bag or a an enema would be great. Precaution would require ensure absolute cleanliness beforehand, avoiding any contact with filth that would invalidate prayer blessings or Torah study afterward. This mirrors existing halakhic rules around bodily cleanliness, not sexuality per se. And it's like it's just tubes from here to like here. It's just one big ass tube, sort of. Um, all right, semen concerns, if applicable. Traditional halakha treats wasted seed seriously. A hypothetical permission would likely require the ejaculation still occur in a halakhically acceptable manner, or that the act be secondary, not primary outlet. But again, under Rube Goldberg like logic, anything in this sort of area could go, in the right spot. Who knows? And if you have the right mentality, like, all right, did you ever see those old McDonald's commercials with Michael Jordan and Larry Bird, where it was like nothing but net, and they're like bouncing stuff? They'd be like off the backboard, off the so like their intention was for the ball to eventually go in the hoop, but the ball didn't hit that stuff first. If you don't know what I'm referencing, well then that's on you. But
what's in the bag? Lunch. Big Mac, fries. Play for it. You and me for my Big Mac. First one to miss watches the winner eat. No.
So like notice they're bouncing it off of stuff. Not necessarily every time.
Nothing but net. I think we're going to be here a while. I suggest you go get a Big Mac. This is for your Big Mac, right? First one that misses watches the winner eat lunch. Got it. Off the glass.
See, off the glass. Larry Legend knew what was up. I mean, this is like vaginal. Okay, but that gets into like anal. No rim. See, no rim on that one. Off the floor. Through the window. Off the wall.
Off the expressway, over the river, off the billboard, through the window, off the wall, nothing but net.
Oh, fuck, that didn't record, did it? Oh, man. This shit sucks. Settings. How much fucking space do we have? We should have enough space. Yeah, we should be good. Okay. So that shit just sucks. Anyway, I guess if this thing is still recording, I'll just do it. I don't know. Could you see what was going on there? Yeah, I think you figured it out. Okay. So we'll just go with this one and upload it. This shit sucks. So if you ever saw those old commercials, it'd be like off the floor, off the rafters, off the wall, nothing but that. And so I guess like the same way you could say like off the rectum, off your thigh, into the vagina, nothing but that. And you can help it. There's nobody who says, hey, you can't take a finger and just yeah, hold on. Wait. We do think that. We do. You shouldn't do that. There's and I really mean this, a lot of caution. You never do anal then vaginal. You do vaginal then anal. So how would we get past this one? All right. So maybe not semen that was like in the butthole, but if there was just like a smear streak on an ass cheek, that's just like skin. We want to avoid any kind of anus to vaginal canal. That's really important. All right. So, like, just don't use seminal fluid that's way back in there. Or you could use a condom and then at the end just take, the condom and just kind of, lady can just, scoop that shit up like Baskin Robbins. Who knows? Easy there, Cold Stone Creamery. Here we go. So as I was saying, cleanliness is really important. Semen concerns. Again, Rube Goldberg is a thing. Marital context. Nearly all leniencies in sexual matters appear only within marriage. Precautions would include mutual consent, emotional well-being of both spouses, no coercion or degradation. I really mean that. Now, if some bitch is like, you degrade me, Rabbi, as much as you fucking want, well, then that's like, we're just playing house at that point. We're just role-playing, and that's not, it may seem like degradation if you're being walked around on a fucking leash, but that doesn't necessarily mean it. I mean, I would say to you, there are like two mental states. Like one would be like, yeah, bitch, you like that, right? And she'd be like, I'd be like, you dirty slut, you fucking eat that shit up. And she'd be like, uh-huh. That's degrading. But then I could be like, yo, time out. I could use the lady from the grape stomp and I just stop that. Wait. That lady, you know who I'm talking about. Like whatever your safe word is. And be like, wait, do you really feel degraded? And she's gonna be like, fuck no, bring it on harder. Anyway, it's just that's part of sexuality. All right, so if I hear that, then it'd be like, yo, are you being degraded? You need me to stop or whatever. All right. So then Kabbalistic precautions, spiritual metaphysics. Kabbalah views sexuality as cosmic energy transfer, not just physical pleasure. Intentionality, kavana. The act would need elevated intention, such as strengthening marital unity, which, again, I agree, and channeling desire towards holiness. That's a pun. Anyway, get it? Holy, like your whole holiness. Anyway, acts driven, maybe not the most appropriate of puns, but still, nevertheless, fucking hilarious. Acts driven purely by domination, humiliation, or excess desire would be spiritually damaging. However, some bitches want that, and so you have to. It's a fine line. Like, look, if you really feel like you're being demeaned by it, then absolutely not. But if it turns you on to get this playful demeaning in, then all's fair in love and war, baby. Avoiding association with the Sitra Achra. In Kabbalah, bodily openings of waste are symbolically linked to kelipot, impure forces. Precautions would include clear separation between pleasure and waste, avoiding acts that symbolically feed impurity, mental focus or connection rather than transgression. Timing. Kabbalah assigns different spiritual states to times, weekdays versus Shabbat. A hypothetical permission might restrict such acts to certain times or discourage them during spiritually sensitive periods. Ethical and human dignity precautions. Judaism strongly emphasizes kavod habrios, human dignity. No degradation. Any act that causes shame, makes a partner feel used, mimics abusive power dynamics would be spiritually invalid until it would be spiritually invalid even if technically permitted. Again, nobody wants you to feel shame or used or anything like that. However, there are some bitches out there and people just in general who like that idea. And I'm not going to kink shame. If that's what you like, that's cool, but you should have a safe word to be able to say, like, if you do feel shame, if you do feel used, you need, then it's no longer consenting. And then you know, the fucking grape lady. We'll do it at the end. Uh, and then health and safety. Judaism treats bodily harm as prohibited. Precautions would include avoiding injury, avoiding practices that cause pain or long-term harm. Again, some bitches want that though, so we wouldn't want to injure anybody and cause pain or long-term harm. You know, John Mellencamp, aka John Cougar or John Cougar Mellencamp, but John Mellencamp had a song "Hurt So Good." Come on, baby, make it hurt so good. Sometimes love don't feel like it should. You make it hurt so good. There's something about that hurting can be good, and that's for every individual to be able to determine. But if it's really causing pain, absolutely not. And go to the proper authority if you feel at any point that somebody's hurting you without your consent. So then you should know that the big picture, even in this hypothetical, Judaism would still view such acts as non-ideal. I agree. Vaginal, penile interaction is the way to go. Vaginal, penile sex. They might be tolerated under limited conditions, not celebrated. Now, I know some Rebbitzin out there is going to be like, but I want to celebrate this stuff. And it'd be like, there's a fine line between tolerated and limited, not celebrated. We're going to celebrate penile vaginal intercourse. And generally not celebrated. But if you were like, look, I wasn't able to have a child, but then because I was just like asexual, but then something awakened inside of me when my partner rimmed me, and now I've got a brood of 14 children, we might celebrate that. I'm not going to lie. All right. The default sexual ideal of halakha and Kabbalah remains penile vaginal intimacy, yes, with love, modesty, and sanctity. Let's get that straight. And then what about analingus? So halakha versus Kabbalah. If analingus were assumed to be permitted, which in reality it is not in mainstream halakhic or Kabbalistic sources, the precautions would be even stricter than for other non-normative sexual acts because it directly involves the area most associated with zoa, excrement, and kelipot. Below is how Judaism would likely frame it if it were allowed. Halakhic type precautions, absolute cleanliness. I'm even saying that you could have like a machine. I don't know, like you know how we have like black lights that see like semen on stuff. I think you could have the same kind of machine, like or light or something that could ensure like an anus is completely clean. Like science could do that. I'm sure somebody could work on that. Anyway, so this would be so cleanliness is a central issue. Jewish law is extremely strict about contact with excrement, having filth in or near the mouth. Hypothetical permission would require meticulous cleansing beforehand, zero presence of waste, immediate washing afterward. Any doubt of contamination would render the act forbidden. This is stricter than for most other intimate contact because the mouth is used for prayer, Torah blessings. Separation from holiness after it. Even hypothetically, one would still likely require washing the mouth and body, waiting before prayer or learning Torah, treating the act as something that creates temporary ritual distance. This mirrors halakhic logic and other bodily function contexts. Consent and marital context. As with all sexual leniencies, only within marriage, full enthusiastic consent, no coercion or pressure. Kabbalistic precautions. Where it gets stricter. Kabbalah is far more resistant to this act than halakha would be. Mouth symbolism. In Kabbalah, the mouth corresponds to malchut, speech, divine expression, using it in a way associated with waste risks. Spiritual inversion, drawing energy downward instead of upward. Hypothetical precautions would require very strong intentional focus, kavana, which I think could be done, and framing the act as bonding, not indulgence. And that's the big thing. I'm saying like there are ladies out there who have been in, and men, just sexless marriages for a long time. I don't know if that's the best thing to do or to be in, but if you are and you want to spice things up, this might be it. If it's not, then maybe that's not the right person for you. Who knows? But maybe it is. And maybe this just floats your boat, tickles your fancy, whatever it is. All right, so Kabbalistic precautions where it gets stricter. We talked about this. Avoiding feeding the kelipot, the anal area symbolically linked to waist separation, and sitra achar, the other side. Precautions would include clear mental separation between pleasure and filth, avoiding any sense of degradation or excess, immediate spiritual reorientation afterward, washing, prayer later, etc. Even then, Kabbalah would likely view it as spiritually dangerous, not neutral. Yeah, but danger might be my middle name, baby. You never know. I mean, under most conditions, penile, vaginal sex, that's what we're talking about. But under some circumstances, if we think that it will increase the bond between two people and overall create more Jews, that's what sex is about in many ways. I'm going to be more lenient on this. Timing restrictions, if hypothetically allowed at all, likely discouraged on Shabbat or holy days. Okay, fine. And I'm fine with that. I think that's, should be focused on procreation. Not that this isn't, but this isn't, perhaps the chances aren't as high. And I want on at least Shabbat, the chances would be highest. Look, I've said this before. If you really want to run down some rabbits and be like, give it to me, like, calm down, woman. Men and women in Israel, and just Jewish men and women, Jewish men and women, period, should be having intercourse every single night. For the man, 6 days a week under current weeks, this is how it should work. You both had a long day, whatever. You ejaculate inside your wife, and you go to bed, and you both fall asleep. If she's not brought to orgasm, I understand it takes a little while. She's got to be in the right mood, all those other things. But for a guy, it's a really easy way to fall asleep. Now, on Shabbat, that's a time for the woman. And you must ensure every single time that you get her off beforehand, especially on Shabbat. I'm sure that you could probably do it under normal circumstances during the week as well. And if you can, that's great. But what I'm saying is, look, if you, like, some women, it's always going to happen to them. But some women, it's going to be really difficult for them to come to orgasm. You're going to have to work at it. And it might take you a long time. And you've got work in the morning and all the other things that you've got. And I don't want you exhausted every single night because you're having to try to get this lady off. So what do I advise? He can inseminate you and then fall asleep. And lady, if you want, you use a toy or a tool or whatever it is, you just watch my streams, whatever it is to get you off. You do it, girl. All right. So precautions would include clear mental separation between pleasure and filth, avoiding any sense of degradation, immediate spiritual reorientation afterward, washing prayer later, etc. Even then, Kabbalah would likely view it as spiritually dangerous, not neutral. And it's not ideal. None of this is ideal. Why? Because ideal is penile vaginal intercourse. Ideal is the woman coming before the man. And that's just, if I can give a guy any advice, make sure she comes first. If you do, you're putty. Ask any woman. I've said this before. I've said it. I'll say it again. I used to always get confused why these scummy guys would get these amazing girls, and it's because they would take the time to make sure she came first, and perhaps her other mates would not do that. And she comes first. If she comes first, it's over. She's putting in your hand. All right. Timing restrictions, if hypothetically allowed at all, likely discouraged on Shabbat or holy days, possibly restricted to times of lower spiritual sensitivity. Human dignity is crucial. Judaism would draw a hard line here. Any act that feels humiliating power imbalance would be invalid spiritually, even if technically permitted. Pleasure alone would not justify it. Kavod, dignity is non-negotiable. Bottom line, even in a hypothetical permissive framework, analingus would be the most restrictive, spiritual, risky, not ideal. I agree with all of that. It would require extreme cleanliness, strong intentionality, clear dignity, and consent. I agree with all of that. Kabbalah would still view it as borderline or spiritually damaging, even if tolerated. However, if it means that we're going to have more Jews for whatever reason, then I think that we can be more lenient on it. In real Jewish tradition, this is why halakha avoids permitting it. Kabbalah strongly discourages it. Many authorities treat it as outright forbidden, but not this one. You're fired. Go fuck yourself. An enema would be great. Blessings or towards to the afterward. This mirrors exist in contact with much halakhic halakhic. What's up, sluts? Fuck. This as metaphysically dangerous. Yo, baby, I want to talk about and clarify the whole analingus thing. What's up, sluts? I wanted to clarify the whole anal sex and analingus thing. So if you're going to do it in a hypothetical manner and at a high level, staying within halakhic and Kabbalistic framing and avoiding explicit sexual technique, here's how it works. I'll give you sexual technique. Anyway, hypothetically, there are three major things about which we need to be aware. Halakhic ritual concerns, Kabbalistic spiritual concerns, human dignity, health, and intention. So halakhic style cautions ritual and legal logic. Even when something is permitted in Jewish law, it is usually surrounded by conditions. Cleanliness, nikion. Jewish law is very sensitive to zohar, which is excrement. Precaution would require ensuring absolute cleanliness beforehand. I would definitely think that like an anal douche or a anal douche bag or an enema would be great. Precaution would require ensure absolute cleanliness beforehand, avoiding any contact with filth that would invalidate prayer blessings or torah afterward. This mirrors existing halakhic rules around bodily cleanliness, not sexuality per se. And it's like, it's just tubes from here to like here. It's just one big ass tube, sort of. All right, semen concerns, if applicable. Traditional halakha treats wasted seed seriously. A hypothetical permission would likely require the ejaculation still occur in a halakhically acceptable manner, or that the act be secondary, not primary outlet. But again, under Rube Goldberg-like logic, anything in this sort of area could go, in the right spot. Who knows? And if you have the right mentality, like, all right, did you ever see those old McDonald's commercials with Michael Jordan and Larry Bird where it was like nothing but net and they're like bouncing stuff? They'd be like off the backboard, So like their intention was for the ball to eventually go in the hoop, but the ball didn't hit that stuff first. If you don't know what I'm referencing, well then that's on you. But
What's in the bag? Lunch. Big Mac, fries. Play for it. You and me for my Big Mac. First one to miss, what does the winner eat? No, don't eat.
like, notice they're bouncing it off of stuff. Not necessarily every time.
I suggest you go get a Big Mac.
glass. Larry knew what was up. I mean, this is like vaginal. Okay, but that gets into like anal. No rim. See, no rim on that one. Off the floor. Through the window. Off the wall. Oh, fuck, that didn't record, did it? Oh, man. This shit sucks. Settings. Yeah. I guess if this thing is still recording, I'll just do it. I don't know. Could you see what was going on there? Yeah, I think you figured it out. Okay. So we'll just go with this one and upload it. This shit sucks. So if you ever saw those old commercials, it'd be like off the floor, off the rafters, off the wall, nothing but that. And so I guess like the same way you could say like off the rectum, off your thigh, into the vagina, nothing but that. And you can help it. There's nobody who says, hey, you can't take a finger and just yeah, hold on, wait. We do think that. We do. You shouldn't do that. There's and I really mean this, a lot of caution. You never do anal then vaginal. You do vaginal then anal. So how would we get past this one? All right. So maybe not semen that.
Hold on. You could also do vaginal, wash, and then do anal. It's always a way, kids.
Was like in the butthole, but if there was just like a smear streak on an ass cheek, that's just like skin. We want to avoid any kind of anus to vaginal canal. That's really important. All right. So like just don't use seminal fluid that's way back in there. Or you could use a condom and then at the end just take, the condom and just kind of, lady can just, scoop that shit up like Baskin Robbins. Who knows? Easy there, Cold Stone Creamery. Here we go. So as I was saying, cleanliness is really important. Semen concerns.
Cleanliness is next to godliness, kids. Don't ever forget that. In a non-blaspheme way.
Yo, baby, I want to talk about and clarify the whole anal anus thing.
had to flex with them because I kind of lifted again because they saw a guy doing 225. I went, oh, you think that's good? They went, yeah, that's really good. Who breaks? Who breaks? Your body, bless you. Did you ever stay asleep for 24 hours? Have I ever stayed asleep? No. No, I'm saying not got any sleep for 24 hours. I have. I drove to Tijuana for car parts, and it's dicey as fuck. Yeah, I mean, it's tell you, don't have anything worried about. Oh, really? Crazy. I off-roaded in the Baja 500 this past year. There was three dead guys in the course. Come on. And they're like, let's straight. They kept going. They put 3 more dead guys on the course. And finally, a local's like, hey, dumbass, this is cartel territory. This is them warning you, like, don't come through it. So they had to reroute everything and go around the mountain.
Oh God, dude, dealing with the dude. Here's
Also, good and white.
Dealing with the cartel must be so annoying.
What happened there? Then they purposely do it so your brain's slower. Yeah, it's a good way to break people down to see who breaks. Who breaks? Your body, bless you. Did you ever stay asleep for 24 hours? Have I ever stayed asleep? No. No, I'm saying not got any sleep for 24 hours. I have. I drove to Tijuana for car parts, and it's dicey as fuck. Yeah, I mean, it's tell you, don't have anything worried about. Oh, really? Crazy. I off-roaded in the Baja 500 this past year. There was 3 dead guys on the course. Come on. And they're like, oh, that's strange. They kept going. They put 3 more dead guys on the course. And then finally, a local's like, hey, dumbass, this is cartel territory. This is them warning you, like, don't come through it. So they had to reroute everything and go around the mountain.
Oh God, dude, dealing with the dude. Here's
Also, good and white.
Dealing with the cartel must be so annoying.
What happened there? Then they purposely do it so your brain's slower. Yeah, it's a good way to break people down to see who breaks. Who breaks? Your body, bless you. Did you ever sit to sleep for 24 hours? I had to flex with them because I kind of lifted again because they saw a guy doing 225. I went, oh, you think that's good? They went, yeah, that's really good. I went, you think I can do it, boss? He goes, I don't think so. I went, interesting. I'm going to put that on. How many times do you guys think I can do it? Boss, he goes, twice. Tiger said 5. So I did 30.
Okay, no, check this out. I love that you're trying to prove your manliness to an 8-year-old.
Kill your father, Boston! I had to flex with them because I kind of lifted again because they saw a guy doing 225. I went, oh, you think that's good? They went, yeah, that's really good. I went, you think I can do it, boss? He goes, I don't think so. I went, interesting. I'm going to put that on. How many times do you guys think I can do it? Boss, he goes, twice. Tiger said 5. So I did 30.
Okay, no, check this out. I love that you're trying to prove your manliness to an 8-year-old.
Kill your father, Boston! I had to flex with them because I kind of lifted again because they saw a guy doing 225. I went, oh, you think that's good? They went, yeah, that's really good. I went, you think I can do it, boss? He goes, I don't think so. I went, interesting. I'm going to put that on. How many times do you guys think I can do it, boss? He goes, twice. Tiger said 5. So I did 30.
Okay, no, check this out. I love that you're trying to prove your manliness to an 8-year-old.
Kill your father, Boston! I had to flex with them because I kind of looked. Lifted again because they saw a guy doing. But well, you know, we
Again, Rube Goldberg is the thing. Marital context. Nearly all leniencies in sexual matters approved only within marriage. Precautions would include mutual consent, emotional well-being of both spouses, no coercion or degradation. I really mean that. Now, if some bitch is like, you degrade me, Rabbi, as much as you fucking want, well, then that's like, you know, we're just playing house at that point. We're just role playing it, and that's not. It may seem like degradation if you're being walked around on a fucking leash, but that doesn't necessarily mean it. I mean, I would say to you, there are like two mental states. Like one would be like, yeah, bitch, you like that, right? And she'd be like, it'd be like, you dirty slut, you fucking eat that shit up. And she'd be like, uh-huh. That's degrading. But then I could be like, yo, time out. I could use the lady from the grape stomp into I just not that wait.
Blue grapes. What kind of grapes? These are filled with Chamberson grapes, and the winner this Saturday, he's stopped music, eating international foods, having wine tours and tasting, vineyard tours, seminars, arts and crafts. It's a lot of fun, a whole day. Stop. I can't breathe. Stop. No. Oh, boy, I think she's actually hurt. No, I think. I want something fun.
What is all this? What did you do to the Cabana Club?
Oh, we don't call it the Cabana Club anymore, Frank. It's now called Place. Little P, Big L. Congratulations. You two now own the hottest spot in town.
Wow, that's a lot of people. I hope we have enough ride. How'd you pay for all this?
I got a job as a field reporter.
Semen concerns. Again, Rube Goldberg is a thing. Marital context. Nearly all.
Yo, baby, I want to talk about cleanliness is really important. Semen concerns.
Leniencies and sexual.
Next to godliness, kids. Don't ever forget. And not blaspheme way. Yo, baby, I want to talk about.
Perhaps I should have said non-blasphemous way, but you know what I mean when it comes to cleanliness. Everybody should. I'm the cleanest person ever. I've got surgical hands, girls. Again, Rube Goldberg is a thing. Marital context. Nearly all leniencies in sexual matters appear only within marriage. Precautions would include mutual consent, emotional well-being of both spouses, no coercion or degradation. I really mean that. Now, if some bitch is like, you degrade me, Rabbi, as much as you fucking want. Semen concerns. As I said previously, in a non-blasphemous way. And to not blaspheme. And as you know, cleanliness is very important. I've got surgical hands, girl. Cleanliness is really important. Semen concerns. Again, Rube Goldberg is a thing. Marital context. Nearly all leniencies in sexual matters appear only within marriage. Precautions would include mutual consent, emotional well-being of both spouses, no coercion or degradation. I really mean that. Now, if some bitch is like, you degrade me, Rabbi, as much as you fucking want, well, then that's like, you know, we're just playing house at that point. We're just role playing it, and that's not. It may seem like degradation if you're being walked around on a fucking leash, but that doesn't necessarily mean it. I mean, I would say to you, there are like two mental states. Like one would be like, yeah, bitch, you like that, right? And she'd be like, I'd be like, you dirty slut, you fucking eat that shit up. And she'd be like, uh-huh. That's degrading. But then I could be like, yo, time out. I could use the lady from the grape stomp and I just not that wait.
Come and spend the day listening to live music, eating international foods, having wine tours and tasting, vineyard tours, seminars, arts and crafts. It's a lot of fun, the whole day. I can't breathe. No. Boy, I think she's actually hurt. No, I think she is. Yeah, she's hurt. She took a hard fall off there. Okay. Gosh, I hope she's okay. Okay. We're going to make sure she is.
Stewie, what is all this? What did you do to the Cabana Club? Oh, we don't call it the Cabana Club anymore, Frank. It's now called Place. Little P, Big L. Congratulations. You two now own the hottest spot in town.
Wow, that's a lot of people. I hope we have enough ride.
How'd you pay for all this? I got a job as a field reporter for Channel 5 News. And all the juice is being collected underneath?
Yes, and whoever collects the most is going to win a free weekend here at the Chateau with international foods and wine tasting.
Stop. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
Oh, gosh, I hope he's all right.
We'll have to send someone to make sure that he is.
So that's the safe word, girls. Like universally, if you hear that, stop. That lady, you know who I'm talking about. Like whatever your safe word is, and be like, wait, do you really feel degraded? And she's gonna be like, fuck no, bring it on harder. Anyway, it's just that's part of sexuality. All right, so So if I hear that, then be like, yo, are you being degraded? You need me to stop or whatever. All right. So then Kabbalistic precautions, spiritual metaphysics. Kabbalah views sexuality as cosmic energy transfer, not just physical pleasure. Intentionality, Kabbalah. The act would need elevated intentions, such as strengthening marital unity, which, again, I agree, and channeling desire towards holiness. That's a pun. Anyway, get it? Holy, like your whole holiness. Anyway, acts-driven, maybe not the most appropriate of puns, but still, nevertheless, fucking hilarious. Acts driven purely by domination, humiliation, or excess desire would be spiritually damaging. However, some bitches want that, and so you have to. It's a fine line. Like, look, if you really feel like you're being demeaned by it, then absolutely not. But if it turns you on to get this playful demeaning in, then all's fair in love and war, baby. Avoiding association with the Sitra Achra. In Kabbalah, bodily openings and wastes are symbolically linked to kelipot, impure forces. Precautions would include clear separation between pleasure and waste, avoiding acts that symbolically feed impurity, mental focus or connection rather than transgression. Timing. Kabbalah assigns different spiritual states to times, weekdays versus Shabbat. A hypothetical permission might restrict such acts to certain times or discourage them during spiritually sensitive periods. Ethical and human dignity precautions. Judaism strongly emphasizes kavod, abrios, human dignity. No degradation. Any act that causes shame, makes a partner feel used, mimics abusive power dynamics would be spiritually invalid even if technically permitted. Again, nobody wants you to feel shame or used or anything like that. However, there are some bitches out there and people just in general who like that idea. And I'm not going to kink shame. If that's what you like, that's cool, but you should have a safe word to be able to say, like, if you do feel shame, if you do feel used, then it's no longer consenting. And then you know, the fucking grape lady. We'll do it at the end.
We already did it.
And then health and safety. Judaism treats bodily harm as prohibited. Precautions would include avoiding injury, avoiding practices that cause pain or long-term harm. Again, some bitches want that, though. So we wouldn't want to injure anybody and cause pain or long-term harm. You know, John Mellencamp, aka John Cougar or John Cougar Mellencamp, but John Mellencamp had a song, Hurt So Good. Come on, baby, make it hurt so good. Sometimes love don't feel like it should. You make it hurt so good. There's something about that hurting can be good. And that's for every individual to be able to determine. But if it's really causing pain, absolutely not. And go to the proper authority if you feel at any point that somebody's hurting you without your consent. So then you should know that the big picture, even in this hypothetical, Judaism would still view such acts as non-ideal. I agree. Vaginal, penile interaction is the way to go. Vaginal, penile sex. They might be tolerated under limited conditions, not celebrated. Now, I know some Rebbitzin out there is going to be like, but I want to celebrate this stuff. And it'd be like, there's a fine line between tolerated and limited, not celebrated. We're going to celebrate penile, vaginal intercourse. And generally not celebrated. But if you were like, look, I wasn't able to have a child, but then because I was just like asexual, but then something awakened inside of me when my partner rimmed me, and now I've got a brood of 14 children, we might celebrate that. I'm not gonna lie. All right, the default sexual ideal of halakha and Kabbalah remains penile, vaginal intimacy, yes, with love, modesty, and sanctity. Let's get that straight. And then, what about analingus? So, halakha versus Kabbalah. If analingus were assumed to be permitted, which in reality it is not in mainstream halakhic or Kabbalistic sources, The precautions would be even stricter than for other non-normative sexual acts because it directly involves the area most associated with zoa, excrement, and calipo. Below is how Judaism would likely frame it if it were allowed. Halakhic type precautions, absolute cleanliness. I'm even saying that you could have like a machine. I don't know, like you know how we have like uh, black lights that see like semen on stuff. I think you could have the same kind of machine, like or light or something that could ensure like an anus is completely clean. Like science could do that. I'm sure somebody could work on that. Anyway.
Same with the mouth. Don't forget, kids. It's like holes, like all the way down. It's just like one big tube. Don't forget that.
Anyway, so
in fact,
this would be so cleanliness is a central issue.
I want to say
extremely strict about
like
contact with excrement, having filth in or near the mouth. Hypothetical permission would require
like everything in the future. I think will be a lot cleaner. There are already advancements in cleanliness, and I think that everything could be super clean in the future. I imagine a world where it would be, and I don't want it to exist if it's not relatively clean. And especially in comparison to what it was under Talmudic times, like we're way cleaner than they were. God willing.
Meticulous cleansing beforehand, zero presence of waste, immediate washing afterward. Any doubt of contamination would render the act forbidden. This is stricter than for most other intimate contact because the mouth is used for prayer, Torah blessings. Separation from holiness after it. Even hypothetically, one would still likely require washing the mouth and body, waiting before prayer or learning Torah, treating the act as something that creates temporary ritual distance. This mirrors halakhic logic and other bodily function contexts. Consent and marital context. As with all sexual leniencies, only within marriage, full enthusiastic consent, no coercion or pressure. Kabbalistic precautions. Where it gets stricter, Kabbalah is far more resistant to this act than halakha would be. Mouth symbolism in Kabbalah, the mouth corresponds to malchut, speech, divine expression, using it in a way associated with waste risks. Spiritual inversion, drawing energy downward instead of upward. Hypothetical precautions would require very strong intentional focus, kavana, which I think could be done, and framing the act as bonding, not indulgence. And that's the big thing. I'm saying, like, there are ladies out there who have been in, and men, just sexless marriages for a long time. I don't know if that's the best thing to do or to be in, but if you are, and you want to spice things up, this might be it. If it's not, then maybe that's not the right person for you. Who knows? But maybe it is. And maybe this just floats your boat, tickles your fancy, whatever it is.
Ignite your fire.
All right, so
light my fire.
Kabbalistic precautions where it gets stricter. We talked about this. Avoiding feeding the kelipot, the anal area is symbolically linked to waste separation, and sitra achar, the other side. Precautions would include clear mental separation between pleasure and filth, avoiding any sense of degradation or excess, immediate spiritual reorientation afterward, washing, prayer later, etc. Even then, Kabbalah would likely view it as spiritually dangerous, not neutral. Yeah, but danger might be my middle name, baby. You never know. I mean, under most conditions, penile vaginal sex, that's what we're talking about. But under some circumstances, if we think that it will increase the bond between two people and overall create more Jews, that's what sex is about in many ways, I'm going to be more lenient on this. Having restrictions, if hypothetically allowed at all, likely discouraged on Shabbat or holy days. Okay, fine. And I'm fine with that. I think that's, should be focused on procreation. Not that this isn't, but this isn't, perhaps the chances aren't as high. And I went on at least Shabbat, the chances would be highest. Look, I've said this before. If you really want to run down some rabbits and give it to me, like, calm down, woman. men and women in Israel, and just Jewish men and women, Jewish men and women, period, should be having intercourse every single night. For the man, 6 days a week under current weeks.
Or mornings too. Mornings are important. If you can do it multiple times a day, good on you, my friend.
This is how it should work. You both had a long day, whatever. You ejaculate inside your wife, and you go to bed, and you both fall asleep. If she's not brought to orgasm, I understand it takes a little while. She's got to be in the right mood, all those other things. But for
Doug, but like, let me say, if you're not familiar with the womanizer, dog, you should be able to get that girl off. This fucking thing's battery has been around for years. So just, work it in there. You'll figure it out. Just like that. Greatest fucking battery ever.
a guy is a really easy way to fall asleep. Now, on Shabbat, that's the time for the woman.
So let me say this. With the womanizer, you should be able to get your girl off. Pretty fucking easy. But if you haven't and whatever, just understand that the priority is on Shabbat that she gets off.
Must ensure every single time.
But it's really important if she can do it. If you can get her off every single time, that's ideal, baby.
Time that you get her off beforehand.
Get her off before anyone else every single time. That's ideal.
Especially on Shabbat. I'm sure that you could.
That's how I roll, baby.
Probably do it under normal circumstances during the week as well. And if you can, that's great. But what I'm saying is, look, if you some women, it's always going to happen to them, but some women, it's going to be really difficult for them to come to orgasm. You're going to have to work at it, and it might take you a long time, and you've got work in the morning and all the other things that you've got, and I don't want you exhausted every single night because you're having to try to get this lady off. So what do I advise? He can inseminate you and then fall asleep. And lady, if you want, you use a toy or a tool or whatever it is. You just watch my streams, whatever it is to get you off. You do it, girl. All right. So precautions would include clear mental separation between pleasure and filth, avoiding any sense of degradation, immediate spiritual reorientation afterward, watching prayer later, etc. Even then, Kabbalah would likely view it as spiritually dangerous, not neutral. And it's not ideal. None of this is ideal. Why? Because ideal is penile vaginal intercourse. Ideal is the woman coming before the man. And that's just, if I can give a guy any advice, make sure she comes first. If you do, you're putty. Ask any woman. I've said this before. I'll say it again. I used to always get confused.
She's putty in your hand. That's what I'm trying to say.
Confused why these scummy guys would get these amazing girls, and it's because they would take the time to make sure she came first, and perhaps her other mates would not do that. And she comes first. If she comes first, it's over. She's putty in your hand.
Game over.
All right. Timing restrictions, if hypothetically allowed at all, likely discouraged on Shabbat or holy days, possibly restricted to times of lower spiritual sensitivity. Human dignity is crucial. Judaism would draw a hard line here. Any act that feels degrading, humiliating, power imbalance would be invalid spiritually, even if technically permitted. Pleasure alone would not justify it. Kavod, dignity is non-negotiable. Bottom line, even in a hypothetical permissive framework, analingus would be the most restrictive, spiritual, risky, not ideal. I agree with all of that. It would require extreme cleanliness, strong intentionality, clear dignity, and consent. I agree with all of that. Kabbalah would still view it as borderline or spiritually damaging, even if tolerated. However, if it means that we're going to have more Jews for whatever reason, then I think that we can be more lenient on it. In real Jewish tradition, this is why halakha avoids permitting it. Kabbalah strongly discourages it. Many authorities treat it as outright forbidden, but not this way. You're fine. Go fuck yourself.
You know, like I went through your DMs. You sent a peach emoji to fucking a picture of Annie Letterman's ass. I saw that. So you're like, oh, I would never hit on her. Doesn't make any sense. I mean, laughing at him on this fucking Slayer podcast for stumbling over his words.
How do you handle a drug walk situation? Obvious. You text my BD, I'm gonna kill you. But moving on, Christian L.
Literally, it's like. As ridiculous as that Mark broke into my house story, it's like, how can I make this the absolute worst out of this universe fucking problem out of just being like, yeah, you like, we already know you're a cheater. Just admit to it. Just be like, hey, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're right.
I misread the situation.
So Christian L, we know it's just Chan chatting, and he's only giving $4.99 because he's not making very much money.
Yeah.
But he said, let's see, let's scroll back up. Oh, he said, Mark, what is Shop's most redeeming quality? You must have seen something good in the beginning. Hoping you answered.
I'm talking about Shop's positive qualities, but they're still under the umbrella of narcissistic personality disorder, which implies many stages of a relationship. He is going to be very generous. So, for example, like the first time I ever traveled with him was to Austin, Texas in 2021. I got permission to go from my wife because she was like, "Why the fuck are you going with Chop?" Like, it was actually her birthday, so I was like, "But I like." It felt like it was like, dude, I want to go do this cool. Like, he invited me. Come on. This is gonna be fun. I hadn't traveled like that much like during COVID. So like, Ed Chappelle, who a lot of loves, is like going with us. So she was like, not okay with me going for no money. But I was like, oh, so I made up a lie. I was like, oh, we're going to $500. I told Brandon that. Just being like, oh, because I got it. He was giving me $500. So he took my ass so I could be like, so what's the right? But I can name some things where it's like he has right? So maybe all things, but that's a short-term strategy. Trust me, so that in the end, next year, or something like as your values you feel like that too, right? So I would just usually stop taking things off for like when I was having issues like me and Alana started having conflicts. She was working a shit ton. She was working like 2 graphic design jobs. She was suffering from burnout. Late 2022. I'm trying to shop because of my fucking years. I got this crazy boss who's disrespecting all the time. I'm traveling at home. I'm working at the office. So we're both like high conflict because she's like mad at me about Brendan being exploiting me and not getting paid enough. And I'm like mad at her because I'm coming in from traveling and she's like you want a steak face or whatever perspective. And then, you know, oh, okay. So, that's the other end of it. He sets it up so that being on the road, he was making me feel like shit for whatever reason. He was like, and I had to come to like, look, dude, you're not even treating me like with 100th of the respect that you treated me last year. And I'm like, putting all my effort into doing like, you think you're doing me a favor by doing all this? Like, yeah, in college educated, professional writer, I do all these things. Like, I don't need any crazy job. Like, you're paying me, and I agreed to do the same fucking. I didn't even negotiate. He's like, what's pushing for you? The same thing. I was like, well, what do you just for you? Because you are getting work. Like, and I'm still doing shit. I'm like, fuck you.
Yeah, that's so funny. When the first time I see the guy tripping on accident,
I almost talked about it before I came over. Would that be funny if I was on acid?
Yeah, like, so with Shab, what I learned from Shab, because he does have good qualities, is like, number one, that he taught me a lot. Like, I wasn't really that into my son's baseball team. And then, like, I wasn't a Shab, I was like, oh, I should be like a baseball dad. He got really a good umpire. Yeah, my son, Denver, has gotten a lot better at the swing and the pitch, and he never, like, loses to a back guy anymore, like a back kid. So, like, if a back kid is playing, he's always better than a back kid.
I didn't like him until I got my own truck.
Hey, the Tacos Reddit post by one of the baseball parents was so fucking funny. Because now again, this guy, now it's not getting the shit. Like, now I'm a baseball dad. Like, this my kids in my life. After cheating on their mother, like, it's hilarious watching this. And then hearing the other side of the story where it's like, oh, Shop's also, as if everything portrays himself as like this beast of work ethic. It's not even like, I'm trying to pull a shop. Then you hear the other side of the coin, you're like, oh, so from a third party perspective, Shop is just a lazy fuck like you chili dog. So, I don't know, but he's like, he can't throw baseball or catch it.
Oh, man. Fuck.
We got some action.
He's mad at baseball? I didn't see it. Oh, man.
Yeah, do basic things in baseball. That's kind of like if you watch this football highlights from Colorado. Like,
yeah, I mean,
this guy thought he was going to make it in the NFL. And I can say that as football. I watched myself play football on video thousands of times because we had I played before high school. Yeah, so you still have to do the high school colleges. So we're watching practice film every day, one-on-one drills and scrimmage footage, and you're scrutinized one by one, right? It's humiliating when you fuck up. It's like, as a freshman, I'm like, I don't know how to play football. Like, and your coach is ripping into you, but it's a great, like,
you're learning a whole new
humility exercise. So, but I look at Shab and I go, I know what it looks like. I'm not saying, like, I had good moments for me. I knew, like, when I was performing well, and it gives you an appreciation for, like, NFL caliber. Like, you have no idea until you see yourself play football on camera. Like, these fucking 300-pound D linemen, it's like, these humans shouldn't be able to move that fast. Watching Shab, I'm like, oh, he looks like a D3 player. You know what I mean? Like, he's not good.
Yeah,
really the NFL.
I haven't seen good highlights. Jay, thank you, Jay. Jay, how does Shab feel about earring?
Good question, because that's another nuanced one, that falls under the umbrella of Shab hates everyone who he feels is socially beneath him. However, he did negotiate on Eric's behalf not against, but like when he was being brought into the King of the Sting situation, apparently, according to Shab, which take it with a grain of salt, but I think Thea was kind of like making it more difficult for him to kind of be an equal partner in this like dynamic or something like that, where it's like, because they were inviting him on as a guest, and I'm like, oh, we'll throw you this much change per week, and he was kind of like, hey man, like, if I'm going to keep myself available every week, which is totally fair, it's like, am I going to be on call, or am I going to be part of this thing? He was asking very fair questions. Shab advocated for him to be a more fairly paid kind of, we're splitting in this kind of thing. And I think it was Theo who was kind of going, I don't want that, but also like but part of this pie was the fact that like King of the Sting is what it is because of Theo Vaughn. Sure, Theo Vaughn is the draw here. Theo Vaughn does a solo podcast. He gets 1 million hits. So like obviously, you get a business sense. You could realistically go, what's your value to this? Like what you add. In a friend sense or a very fair sense, you go, if we're doing a podcast together and I know that I need you, let's all get paid the same. But baked into this cake is a condescension towards Eric, not like his attitude of like, he likes to dismiss people. I can't sell tickets. I can't do this. But Eric's a better stand-up comedian than you, Brennan, and he's been on TV, and he's like, I don't know. Eric again was always very nice to me, and a thoughtful person too. He would always he was the first person at Thick Boy when I was like,
really like, I got depressed where I would like come to work every day and I'm like, I'm waking up early and like dealing with Brendan's bullshit until like, 10 p.m. every night, 7 a.m. Like, I just started to become dead at some point. Like, I was like, I hate every moment here. And, and he was the only person to be like, hey man, you all right? And I was like, yeah. And he said, it's okay to not be okay, or something like that.
Really? I wouldn't have picked him to be a guy that talks like that. I mean,
this is my lawyer, Rob Pebble.
that sounds like a good idea for like a sitcom,
I moved in a house recently, in a new house in LA. Whenever you move in a new house, it's always weird. It's even weirder.
Hey, Rob, you're on a live stream right now. Are you okay with that?
Oh, sure, yeah. How do you get live stream?
There's a lot of people watching actually through this the 10 Minutes of Shop thing. This is my late Richard Rob Pebble.
Hey, Rob.
Who's about to destroy Brendan Schaub in Detroit. Oh, actually, no, he's not. He's totally incompetent and it doesn't do anything. And
Rob, we're actually having an informal discovery conference right now.
Share a concept with you. So, part of this flat thing that we have going on is that I want you as an advocate for yourself and I have a number of clients just come from here.
Ring stuff, all that stuff, the doorbell, all the ring security stuff. I'm good.
Why not?
of course.
So I want you to actually go through the process. I want you to think about how do we scale this? Because you'll see advisors, right? Yes. You can throw like plaintiffs take off their cases in situations just like yours and do what they need to do.
Yeah.
That's much worse. If you're a creator like me and you are going to teach this person this, I supposed to do this. I'm a lawyer teaching up most crazy Robert calls. Right? But I get you guys that like all proceed together because I'm building your database too. All set?
Yes. Thank you. Love you. Robert Pebble, attorney at law.
All right. Good luck, Rob.
Yeah, so Rob is like, I went to college with him. He's literally one of the smartest people I know.
Right.
Like I was saying earlier, like if I get 10% of what he's saying, I'm lucky. But like he's, I go, oh, man, he's just better than Chop's lawyers.
Right. Motion to dismiss. Saying random shit now. That's it. So you went to college with this guy?
Yeah, we both played football at Pomona College. But I would consider Rob, if he had 150, 160 IQ, I would be surprised. But he's like extremely intelligent and specifically with organizational systems. I remember when he was like 20 years old. He's like a zip bro. Like, so we like connected with him. 12 years older than him. So he was a freshman on C. We connected over like just living, and he was like, well, one of the, because I had this policy like, if you ask me if I'm on juice, like I'll tell you, like, I'm not a, like, if you want a cycle, I'm like, yeah. So I was like, the first person who got casted, yeah, I appreciate that. He's very direct and.
When you step into that position, Rob, you want to look at because they're going to leave like impose their presence on people.
Rob is really, what I like about him is he's a jack, handsome gym, but also he's like an autistic savant with organizational systems. So remember when he was 20 years old, he was like making 100K a year running like LA fitness clubs. Like he could like train other people how to like run a more efficient like personal training like architecture for all the clubs in Southern California. Like started as a personal trainer, like quickly they're like, oh, you're way too smart to do this. Like so. Because he was still going to college, and also making $100,000 a year, like telling people how to do their jobs.
Yeah, You didn't get your lunch by the 5th hour. You went 4 hours out of the 10-minute break, dude.
We were talking about that earlier today. Yeah.
You didn't get reimbursed for business expenses.
Yeah.
We worked off the clock.
Yeah, and he's also very moral too. You don't meet a lot with lawyers, like because some of these guys, whoever's representing Schaub, it's like obviously you realize this guy's an idiot, pathological liar who has no case. It's kind of like whoever's representing Blake Lively, Ryan Reynolds. So like, this person has no case whatsoever, and then you can charge these clients millions of dollars and draw this process, but you're going to lose in the end, right? But Rob Pebble is extremely.
Actually, you know what? Now that
has a lot of integrity.
That is a good advertisement. I mean, he's a lawyer doing wage and hour stuff in California.
And he'll fire clients if
you're
not ethical. Yeah, if he's like you have a case or you're misrepresenting something, he'll fire clients.
He fired me the other day, trying to sue Gerardo.
Had to fire some people.
Not enough Diet Cokes. But we fixed that problem, didn't we? You know when I drink a Diet Coke, what happens?
The meathead lawyer doing what could go wrong? No, seriously, Rob is one of the best labor attorneys in the state.
There you go.
It's hard. It's a hard concept for people to understand that you can have muscles and also be good at a job. But it turns out,
Actually, it helps. It helps. Muscles help everything. Dude.
Yeah.
That's what I say.
Mark is Rob, the sharpest tool in the shed. I know, literally one of the smartest people I know. He's designing a service, like an AI based platform that he invented and like programmed that essentially does the job of a paralegal. So sorry to all paralegals out there, but Rob is designing a product to sell to law firms that like automates all these different things using AI.
And I'm doing an AI platform that watches shop content too. That will also be part of our Patreon.
Yes. Have you seen Brendan tossing his dignity pouches on the ground?
If you were
I know
sleeping
that's a meme. Of course, he's not conscientious, so he's the type of person who would just throw trash on the ground and expect someone else to pick it up. So, of course.
That's fucked up.
Mark, what did you pick it up? PF Chang's. I'd love to read it.
Yeah, that was a great time.
Anything else? Any other questions?
If you guys played Sega NHL PA Hockey 93, this would be the exact same from Swinger. Well, I love that because I love that movie and I love that game. You've seen Swingers, right? One of the greatest movies ever made.
I played that in high school.
Did you ever play that game, that hockey game on was it Super Nintendo? Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Dude, that game was the best. All you had to do was you go around the goal and then you click and then you can get a goal every time. And then you could also fight. It's amazing.
Super Mario was fun. I must have Mario Brothers on it.
Super Mario's on there.
Mario.
That was a good game on there.
I fell off of video games because I realized, so my older brother is I'm happy to recognize, my place in the world as far as intellect because somebody like Rob is so much smarter than me, or my brother Eric is an applied mathematics PhD. So I've met real smart people. It's also funny when people try to pass themselves off in LA as I'm smart. I'm like, have you met smart people? And go to
Austin, Texas.
Yeah, dude, that's where the philosophers are.
Yeah.
I'm not saying comedians can't be really smart, but it's if you get a room full of PhD, applied math and computer science PhD students in a room, it's going to be an odd bunch. But their IQs are off the charts.
Yeah, they won't stand at all compared to Joey Coco Diaz and Bert Kreischer, dude. Shirt off. Yes, I don't have a shirt.
That's right. Bert Kreischer, he's an interesting guy because he's very nice to me, so I gotta say, I'm not gonna try to trash him, but he doesn't seem to be good at being funny.
Oh, no. His stand-up is
But also, he's thinking Chipotle, seeing 2 arenas with him. I don't mean to hit it up, but it is.
You're right. He does use people. That's true.
It is. He brings a bunch of
people that can help him for a little bit. Yeah, that's for sure. Also, The Machine, I enjoyed the movie. I might be rejected. Yeah, I like it.
Great movie. I really exist. Never seen it. Screening. That's something I like.
I don't know.
There was another question that we didn't answer from the fan funding.
Yeah.
What is the estimated time of Shop's downfall?
Oh, that's what I was alluding to before. Define downfall, define bullying. I would just, at some point, right? There must be a point where you stop podcasting. And because he says, I would do this for free. No, you wouldn't. Right? There's some point I remember seeing some clip where he's like, I'd fucking do this for you if we weren't making any money. It's like, would you though?
Would you though? No, I don't think so.
I don't doubt that I do think Brendan thrives off being on the way where I go, I don't necessarily feel the compulsion, because whenever people call, I'm constantly being accused of being a narcissist. I'm like, I feel like I get enough attention in life where I don't feel like there's this deficit of I need to post things, I feel like some people do constantly need to be in front of the camera and I feel like Brendan does thrive off of that. Even the feeling of importance when you walk into a studio, because you're he can do all this himself. There's nothing sophisticated about his production. Why do you need to pay a guy $100,000 to shoot? What you guys are doing, you guys are the performers and the producers.
Yeah, I mean,
wouldn't you rather save $100,000 a year to do yourself?
That's a common knock on him. Yeah, I don't know. You know better.
Why don't you go camera stuff? You know what I mean? But it needs so much pre-production and post-production, so it's just funny. The shit that he wastes money on.
He's like,
walk into space and be like, there's a bunch of people here, and I'm the center of attention.
Let's check. Nope.
Okay. It's Brendan's Crazy Ex. I like that people go like Crazy Ex. Do you think Brendan is a sane person? And again, hey, how did I get into the show? Did I beg you guys to come on here, or do people seem to be interested in having me talk about Brendan?
No, we begged you to come here.
If you were like, hey, come on my podcast and talk about fucking lifting weights for an hour, I would. But like,
I mean, I'll do 10 more push-ups. I'll do 10 more push-ups.
Once my wrist is better, I still think it's a funny idea for me and you to go to the gym.
No, I don't know that.
Because I want some time to prepare. Because I think I can probably still do 2 plates maybe.
Yeah.
Or I was able. If I worked a little bit too, I think I could probably still.
Yeah.
I might be able to. But I would need you there to make sure I don't die.
You would come back quickly, but
Just kidding.
Would you want to film it? Too?
I was like 1 plate. I'm not even like 1 plate.
Yeah.
I could probably do that once my wrist is better. To stop being clogged muscle.
You're up.
Yeah, I can do 2 plates 25 times.
Baldy and purple shirt next to Jack. What does that mean? Oh.
Or you know what? Elizabeth Marsden said this earlier. You and me, or Gerardo too, doing a race to see.
Somebody said this guy from downtown. Is that me?
On the left,
Mark, eat like a bigger slob. Dude. If you think you're gonna offend me by telling me that I eat like a slob, good fucking luck.
I mean, if you say the words "oath, no talent," you have to be specific because look at the 3 of us.
We all struggle. We're all.
I know exactly how untalented I am.
I'm not sure I could ever do 2 plates maybe back in the day.
I got turned on good stuff.
Yeah, once I know right out of that. Roided, because then violence and like you think the roids, I don't know.
Oh, don't worry. I like the idea of, like raping people with steroids.
Yeah.
Like tying you down and like you're on steroids now.
Come on, man.
Okay. What was Rob's attitude towards Rogan getting close to Shane Gillis and bringing him into the rugby trip? I mean, when Brendan and Shane hung out, I think they were Philly doing shows and went to Marshall and Chicago has been so I knew about him a little bit like before the SNL thing happened, and I remember watching his he did a really funny bit to me about being like a sucker for like Trump advertisements. He was like, I'm the guy, I'm the target Trump voter. He was like, I thought it was really funny, and a good angle on Trump. I love his Trump impersonation because I feel like it's neutral. It's not like, I hate Trump because he just doesn't. It's funny, but
wait, who was that? Shane, yeah. He's funny.
Yeah, because everybody's like, if Trump was before Trump was attempted to assassinate him, because Trump would like be if he did get assassinated, it would be funny. Yeah. Sit down, you're gay.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I'm sure that Brendan resents the shit out of Shane Gillis. I've said this before. My take on Shane Gillis versus Brendan Schaub is, how Brendan Schaub's like cosplaying as like a blue collar guy, like Chubbs and blue collar and this and that. But it's like Shane Gillis is like actually that, like he's like kind of he's actually kind of a history nerd, and he went to us, but he actually played college football, like was an O-lineman. His level of self-awareness and his level of like, he owns 2 pairs of pants and a couple pairs of white New-Balance. This is such a hard concept for Brendan to rationalize. He used to look at me and be like, oh, you like don't care about materialistic shit? I'm like, yeah, because I'm not rich. Like, why would I buy expensive shit trying to look like wealthy if I'm not, It's like, I saw his mind spin. Like, how are you not totally obsessed with material wealth?
Schaub's girl for sure cheats on him too. LOL. Tim. That's kind of funny to me because it looks like it's maybe his girlfriend's profile and he's commenting from that and clarifying that it's him.
Yeah.
I don't know. Who is?
Remember, you make your I'm looking at people raping people.
Hey,
don't click that. You're
right. This is a bit because I always tell people like, oh yeah, for sure. I'll like, yeah, you don't think Jews more than it's, you know, if I do it for you and you don't know in your sleep, then you know, are you taking steroids? One, you know about it. 100%. Yeah. 100%. Mark, are you still working with Jim Stefani? Yes, I am. Oh, dude. So Sean and Snoz. Bro, I cannot give any updates on Snoz right now, but holy fuck.
Oh, no.
Holy fuck.
Don't get
I've been instructed to not say what I know about this for the time being, but Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. That's all I have to say.
Do you have a favorite joke from the Gringo Poppy?
Let me think about that for a second. I'll actually try to answer.
Yeah, okay, I thought you were going to
I don't know what's in the special versus I've heard it so many times the full hour, then he cut down to 26 minutes. But
Hi guys, what's up?
I'm sitting in front of a big fever end with
Heavy rains this week have caused the water level to rise, and the water can't drain, so flooding could happen easily.
Why would you just want to murder an outline?
It's closer.
Yeah, I was like disgusted.
Yeah.
Like I'm kind of low key, like when people hate animals, I'm just like, yeah, I want to like get those whipping to go kill a mountain lion that hasn't done anything to my. Yeah. Like, I get it if it attacks your animals or something. You're a farmer. It's like I get it, but you're just like a guy who like knows, like who thinks mountain lions are just dangerous to like. You're in the fucking. This is where the cougars live, you know. I thought it was weird and gross and very not funny, and he kept making that. I don't know if you've seen it.
Oh yeah,
the mountain lion that he's doing this call after. Zoom out there with the goggles on. You know, big dick. Sorry about that. I was like, this is so ridiculously not funny, and I hate humor that involves references to having a dick.
Yeah.
In the same way, but it's like when a guy's bragging about having a big lubricated, it's like. There's something going on there. Either you have a small dick or you have dicks or like, but it makes me uncomfortable because I'm like, what is this fascination?
I made a prediction the other day on the podcast that honestly, Shop would make it so far if you, whether he is or not, yes.
Oh, for sure.
He would be like a huge influencer in the gay space.
Like, here's some interesting things. Like, Derek Poston and Jim Gordon openly, like, trans, you know, yeah. And I'm like, that's so cool. Yeah. You'd be like, I'm a male comic. Yeah. You wouldn't look at these guys and go, oh, they're gay, or like, you would never know. And they take it as fetish and sexual preference and just completely shit. Right? I follow it. I'm like, that is some of the boldest shit I've ever seen. Yeah. But it's totally authentic. And you have no shame about it. I don't even know if you're posting like the fuck. Yeah. He's into the porn, I guess. Yeah. But I was like, this motherfucker's real. You know what I mean? If the guy says, I don't know, I'm willing to take anything else to take face value because clearly you do not give a single flying fuck for his actions. Yeah. Like, so I always told people would say about Brendan, if you just were more authentic, the whole thing is, you know, if you have no real self and you've constructed a false facade to make up for, you know, a wounded self, whatever the NPD is, it's like, you can't be authentic, unfortunately, because you can work and there's only shame, but, you know,
what's that? What's that?
Narcissistic personality disorder, any cluster B personality disorder, sociopathy, borderline personality, histrionic personality disorder, Machiavellianism, you know, cluster B has a lot of overlap with regards to like a damaged self that allows you to be either self-destructive or destructive of other people.
Yeah.
In various expressions, but they gotta have a core commonality of like something's wrong with your brain morally. You know.
How did you learn about all that stuff? Like,
I'm very interested in personality disorder. People misuse these terms and be like, oh, that person's bipolar, or like, I go, you don't know what bipolar means. They think people who have like mood swings, I go, no. Bipolar means extended periods of mania and extended periods of depression. So these things are fascinating to me. With narcissistic personality disorder, the moment I started to get buff, people would be like, you're a narcissist. I'm like, am I a narcissist? Because I like different ways. So,
a little bit down.
Mic check. That's good. That's fine. My cable was
raised the Deadpool costume. Oh my god, I saw that skit, the Deadpool costume. It was so cringy. But also representative of like he used to have a team that would do these skits for him. So it was like high production value,
but terrible and unfunny.
Yeah. Okay, so I like how, so I don't know if you heard, but I asked him a question. I said, what's your favorite bit from the Gringo Poppy? And he was like, my least favorite bit.
So he says, we get it, Mark. You've watched Jordan Peterson podcast. First of all, I have consumed many hours of Jordan Peterson, but like, imagine me learning psychology from Jordan Peterson. Now he has, that's his area of expertise. I don't subscribe to his politics. He is an expert. Like, have you listened to Jordan Peterson? Because what he says about psychology is highly accurate.
You've been able to get pills in the past, have you not?
I'm sorry, Mark. One look at Jim Norton and I knew. Well, good for you. I didn't. But I do. I know a girl who used to date Jim Norton. Here's a funny story about him. So he was dating this straight girl, and for either his birthday or her birthday, I forget which one, but they hired a male escort because he wanted to watch this girl get fucked in front of Jim Norton. Yeah. And like, so I'm sure they get a guy with a huge cock, and he's like face fucking this girl. Oh shit! Oh my god! Ends up throwing up, and Jim Norton couldn't take it.
Oh yeah!
He thought he wanted to see this, but he couldn't handle it. And like stormed off, and it created this huge conflict. Yeah. Because the girl was getting banged by BPD, ASPD, NPD. Yes, exactly.
That'd be funny.
I like Jordan Peterson. Oh, Mark, who provided the 300 pages of evidence? Brendan was. I have repeated this a lot, but let me. As people keep asking him, and it's like he can't admit the truth because it unravels his entire identity in order to admit this. But he literally hired hackers to try to take down the fucking subreddit for like $15,000. How would I make that? Yeah. Right.
I mean, it'd be funny, like Jordan Peterson, if he wants someone to have sex.
Peterson on crack. Thank you.
I like Dink PT's comment. Does BGL cry like Peterson when talking about men not having sex?
Yes. I have no shame in crying. If you don't give me sex for a little while, I might fucking cry. Okay? That's if you want to hurt me, you got me, brother. Deprive me of sex for a week, and I might get really emotional.
Yeah,
that's not right. Don't give me sex.
Hopefully, no one ever tries to Hogan you. Where they're like, have sex with my wife. Has anyone ever tried to Hogan you? Asking for a friend, where they're like, have sex with my wife. I feel like Jordan Peterson might do that.
Like Red Bar once he withdrew the sword from the stone. I don't know what that means. Rachel is steamrolling this life. I'm sorry if I'm steamrolling.
No, you're good.
I'm sorry.
We got 24 hours of this.
It's a long time. People don't realize how long we're doing the podcast. 24 hours.
I have the benefit of being like, I leave whenever I want.
Yeah. Don't use her name, but give showers and bread and do it.
Agreed.
Marcus Nevadatis, you know what I did take? I took the microdose of mushrooms before it came. I had a coffee, fucking energy drink.
You drink one of the rains, yeah. That's pretty good.
And you guys are like, okay. So, the last time I went to your show, I mean, you guys like had a work day, were tired. Like, I took pre-workout before it came. It doesn't take much to get me going.
Yeah.
But I was, but hey, that's me. If you don't want me in a podcast talking, way too much, then find somebody who talks less.
I want you to talk to Jordan Peterson.
I would love that.
That would be so fucking cool.
You could probably figure that out, right?
I would like to talk to him. I thought interesting was he went on Jim Jeffries, and this is a rare moment where a political pundit, Jim Jeffries, asked him a kind of gotcha question. And normally pundits get very defensive because he made a point. He's like, so would you say that this? And Jordan Peterson goes, yeah, you're right. I was like, what?
Yeah.
Did Jordan Peterson just admit that he was wrong about something? So I respect him for that because he thought about the question.
I was wrong. You don't have it.
I don't know if you know, but Cooney is known more for his Peterson impression than his shop commentary. Yeah.
I mean, I do the Peterson impression on the show a bunch, and people request it, but I'm not convinced it's any good.
Can I hear it?
Go for it.
Oh yeah, I've been doing it.
Mark, I've heard that you at one point could have taken pills. Is that still the case? I thought about working with the Canadian.
Yeah, he's pitch for sure.
Benzos.
Let's see, high pitch.
Mark, I can't help and give me benzos.
Yeah.
My daughter has plastic surgery on her face. Have you seen it?
I mean, thank you, David. I'm still not convinced. It's really, it sounds too much like when I do my mom. Like an impersonation of my mom.
Has Mark ever laughed genuinely? And that, why do people think I don't laugh genuinely? I'm very open with laughter. I don't try to shield my laughter. If I think something's funny, I laugh at it.
Can we get some more English money in the chat? We need English money. Navjot, where are you at, Bo?
Are you saying English money because it's like in pounds?
I'm joking around.
He fucked up.
I mean, I did it on purpose. It's a funny job.
It's a joke.
There's a guy that gave us, like, I'm not sure. Was it rubles?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. He gave us that, and I was like, is that English money to Gerardo? And Gerardo didn't cut it in time.
Does Mark know the lyrics to 10?
There is a...
I should know them.
I'm fascinated to the songs and the lyrics. The start of it, it's a
What do people expect to go to live stream and make fun of?
take that oh, no, we actually made a decision. Thanks for bringing that up, Mark. We made a decision. We don't want any more bots. Yeah, well, you can see a real big horn right here. Look at that horn. It's for real. No, look at it. So like back and forth like this.
Look how cool Mark is. Thank you, finally.
But one thing we do need to be clear about, we get a lot of bots. All of the 100% of the negative comments are bots. We know this. Every time someone criticizes us in any way, it's just another one of those bots. Yeah, we like a lot of bots.
People are paying for negative comments, but
they're doing that to us.
Go ahead and make sure they get up with your
these bots. Actually, my TV show might be very HBO.
Yes, something makes money.
Oh, thank you. Top Jimmy, appreciate it. You're not a bot. I can tell when someone's a bot because if they say something negative, it's a bot.
They just want to be shirtless, so you would not be opposed. What happens to his chug giveaway? I don't really know how to give away. Like, I've been trying to follow that study, but I'm just like, I assume whatever Chop is doing is fraudulent. Like, obviously, but like that's my perception is if you tell that it looks fraudulent, you know more about giveaways than I do. I believe it because why would Chop do anything that doesn't benefit him financially? Or involve some sort of misrepresentation of reality in order to benefit him.
The only giveaways I do are facts.
I saw Brendan Pistons here literally. And the creative director at the time, he pulled up aside and said, I have one request. Could you just not miss the same?
Holy shit.
And Brendan, I think, agreed. He's oh, yeah. What is the thing they ask for?
I would never ask somebody for that because I just assume they're going to listen to this. It's like, why would you ask about that? It's like, because if someone comes to your house, it makes sense for them to piss in the sink. I've pissed in all my front sinks. All my sinks is full of piss right now.
One brother just wanted to get horny at the same time. Hilarious.
Yeah, fuck. Really?
You're horny right now?
No.
I don't even know.
Y'all are wearing hats inside clothes and things.
Soul, who's really sitting on podcasts. I noticed like a lot of weird manners. It's like he does like self-soothing activities, like he rubs his legs around, yeah, like he's very tactile. So this is a neutral observation. This is certain personality types, I think, like rubbing behaviors are like, but he's always being this on his knees. He's like, what is it called? Stimming?
Yeah. It's like self-soothing.
Yeah. Constantly.
Oh, yeah. He does that all the time.
I feel like once a night, compulsively. I have no compulsions, but then if people make you aware of them, you become subconscious.
Yeah. I don't know what my compulsions are. Oh, I used to play with my beard on. I still do. Yeah, you play that. They would talk about that on the pod. Like they're like, oh, Cody's at his beard again. Tell him to stop. Yeah. Good luck with that. Mark, did you hook up with?
What's your
okay? No, answer that.
Stop. Mark, did you hook up with?
No, you don't need to read that. No. You don't need to.
Jamal. Let's see. Did Shop take your big juice straight or require a rain case or grade? That's your
It's called autism. Shop's not autistic. Yeah, he's mentally retarded, but not autistic. Why won't he answer about us? So I got word that Sanaz called me deranged. But turns out, hopefully you'll find it in the future, but she's the most deranged person who's ever worked for Shop. And I wouldn't say that it wasn't true.
She's crazy.
Was the wife crazy? No. You almost forgot. It wouldn't surprise me if she ended up in jail next year.
Whoa, that crazy?
Maybe.
Okay, allegedly.
Maybe.
Sure, I get it.
Why would I say something that didn't come out to be true?
Did you ever see, I was going to question. This is one of my questions, Mr. Mark. What's the most creative you've seen Shop take at once? I like the...
Jesus Christ.
What's it have to say about
There's an amount that would make me nauseous. You know what I mean? Where I'm like, I'd take him getting something. One could be fun. Yeah. Because he's such a buzz. Happy. There was happy no shot.
Oh, I thought it was like a shot. It's like heroin, right?
I'm sure you could do it trying to see what happened. How many you talking about how you have to think about Jack? Oh my God.
Who did that?
Alcohol's crazy.
Who said that?
Tommy. Oh, that's always not. I don't know. I just was trying to minimize.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why do you?
I'll tell you why. Because I'm not better. So here's the big question.
I used to inject pencils directly into my penis. That's not even when it was really bad. I
Mark, is that why the show's going to go shit?
I come filled with pencils.
Montgomery's dead.
Cody plays with his left eyebrow like I'm
Christian, you're blocked. Comment, bots. Actually,
Surprise
so many bots.
right. I'll let you do it.
From what I know, and I say that with like, I'm not touching anybody, or like, I'm not one of these like, oh, of course, I go, I know enough about her to know her business. That's all. But what do I know?
I heard she said 10 toes down. That's what people were telling me. She stands 10 toes down.
This gets 10 toes down.
I mean, I don't know. What is your favorite bit from the Gringo Pop if you had to pick one?
This is the emergency call. There's a
What would be cool if I was gay? She's just like bros, cokes with the bros. Just everyone's gay.
Yeah, and we fuck each other.
She says, right, yes, I was. What are you doing in here? So she goes, that's my answer.
Like I just like, I mean, like, this is my favorite bit was just kind of like sort of like what I thought about the most, like watching him do it, and like tweeting out or like, what if
so mad because I realized
God had a little commission system? It's funny how it works.
And so I just go, excuse me, I
into everything he does.
she just
Look,
it's just weird.
playing high school football or whatever, it's like, you're always making kids you see like a 4-year-old constantly making gay jokes. That's going on. What's one of those fascinations with penis where every single episode is talking about dicks?
I don't even believe that he plays video games, right? Because you know in the videos, like when we play video games with each other, like what video game does he play? No, right? So that's just like these are like non here. It's not like the podcast. It's a kind of thing. So he's probably bad at every single video game.
Yeah, because video games are, I get up video games and I realize how much better my friends are than me. I'm like, oh, you're actually good. Turn it on. Yeah. 3 years of fun that everybody's like, just get up and yeah. A guy who's good at video games.
I really just play Tony Hawk for the music, if I'm being honest. We're not doing all caps, y'all. We actually like all caps. No, because it's just like a chicken grabbing and they're not really. And it's also like if they're not here all the time, it's like I'm not gonna. Yeah. And you're taking away time from Top Jimmy. Yeah. It's not like jokes all the time.
They do jokes on too.
Brendan Chavez.
Yeah. Someone's accusing you of making gay jokes.
Well, listen, you think I'm Antoine Davis too.
Someone said, happy sure Mark would be one of the bros of the story. I certainly would be. Why would you expect me? You guys fucking love me.
If we do any kind of gay joke, it's ironic.
Gay communities are some of my biggest supporters.
I'll be back out of pissing the sink. I'm pissing like a madman.
Love for gay dudes.
Oh, yeah. I mean, pissing in the sink, I mean, I do it every night, every day. Only game Mama's good at is NASCAR.
All caps, good guys.
Can you do me a favor? Adam is one of our loyal supporters. He has a wife named Ellie. Can you say, what's up, Adam and Ellie? Make sure to cuddle tonight. Someone goes, you know, what's up? Dude, if Ellie's not turned on by that, then I don't know what else to do, Adam. Nobody, baby, nobody,
Also, now you watch voice videos, sometimes the whole video is like, that's no way to go on. And this guy, and like the music video is like about this like tragic it's about like the incident of like the romantic tragedy is like the girl makes a cake for the guy, but he like leaves the room for a second and she's like, can I have this cake? And then
I want to show you and I need you. Adam. Adam needs you.
My big dick is right there. I could shoot up a cougar. What if we were gay?
Give me some pencils.
What if I
Oh, shit, Ellie's in here, dude. Watch out. I actually wanted to do that. That was great. That's great. I think you could do so many versions of that song. There could be a shop version, Peterson version, Gerardo version.
Yeah. I like the part that I have it. I like the early part of the thick boy album. Sean took down all the episodes where I appeared as a guest on The Fight with the Kid for the video, but just like clips, the episodes on the Clips channel. Yeah. And you can still get the audio version, but like this was like to spite me, you know? It was like, oh, like even though I appeared in like 100 episodes after that, like you know, the Cat's Chair or whatever. But I'm like, oh, you got me. You took down the 5 episodes that I'm on as a guest. That's fun.
You say you're still on the record? Like wait, music?
you can finally, he didn't take down the audio versions of Broadcast Live. And then on the clips where it's like, oh, Mark Carly talks about lifting weights on this episode.
Yeah.
He didn't quite finish the job erasing me from
That's amazing.
I guess. I like the most really hour 22. Oh,
Two F words for all of you guys. That's pretty great.
Called out more for saying he played in the NFL. I feel like he does get called out a lot, but it's insane. That is an insane line.
Yeah. Maybe just become more aggressive.
I don't know, just because he did it so far from doing that, it's like I don't know, showing up at fucking Buffalo Bills. That's how close he is.
It's like having a courtside kick at a Lakers game and say, hey, thanks, LeBron.
Yeah, like on that for my first 46 times. I was there when there's multiple beats saying because he said this to Rogan, for example, so many times I love what compulsive and read themselves. And he saying that, okay, in reality, you were in culture when you were heading into the deadlifting convention and blah, blah, blah. Now, for the record, I did it 33 times as a 19-year-old in college, so it's like, this isn't that impressive, right? It's doing that 33 times. It's an NFL level number. However, you also have to, if you're a linebacker and you bench press 225, 30 times, you also have to run on 4.6. You also have to have a fucking, 38-inch vertical. You also have all these different things that makes you people. So bench press is really not relevant to what you're doing. Yeah, I know I'm strong, right? But people will get out there and say, when you're struggling, first of all, time was referring to, they would turn into 40 reps instead of repeating this. Sometimes let's say 42 or whatever. I was there. You did 30 reps, which is impressive. You were a strong bench. 30 reps is very good. However, the plates is culture. And I have photographic evidence of this. They don't weigh 45 pounds. Everybody knows that. There's calibrated plates for powerlifting that are colored in it from, Amigo or whatever. There's certain brands of powerlifting plates that are calibrated to exactly what just regular iron plates. There's like discrepancies between each other. As low as 41 pounds. So it's possible if you take 3 pounds off each plate, all of a sudden 12 less pounds, which is significant. So that's what I'm 3 reps. And I was getting off the chest, and I'm like, yeah, kind of combine situation. And then the line about it turned into 40, despite not getting this. Why would you tell you something? Yeah, just classic pathological line where he's relying on people. I'm like, hey, I was there. I didn't do 40, you did 30. And then because he kept saying it, like, and Rogan's impressed by it because he wasn't there, so why would you lie about it? Right. You should know, right? Because again, I've seen shop and bench press for plates, like, you don't need to lie about that. What do you need to exactly?
The other thing was impressive enough.
Yeah. So, but then he was posting for a while, like, these videos of this. They're like, oh, look, he posted himself doing the bench press. Yeah. And first you just post, like, a picture of the bench press. It's like, well, the season is not it's like, cool, but show this doing it. One story, bro. That's it. Oh, yeah. Just 700 pounds. Here's a picture of 700 pounds. So, then he posted a video that said 26 reps. What happened to 40? Like, his marker was like, less. Yeah. What is it? And if 40 goes to 3 or like, obviously, this is a great question. Do you think Brandon could do it or no? Is there any
so funny.
Is there evidence of him performing the wheelchair?
I don't see any online. It seems like he barely put gasoline in it. That's the Diet Coke talking.
6'5", bench pressing 225, doesn't count.
Yeah.
Okay, so what the doesn't count thing was really funny because started looking, and I think I maybe present this video when I was going through events, but I showed a video, maybe it was Ryan's opener. Is this really rough guy? He's a bigger cool guy. Because we were referencing this, I was like, dude, chops are ridiculous for like trying to mock you.
Yeah, because he's got a short arm.
20-pound dump packs, which is most commercial gyms 120 pounds of lift, right? And he shoulder presses them.
I think that in a way it's sort of, I mean, you can tell it's an epic movie. It takes place over a period of time. It shows like the highs and lows. And I don't think that it says that, oh, this is great, everyone should go out and be informed. It's just like, these people have this life, and he knows this life. This is what's right for them.
If you put an elbow wrap on, that creates an elastic advantage where it's like there's a rebound going here, so you can add weight. This is for support. Sean looks at it and goes, he's wearing wrist straps, it doesn't count. It's like, what? It doesn't help you lift more weight, it helps your wrist not breathe.
And he probably doesn't, he either is lying or he doesn't know it.
But he's just, this is his logic for everything is, what's the thing I can use to dismiss the person who's doing better than me?
Yeah.
Because he couldn't do that, so he has to say, it doesn't even count. But what do wrist straps do exactly? Do they help you lift more weights? Oh, I don't know.
He hates anybody that does anything. You know, when the question
it's true, no, truly.
Can you either say can Shop do a oil change, and then someone else, I think it was Mark Mayer said can Shop change a tire. The real question is can Shop change a light bulb?
How many shops does it take to screw a light bulb?
Big issues, yeah.
Long Shop is deaf watching. What's your message? The funny thing is, Shop is just scared to watch this. He's a man who's scared of, he's scared of comments. He literally is.
Yeah, I mean, so you know, he really doesn't read comments?
He's scared to.
Yeah.
Like, I read them because I go, give me something to argue with. This is fun for me. I read them compulsively looking for conflict.
I just learned a long time ago that you can never, ever read, even if the live stream, I haven't read a single one of these things coming out. The baseball dead letter, what did you guys think about what happened to Bubba's dog, Donnie? Any guesses?
What about
Thank you, Anthony.
Oh, it's Donald Trump's dog.
Oh, is that dog off the pod now?
I don't know.
Probably his own solo pod.
You know what it's reviewing as I'm looking over all this
big dog. Big
dog pod events. I had this video of my son I thought of when I lost my cat in late 2021, early 2022. My cat went missing for 8 days, and me and Luana were really torn up about it. And, I thought the cat was dead. You have to accept if a cat goes missing, you have to accept.
I remember that. Yeah,
and I sent to him privately the Kim and Chappelle video of us. We had just found the cat, and you're sleepless. You haven't slept. If you're looking at your cat, you have to stay up at night and take shifts. It fucks with you mentally so much. And I'm super into my animals, so it's this is all you can think about.
Sure, your pet.
I sent it to him going just him and Chappelle, we found, our cat Spider, and it's a video of him coming and eating ravenously because he has eaten for 8 days. It was raining and super cold. It was the coldest day in fucking, January, ever. It was the day he got lost, so we were super worried about him. And you hear, Luana's, talking to her mom, in German, in the background, and they were both kind of, crying, and I'm faintly, but I was emotional,
Sure.
He plays it on fucking Fighter and the Kid and starts making fun of us.
Oh, shit.
He was like, I got Luana in the background. I'm like, you're doing a Hitler joke about Luana crying because she's speaking in German to her mom, and then, making fun of her.
God.
Hey, cool, bro. But it's, now, I don't take offense to it. It just tells me, you have no empathy.
No, probably not.
And you don't understand people's relationships with pets.
I know that too, because we lost a cat, Rogan and Shorty Pie, our cat. We can't find. Yeah.
No, it's pretty brutal. It's
haven't seen him in a while.
Cats, you either keep them indoors. I know, take my cats outside and monitor them and take them inside. The cats want to be outside all the time.
How many cats do you have?
4.
Oh, shit.
And I walk them every day. But
really? With a leash?
I don't walk right, just walk. They like to play in the courtyard of our apartment complex. And they just like to smell shit and be outside as much. But if a cat had its way, it would be outside most of the day.
I like cat. I mean, I like cats, but I have a dog.
Yeah,
I like
love dogs too.
Yeah. Do you have a?
Cats are easier. Like if you're living in an
That's why.
apartment, easier to.
Shredded cat daddy.
What's that?
I'm a lifelong cat lover, and but I also love all animals. There doesn't have to be the dog cat dichotomy here. I also love dogs too. It's just dogs are higher maintenance,
Yeah, you can't really leave with the dog. You have to make all these plans.
Dogs are
Cats
like
have someone come feed it. It's fine.
we selectively bred dogs to be more attached to humans and need more human attention and kind of be by your side all the time. Cats require 20 minutes of interaction a day.
Which is why I think Brendan's figured out is you get a dog, you give it back, or you take it to get murdered or whatever it is.
Hey, remember when he tried to? Remember when he fucked up the hypoallergenic Russian blue cats or whatever? It was a specific kind of cat they were looking for. I was the person who he tasked with helping him find this breeder. It's very hard to find hypoallergenic. Actually, there's a bunch of scams out there. If you look for breeding cats, he got scammed first, maybe after this, but it's a difficult landscape to navigate if you're not savvy. There's probably a lot more dog breeders out there. Cats that are that don't trigger allergies. If you're looking for that, it's a couple breeds, and you're either getting a hairless cat or just one kind of cat. And I connected them with these people who were legit. And he goes on his podcast after I'd secured the deal. I'm you're gonna go pick him up this week. Yeah. And he talks shit about the cats. These stupid fucking cats and the owners. And somebody from the Reddit forwards it. I think to his wife, someone clipped it and it was you could easily just there's one breeder of these certain kinds of cats in LA, so they sent it to her, and I saw this recently a screenshot of this hostile message where the one's but also fairly, it's I'm glad your husband outed himself and for being you saved us the trouble of giving one of our cats to a horrible what would be a horrible pet owner. Thank you, man. But he couldn't even. I was you can't you compulsively talk shit about so many things in your life that you don't even realize you just paid me to work 20 hours to find these cats, and then you're just couldn't keep your mouth shut long enough for one fucking podcast episode to not talk shit about a stranger who you're about to do business with and fuck up the whole opportunity.
I mean, Shab is so stupid. I like how you bring up how he keeps getting scammed. Because I think we should try to scam him.
He is the biggest, he's the perfect target. I mentioned before how the former creative director would talk about the magic beans.
The magic beans. Shab, you need alien insurance.
Yeah, it's here's the links, your social media.
Yeah.
Your switch? Oh, yeah. He used to run this scam where he would get more followers. There's an automated process that you can do where, let's say you're a celebrity, right? And there's an automated thing that likes random people's stories. Yeah. Because if you're if you really check mark and 1 million followers, and somebody sees that you like your story, it drives traffic to your page, and then they follow you. So it actually does work. Yeah. But at the time, he was being counterbalanced by the fact that he had fucked with Bobby Lee, and so people were just unfollowing him by the thousands. Yeah. It's you can't make up for this. It would have worked if you had a net neutral following, but
some engagement.
I was just going through all these screenshots of people being "Oh, hey, thanks for liking my story, Brendan." Because I'd be sending it to him. It's he hired this guy. I remember them stiffed him in the final month because he just didn't feel like paying. Allegedly. Yeah, it was $5,000 a month. We're this thing. And so he's not getting the results. I'm well, it is. It's just if you look at how many followers you're getting, it's just being drowned out by the unfollows because of your own actions. Crazy. Yeah.
It's crazy because when you hit that hundreds of dollars or millions, it's you don't see the unfollowing rate really.
Yeah, but just somehow someone who didn't play on their content swinging the NFL. LOL. Yeah, exactly. The delusion. Somebody says, "Mark, you know how hard it is to play in the NFL, but somehow someone who didn't play on their college team is playing in NFL." Wait, is that a reference to current players? Because if so, I don't know. I don't follow NFL currently. guys, can we let PGL Tom be? He hasn't got a person. Guys, stop. Let me talk. Jesus.
This has been so much fun, dude. This has been amazing.
I like okay. So how many times is Gringo Poppy going to play?
I mean, we did the math. I think it's 57 or 58. I don't know even what number we're on now. I will tell you, you made the first 3 hours bearable.
I was thinking about the production value versus this first one.
Yeah.
Like it's like the first one looks amazing into the theater and the lights and everything's so perfect. And it was like this looks like it was shot in someone's like basement.
Super 8 camera. Yeah. My favorite joke is actually on the first one of Shops.
Which one?
When he's like hunting with Joe Rogan. Shut up, Goody. This is my favorite joke. When he's hunting with Joe Rogan and he goes, where are the turkeys at? Over there? Okay, cool. And then he goes, and he kicks all the turkeys. Fucking hilarious, dude.
Why does he kick I don't remember this joke.
Because he's like, it's so easy to kill them. You know, you don't need a gun. You can just kick the turkeys. He's like, where are they at? Over there? Okay, oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And he starts kicking them.
I like all these jokes about like callousness towards animals.
Yeah, that's a good point, Mark. I mean, turkeys are great. You ever see those wild turkeys? They're so funny and they're kind of friendly.
Yeah.
Some of them let you pet them. And
I get hunting
more turkeys.
I kill one elk and eat the meat for the rest of the year. I totally get that, but I don't know. Trophy hunting is a little weird to me, but I get like the argument for it is it drives animal conservation.
Yeah. Sure. Sometimes you gotta kill a deer.
I just wouldn't ever sign up and be like, let me go kill a lion.
You wouldn't want to do that.
So I can put his head in my fucking living room. Such a weird instinct.
Yeah, that'd be cannibalism.
It's dead animal that was in an enclosed environment, and I had a high-powered rifle.
Talk about a lion killing a lion, baby.
Mark, let me ask you a question about that. Do you feel any kinship to lions now?
Yes.
That's a ridiculous question. You always have?
I remember as a child, I saw this guy, an article about a guy who somehow had he had a pet lion, but there was some he might have been South Africa, like he lived in a place where there would be more like an actual lion in the wild.
Yeah.
But he befriended a large cat, and there are these people you can see on the internet where they that one famous South African guy who he kind of has his herd of lions, and he also does it with hyenas, but he knows all their behaviors. You can own a tiger and develop a friendship with them. The tigers are much more solo, in nature. They have their own territory and they go solo. But lions are highly social. They're the most social big cats, right? So I've always thought it would be so cool to fucking have a big cat, because they act just like regular cats, just bigger.
Yeah.
And they could, instead of scratch my arm, it's like you'd be dead, but
this question I wanted to ask you next right here. I think you got lost in the sauce here. Oh, what? We're already on another take of the Gringo Poppy?
God damn, dude, not enough, man.
Did he delete it? It was a great question. Oh, here we go. This is it right here. Do you think Brendan has ever read an entire book without pictures?
No.
Such a quick no. He only reads picture books. He hasn't read Hemingway.
Jane Austen. Jane Austen.
Do you guys remember Little Women?
Never heard of it.
How do I say this? Harry Kennedy was also the person, so I got you with that. But I have a little Tim Kennedy story. Indirectly involves Tim Kennedy. But he was in the Food Truck Diaries when I was working there, and he came in again. Tim was very gracious to me. I also get that he seems to have told some ridiculous sociopathic lies that I'm like, what the fuck? Again, isn't it enough to be a Green Beret who was a great MMA fighter?
Yeah.
You have to invent, that you did more crimes in order to see it. And no one's checking that for you, and they're like, hey, bad idea, buddy.
Yeah.
Who's surrounding you? What was your upbringing like?
Yeah.
There's this deficit of attention.
Did you have a bad childhood with the Vita Vice?
Yeah.
He got Tim Kennedy's I was in Glendale the other day and I was just shooting all these Armenians.
Because he was looking to that
not even looking at what
it was funny watching Callan try to explain, because Shab always has these broad stroke, no, I got it. So, okay, look, Kennedy's good guy. And Callan's like, no, precisely what the argument is whether or not he had the Bronze Star would be good, very specific shit that I don't know about. The Callan researched into it, have an understanding of like why it's a big deal to like even go from this star to something with a but and he actually looked into it and said, yeah, he's a good guy. Like, dude, we're not fucking. You have to be. This is a very nuanced debate here.
Yeah.
Military people are talking about the technicalities of medals that they get, and it's in that world. It's very important to be highly specific and not misrepresent yourself.
Well, that's the thing about that world is that he's not Superman, but you're gonna find out he's Batman. You know what I mean?
What the fuck does that kind of even? I was like, huh? I like these attempts at physical, kind of like because we're just watching the physical component of this, but like what he perceives as like this is gonna be this face on stage.
I like donuts. Well, I'm glad that we have a line in here with the gator fights.
Did somebody break that?
No,
His name is Geraldo Adderton.
I'm just like.
You just gadoosh me. But no, so
I'm a guy with this fucking squirrels device. So
my meeting with Tim Kennedy, by the way, was the morning that Tim Kennedy was coming out of the show.
Yeah.
For Paris. He's promoting his book.
Yeah.
Guess what I get at 8 in the morning? Hey, could you read the book real quick and give me some notes?
Oh my
god! The whole thing, but I had to scan. I had to download the book and scan it and find a few. It's like give me a book report by an hour. So I had to feed Sean questions so that he could pretend as if he had read it.
That's why,
right? And I'm like, why not just say you didn't read it? Who gives a fuck? Nobody thinks you're a reader.
Yeah.
And then you go, so I didn't read the book, but tell me about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And allow Tim to talk. Right?
He can tell you about it.
Why does everything have to be predicated on a lie? Making yourself, because now it worked because he asked the questions that I told him to set up because it was just thematic. It was like, oh, so you talk about this in the book, and it teed up Tim perfectly.
Yeah.
It just, if he'd asked one follow-up, it's like, did you remember the chapter about this? And he'd be like, yeah, the one with the thing in it.
And he says, yeah.
Tim asked one follow-up question.
Okay, House of Cards.
Your ability to assess risk. What the fuck is
Chilian?
Chili
Reno.
What the fuck is Wingus McDingus, dude?
He's Batman.
I got a stupid Tim Kennedy out here. Tim Kennedy, ever been killed by him? Right, sorry, I'm on.
Mark, did Brennan, after that video of everyone congratulating him for his Ringo Poppy special, or did Chin actually come up with that on his own unprompted?
It was planned unprompted, but here, let me say this. What kind of person would you anticipate? Because it's almost like, oh my god, you threw this surprise birthday, but it's like, I don't want that, don't give me an emotional thing, Fred.
I'm recording a podcast, dog.
Yeah, exactly. So
Rudy tries to make me cry all the time.
It was it's telling of what the environment necessitates. Shin's anticipating that this is something that needs to happen. That Brendan, if it didn't happen, would feel insulted.
Yeah.
He needs to have some sort of self-congratulatory, emotional, celebration of his, oh my God, thank you for the Academy.
Yeah.
You put out a 26-minute video on YouTube. What the fuck are you talking about?
And that's got bumpers too, so it's 23.
And it didn't accomplish it. It's maybe had this one some award, you won the Mark Twain Award or whatever, something, or the Andy Kaufman Award for comedy. It's not an accomplishment to post a video to YouTube.
Yeah.
So I don't get what the premise is. So congratulations on uploading a video. But we also celebrated when it hit 1 million views. He took us all to dinner, but it bought 300,000 views.
Oh shit!
He bought views on the Ringo Poppy?
Yes.
Oh,
wow. And I heard it from the source.
He didn't even need to do that.
It was because he felt in his mind that getting to 1 million views would
it's a benchmark.
Prove everyone wrong.
Yeah.
But he gets fixated on it needs to be this, it needs to be a certain thing.
Speaking of being fixated, I don't expect you to watch all of our shows, but we have this idea that Shop hates us, right? So if you could do me a favor, because we've articulated our views on this, right? And it's been asked a bunch of times in the chat. If you can close your eyes and paint the picture for me of what it'll be like if he finds where we are and how he would potentially hurt us. Let's go for it.
Yes.
Floor is yours.
So Shop would handle if he figured out where you guys live and actually was forced to watch your content.
Yeah.
Which you would have to force him to watch it, because the moment anybody made any sort of fun of him, like, he doesn't just, like, it's fun for me to be the butt of the joke. Like I said before, it's like, if it's a good joke, like, please, by all means. If it's shitty and mean, like, okay, but your community is very fun.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not like you're not vicious towards
You leave unscathed when you're here, is what you're saying.
Like I mean, like, out of all the places that like make shop content, you guys are very fair.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Good spirit.
Thank you. Now get to the part where he comes in.
We
He
have
does
story
it.
there. I'm saying, so
I've never counted.
if you were a normal human being, like if you had a 10 minutes of fucking Chris D'Elia or Brian Callen, they'd be like, "Oh, that's hilarious! Like that you guys like do a podcast about me every week. Like that's funny." Shop would hate it, first of all, irrationally, because you guys are—it's all fun and spirited.
Even though we love you.
Yeah, like
we're his biggest fans.
you know, yeah, it's all good spirited. He would hate the moment that he discovered that he was the butt of a joke by plebeians. You know, he was like beneath them. Because you guys are nobodies, right? So it's like, who are these nobodies in their mom's closet and doing things like, and so he'd use every avenue to dismiss their little shit. And then he would imagine beating up or talk about beating the shit out of you, or
outside of you.
Like, yes. Shop would never confront you face to face because he has an aversion to face conflict because, like, I'm not saying he's scared to fight. Obviously, he fought in the UFC, but he was paid to do it, and I assume he has more nerves. And like some people are less bothered by it. It's like, you think Khabib or Magomedov gets nervous to fight?
Yeah,
I think that's the coldest motherfucker.
You're right. No,
you know what I mean? Like,
he's
but some guys, admittedly, like George St. Pierre, like he just be admitted to being very nervous, and it makes sense because he's kind of a nerdy guy, but he's just really good at fighting. But it's like you're in an arena and some dude's trying to beat the shit out of you. Of course,
but you walk in here and two fat dudes are eating cupcakes. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's a joke.
Here's what I'm saying though: is that Brendan in real life, despite like his success in the UFC, he's not somebody who enjoys like conflict per se. Like, I enjoy confrontation more than he does. You know, the idea of like beating the shit out of someone who deserves it. Like for example, if like you know, I'm just saying, like, if I saw some dude like bullying my friend, like, it would be like, oh, I get to beat the shit out of this guy. Like,
nice, let's go.
Let's go. Justified, right?
Yeah, no violence.
But that's predicated on the idea of a moral compass.
Yes.
Right? Where
you're right.
Damn, you're fucking smart, Mark. What the fuck, dude? Yeah, you could have said somebody who did listen to our
sociopath who like literally enjoys sadistically inflicting violence on people just because you're capable of it, and it gives you pleasure in the act of committing violence against people. Like, you draw pleasure on. Brendan's not a sociopath, but it implies like there would be a world. Now, of course, if somebody attacked his wife or kids, of course, it's not automatic.
Oh, yeah.
I have no doubt that he would defend them.
He's going to intersect the hell out of you, dude.
But he wouldn't be able to comprehend or justify what the moral transgression is.
Yeah.
Now, there are fighting words for guys where it's like, you can roast me or whatever, but there's certain things a guy can say to me where I'm like, you're inviting me to hit you in the face.
Right, like if
disrespecting me in a way that transgresses a male boundary.
Like if you ate someone's Triscuits and they were like, hey, why did you eat my Triscuits?
And then their mom calls you.
You probably have to yell at their mom. But if you say it to my mom,
that is a predicate for physical violence. And that's a funny thing to analyze too, because that shows you the moral compass is broken there. You're attacking a guy because you ate his food. Wow. What the fuck is wrong with you?
You know, Brian went on that.
Just
Wow.
In his mind, he's the hero of that story. He doesn't realize, he's like, oh no, you're Cobra Kai. You know,
Assad, dude. Assad
is one of our favorites.
Definitely, dude. He's a chef.
Hey, real quick, y'all talk about Baba being scared. That's your takeaway. Look him in the room. Lock him in the room and he'll fuck his way out on skate with the Diet Coke.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just telling you, like, why would I lie about my perception of Brendan? The most mean and aggressive he was in group chats. He likes to bully people where he has formal authority in front of other people.
Yeah.
And knowing that if you clap back at him, it's going to be in front of other people, therefore he's justified in firing you.
Yes.
I would be far more aggressive. Like, I would say things to him in text message that he's probably never heard before from an employee, but it's just me going coldly, like, you're wrong. Like, I'm sorry, Brendan. I'd be diplomatic, but I'm like, let me analyze this for you and tell you why you're incorrect and be coherent. And he, like, it scrambled his brain because he's like, employees aren't, stop arguing. I'm like, but I'm right.
Yeah.
And you're just totally wrong to the point of, like, if I tell you that you're right, I'm actually, like, harming your business, you know?
Yeah.
And then in person, we'd have these conflicts over text and he'd be like, let's talk tomorrow. And he'd be like, hey, what's up, brother? Like, he's very reconciliatory.
Yeah.
And I'm okay, like, football coaches in my life, like, when I played college football, I had this head coach who was, like, a former NFL offensive lineman who was, like, super smart and, like, just an aggressive, nasty competitor, you know?
Yeah.
He would get in your fucking face and just be like, if you fucked up, like, he would, like, grab your face mask and be like, what the fuck, you know, like, so I'm okay with guys being like, you fucked up, and I'm telling you directly, but you'd also, if you did a great job, he'd bring the same energy to compliment you. So I'm not scared of a boss being like, you fucked up, and
assertive boss.
Yeah, it's like, cool, be direct, and tell me what I need to do. But Shab is like, he'll be a dick to you in a text message group chat, but then see you in person, be like, hey man, so I gotta tone it down and be a little. I'm like, okay, you want me to say be a yes man more? Is that what you're saying? You know, you want me to not point out that you're a fucking idiot to the group chat?
So you want me to tell you what we think will happen?
Yeah.
You know, you're very diplomatic. I mean, we're more on your side now, where we don't believe he'll actually hurt us. You know what I mean? But we used to have two big red chairs, only for the sole reason that we can dance around him while he tries to choke us out.
Yeah, we were thinking the chairs could maybe give us some time. We'd like hold it right in front of him and he'd try and get us.
That's hilarious.
Last line of defense kind of.
But then Bobby Lee told us that we don't have to worry about that.
Yeah. Tiger Belly's money is pretty good, but most of that we just put right back in the pot.
Yeah.
As you can see from the Portos.
Yeah. The cupcakes.
He pays us pretty well. He's a good boss. Bobby's assertive.
Yes.
He'll tell us, like, you know, hey, there weren't enough clips about, you know, like this.
More beans, more cheese. Yeah.
You know, where, like, we still know Mr. Whole Foods is. I've given you guys, like, years to find that out.
The mastermind.
Yeah. So it's like, I always talk with Bobby every night.
I still remember that phone call.
Oh, yeah, I saw it.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
He called me up. He's like, we fucking got him, dude. Bobby Lee's bound to separate. And I'm like, no way. Like, how do you know this? He's like, fucking hackers that I hired with a duffel bag full of cash. Hackers. Accounts opener. I'm like, okay. Here's what I'm gonna recommend you do. Don't tell anyone about this.
Yeah.
Let's just think it through.
Yeah.
Try to maybe gather some more information to ensure that stupid suggestion by you. This email address that these anonymous people gave you that might be Bobby Lee's email, but maybe not, because you don't have to verify your email to make it like, right? That's something a 12-year-old could think through.
Yeah.
Of like, how can I verify this is true?
You gotta give it up to that guy that doesn't matter that made that motherfucking email tigerbelly. Oh yeah, that guy, dude.
That's a bad
chef's kiss. All you do is lie to me.
Right,
Rogan is short pie.
Somebody out there actually did that.
Yeah.
And made Brendan Schaub ruin his career.
And Brian was threatening people on behalf of this server or whatever.
Yep.
Yeah.
Flapjack.
Honestly, how well do you think you do in a real fight with Papa? I think you'd be surprised, B. All I've ever said about fighting Brendan is that I wouldn't be scared to. It's like I played fucking college football against guys who are bigger and stronger than Brendan. I wrestled heavyweight in high school.
A lot of cappuccinos.
Like, do you think I'm scared of being punched in the face?
Yeah.
I've been in more street fights and we're like, I'm just not like. Do you think engaging in physical violence with a guy who's roughly my size scares me? You must not know me.
That's how I feel about Agostino Zinga. I'd probably beat him.
That guy's a great guy. My wife's DMs.
Oh yeah, I've heard.
Like, it was so funny. I'm like, hey, do you think Luana would go for you? Like,
he's in my DMs.
Did he?
Oh, he tried to fuck?
He's trying to fuck?
Well, let's just say he slid into more than that.
He said, "Gimme," devil face emoji.
Did he say that?
No, he was actually kind of polite. I mean, hey, shoot or shoot, but
yeah.
He was like, hey, if you're ever in London, like, come through. Well, it was polite, but like he was hitting on her.
Yeah. If you have any London blood, come on through.
We see you crash out. Joe, you didn't give him this comment. What the fuck are you talking about? Crash out. When did I crash out? When my wife was hiking my.
I crash out every night.
Myself on the way to the Sequoia National Forest after locking me in the apartment.
Truck Flip asked this a little earlier.
Has Brian taken loans or something from Papa? Is that we saw? No. He needs money for alimony, dude. Mark, when Brendan was drinking, how much alcohol was he downing? A lot. Because I remember keeping track of this, and I remember I'm looking through some of the photos that I have on my phone that I take at Chop Show at 9 a.m.
Yeah.
He had a fucking large, like, cup of whiskey,
Yeah.
Like at 9 in the morning, and then he just keep drinking. You can't see his face, where he looks bloated. It's like, well, you're drinking whiskey all throughout the day.
Cheeked up from the chin up.
And then he would do, I remember I tried to calculate how much whiskey he was drinking based on, like, he would take a large, like a glass this big, wherever they do with the comedy clubs, where you serve like a Diet Coke in.
Yeah.
With whiskey and ice, and I was trying to be like, okay, you need about like 6 shots, like to fill us up with the ice. You'd have one of those, maybe more on stage. So he was drinking at least 12 shots of whiskey at night over the course of 2 shows.
Damn.
And then
a little less than Cootie.
I was like, he was at least drinking 30 drinks of whiskey a weekend. It was
my god.
And then go to Monday. So he said alcoholism. Like, I don't know what the definition of, but
I don't know if it is or not.
He seemed to at least have a very high tolerance.
Yeah.
And it was part of his act. He's like sipping a giant glass of whiskey on stage that he would finish by the end of the show.
Yikes.
And for somebody who struggles to pronounce words, it's not a great look.
Yeah,
I remember by the second show, he'd be like, he sounded drunk on top of.
What was that yellow thing he was drinking on the where he dips out? It looks like a banana. He drank out of it and he had the weird face.
Oh, that was the shoey.
Okay,
In celebration of Tai Tuivasa.
That I think drinking that even one time makes you an alcoholic.
How dumb were the baddies that hooked up with Bappa during his comedy days? Were they just naive groups? A lot of them were, but a couple of them were very intelligent and like. Women are, you have to understand that, like, the draw of status is enormous for most, even sophisticated women. It's like, yeah, you're famous. He's also, tall, good-looking athlete, right? Like, is it surprising that Brendan Schaub can, as women, offer themselves to him? No. A lot of them are dumb, but a few of them are sophisticated, but they just see through his bullshit.
Yeah.
He gaslights everyone he's with on the side to be like, he does this like future faking where he's like, I'm gonna leave my wife for you, and like,
oh my god,
he's like, poor old me, like I don't even see my wife anymore. It's just like a staged marriage, like yes for the kids, and because I've seen him to my own friends, multiple of my own friends, because I'm like this chick that I work out with, Zoo Culture, or like who he like pursues, or this I've seen him pursue so many women that like I knew before him, and so I think the real tea of like his approach is identical. He just like addies, baddies, baddie. He's the most socials. He is incapable of not repeating the same things over and over again. So he uses the same story, which involves like I'm super sympathetic. My life is actually really sad at home because I don't have sex with my wife, so this is really cheating. Yeah, but you are the one that I'm going to leave my wife for and start a family with.
Yeah, he does like a 60-year-old in the middle class.
What?
He acts like a 60-year-old in the middle class, like acting like they're going to leave their wife. Right. They don't really have that much money, so they can't just pay for sex and like not have to coerce.
Yeah, like I don't know. It's like because you could get away with all this by like, look, you know the deal, right? Mm-hmm. Like I'm famous, I have money, I have a kid. You're the side piece.
Yeah. You can't be honest.
Yeah, he needs a shared fantasy, which is also NPD, classic behavior. You enter into a shared fantasy, because I've received, like, women I didn't know that well when met would reach out to me and be like, we made plans to go to a fertility clinic to talk about having kids. I'm like, what? I'm like, you're an idiot for believing that, first of all, but Brendan was initiated.
Yeah.
Because he develops a pretty elaborate fantasy with women who he will then discard the next week, which creates liabilities. Because guess what? If you do that to enough women, one of them's gonna
ask Crystalia.
What's that?
Ask Crystalia. Yeah, dude.
Right. It's just like you're upping the odds of like, if you treat enough women like objects, one of them might protest. Ouch. And then that might give momentum to
a movement.
A little bit of a movement. Or other people.
Chuck Flip, great question. He already answered that though.
Yeah, I think
he thinks Alligator is Netflix.
He's
doing God's work.
He's an artiste.
How many addies went with all that whiskey? Oh, we already answered that too.
4 day.
Yeah,
it's quite a bit.
How is Brendan affording his lifestyle? Does it make sense, Peter? Somebody said Peter.
Okay. So I really try to not speak inaccurately,
right?
Like because there's already so many people speculating on, like he's going broke, he's doing this, like. But if I don't see your bank accounts or know your exact financial situations, I can't comment on that. Because I know he made a lot of money doing stand-up for sure. He made a lot of money doing podcasts. So like, if you have any sort of financial intelligence, you tuck some of that away.
And I think he doesn't keep it a secret that he lives outside of his means. Like he talks about he just bought a Corvette because he got money from the UFC or whatever.
Right. I mean, that's the main thing is like a guy like me, if you give me a bunch of money, I'd be like, I'd buy a functional car and like I don't know, live in a tiny home. I don't care. I just be like, the comfort would be having a bunch of money as security to kind of do what I want and not have to worry about it. It doesn't make sense to me to be like, I got a bunch of money, I can look like I'm more rich. Yeah. Like, what? Who gives a fuck? But to him, the appearance of wealth is very important to me. Yeah. As, many people in LA that you meet that I just,
for sure.
Yeah. Fucking materialism.
They're in Austin now, though, and they do, one thing we were laughing about with the expensive thing, he's whining all the time about Austin now, and one of the first things he said was they don't have an Air One out here.
Oh, yes, I wanted to ask you about
that. What do you think about that? That's a crazy thing to say.
Oh, yeah. Also, you guys have been to Air One.
Oh, of course.
I would never have actually shopped there had it not been for Shab. No, just because it's like, I hate, because I can as a bodybuilder, you cook your own food, and I eat steak and rice, chicken right now. Right? Yeah. I don't need fancy shit, right? Yeah. So I'm already cooking for myself. So I'm like, wait, so this $10 steak that I could get from Costco that's amazing. The equivalent of that at Air One would be $80 from the fucking, I just remember going there and being like, wait, I bought a drink and a plate of food that had meat and a side dish and it's $40,
Yeah, their hot bar different.
It's now the food is very good, but it's going to Air One is part of the whole I'm rich, I can afford to. You like to be seen at Air One because everything's so expensive, it prices out all the brokies.
Yeah. So, Air One's like a fucking Costco with a beach, dude.
It's a funny little thing there. They always invite me there, but I can eat McDonald's. I don't give a fuck.
Shout out to CR Guitar, dude. What the fuck?
Oh,
shit, dude. CR Guitar.
CR Guitar is the guy that made our beat song. He's in Canada. He's a great musician.
He's a great follow on Instagram.
He does Ireland with the T-Most boys. On my mom's side, her mother is Irish heritage. Mary Evelyn Ruane.
We're all
Irish heritage.
Dude, hit up CR Guitar.
I'm so fucking. Someone say the most Irishest. What the fuck is an Air One be? Air One is like EREWHON. It's like more expensive Whole Foods.
Yeah.
The hot. It's like a grocery store where everything is 3 times the price of a normal grocery store. Literally, it's here's this small thing of strawberries. It's $18.
Yeah.
I've never bought food. Well, I've never grocery shopped there. I have gotten a smoothie or two.
Yeah.
It was expensive as
$30 smoothie. You guys know about the protein pony nickname?
40.
That me 60. At least on the Reddit or whatever.
Which one?
So Theo Vaughn referred to me as protein pony when I was out of the room.
Oh, wow.
And it became this little moment where Sean got mad at me.
Yeah.
Because here's what happened. I had never met Theo before. He was flying in and out. So the first time I met him was when he came in for King of the Sting one episode early on in my tenure working there when I started to help with King of the Sting. I met him, said, "What's up? We're cool." And he had just got off the plane, and you could tell he didn't want to be there. You know, like the whole energy and the whole theory of like, he really wanted to, he made some vague reference to like, you know, man, we're just doing stuff to like, just kind of, you know, your heart's not in it, whatever he said, but like he was obviously referring to King of the Sting. But you don't blame him, because even just traveling across the country to do a podcast sounds horrible.
It sounds like the worst flight of all time.
Yeah. Like when you're already traveling for stand-up, it's like, why would you want to do that for? And I'm sure it was lucrative. There's some amount of money, but it's like, you don't. If you're thinking about it, you don't need it.
That could just be my living room.
Correct. Yeah. If I was making enough money, you could not pay me enough to like take another flight across the country.
But then again, podcasts are so powerful that sometimes you watch the Gringo Hawk for 24 hours.
Hey, Mark, Bob and Chappelle have falling out. There is certainly a reason that they do not associate with one another. I'm not going to go into the specifics of it, but just know that Chappelle's one of my closest friends. He is a person with the utmost integrity as a human being, and those kinds of people tend to not last very long with Brendan Shaw.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm not going to go into details. I'm just saying that you apply this to anybody who looks like a good person, they're not going to last very long with Brendan Shaw. Chappelle's also...
Like Sanaz.
Sanaz and Chappelle are like the polar opposite of humanity.
I just want to say
the drug-addicted whore, and the other one's an incredible artist who's an introvert and doesn't give a fuck about, you know, attention so much as, you know, he's just good at comedy and gymnastics and other things. Like, Chappelle's a very talented human being, and also, you know, is a committed artist and just a likable, down-to-earth person.
Shout out to Truckfoot for asking all these questions. That has been a question throughout the chat, is thoughts on Kalila. You don't have to go too far into it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, am I honest? No.
Even though she's our boss.
She's one of our bosses. Yeah. She's our...
You want to say anything about her before?
She's our Jules. She's a great person.
Talk about my boss. Next.
Yeah. What's the story, bro? 2 words, Mark. Blank check. Okay? So, I mean, I gotta go bathroom.
I don't do Bahama, dude.
Yeah, I do. I did a bit on, what's that show called? Well, it was a podcast that's no longer up. It was like with Richie the Clown. There's a clip I know that has some views that ended up me mocking Kalila and doing her Filipino accent. But I do believe she has psychopathic tendencies.
Okay.
As evidenced by her poetry.
Oh yeah, I heard
about unearthed her poetry, and it's extremely dark. And if it's any sort of accurate representation of her thought process, it seems to be highly exploitative, manipulative, like fantasies of, you know, wealth, power, celebrity, like sadistic behavior towards men. Like if you found someone's journal and you saw this shit, you'd be like, this person writes like a psychopath. You know what I mean?
I wonder, yeah, I do.
So that's my evidence for that. And then also, in person, she seems to be performatively, emotionally intelligent, right? So it's the whole, like, when we consider being mindful of the things that we talk, so,
right.
You know,
Great
she's
but yeah.
misdirecting you with a calm, deliberate, she's articulate and smart enough to misdirect away from the fact that she's calculated, vindictive, sadistic, right? If you look at enough clips of Tiger Belly, you'll see evidence of her being, when the mask slips, she's sadistic. She has enough self-awareness to not do that all the time, and she often comes across as genuine, and I believe that she is very close with Bobby, but, like, I have to assume she is very calculated in her pursuit of Bobby, and she's highly incentivized to make the relationship seem as legitimate as possible, and her love legitimate, even though I would assign very ulterior, like, calculated motives for her to pursue Bobby and become well-known and famous. Although I'm not saying she didn't do anything for Bobby. I'm not saying she doesn't have talents as kind of like a manager for him, almost, you know? Right. To like set him up and kind of like, in a sense, exploit him, but benefits him, but also benefits her way more, you know?
Yeah.
Mutually beneficial.
Her writing poetry to me is interesting in of itself, being in this world of like Rogan and comedians, like diaries and poetry. Like I'd love to read like I don't know. I mean, obviously Shop's diary, but he doesn't write. But like Rogan, what's in Rogan's diary?
He spits facts.
Jeff Dye, does he write poetry? Like women, there's a haiku about how women are whores. I don't know how to do haikus.
Yeah.
But it would be like something about.
Listen, I'm as horny as Brendan's forehead. All right. So okay, that's all.
Oh, sorry. Come on, that was good.
Mark makes Baba look like a photographer when it comes to having the best brains for the arts. Yeah. That's a great little word salad. Don't even know if it's being insulted or complimented. Everyone says Bobby Lee is so real. Why doesn't he make jokes about being forced into cuckoldry? Was he forced into cuckoldry? Like technically, I know people throw around the term cuck a lot as like if a girl that you're dating fucks someone else, but it's like, oh, does it imply watching? I don't know.
I don't get it because like Bappa does say that quite a bit. He called Marin a cook.
Yeah,
and like
I feel like it's an overused word these days. It's like people say liberal cock. It's like
I've said that
I heard from a girl that you like to hear. You got off on her describing. This is from the girl's mouth. He would get. During sex, he would say, "Describe the biggest black dicks you've ever had."
Oh my god!
I was like, I can't unhear that. This is Shop's sexual fetish.
Wait, women tell people that?
Huh?
Like the Leah thing? And they're like finding out. Wait, women say what you tell them to say during sex. Shit! Hold on, we gotta stop the pod. I need to call.
Our thoughts on slow Joe being the most superficial person.
Can you get Rob back on the phone? Get your lawyer. I need to run some lawsuits. When I said that during sex, I didn't know that you could say it to other people.
Can you screenshot that?
That's bad, dude.
Fuck, somebody just asked me a question. Oh, where are my thoughts on Slow Joe? Yeah, she's in person. It's what I thought was funny about this, her portrayal in the Rio Poppy specifically is that it's predicated on her being a rattlesnake.
Yeah,
and like
goddamn rattlesnake.
Hot-tempered and this and that. It's like, if you meet Joanna, she's incredibly sweet.
Oh, really?
Superficial. Spicy. Like, but you know, she's like, well, want to be Kim Kardashian, right? Like, does Kim Kardashian be mean and nasty? You know what I mean? Like, it's like, she's very polite and conscientious and sweet. Like, now Shop will, like, privately he'll complain about her, like, oh, you know, arguments, this, that. I'm like, well, yeah, like, anybody who doesn't buy into your, like, stupid worldview, you have arguments with. So.
Sure. I would imagine that she's, like, not accurately portrayed by Shop, for sure. There's no way he's, like, describing her accurately.
No.
Crop out the ugly.
Yeah, I know for a fact he's actually real well. He told me how, like, because there's a joke in Gringo Poppy where he goes, crop out the uglies and send back, and then the reveal is, we're in a group chat, dumbass. And he's saying that to his wife.
Yeah.
And I go, did she really say that? And he goes, no, that was me. I was like,
oh yeah, we told us before.
Oh, it was the opposite.
There's always a swapping going on, right? There's always a projection or a, like, reversing of the victim and the offender.
I'm fast. Sorry,
let's call it what it is. 40 chess.
Oh yeah, he's playing 40 chess.
40 chess, 5D chess. Like 3D chess is enough people up at 40. Like, he's playing 8D. What is 8D chess?
Yeah, 10. Yeah. So we're on right now.
What's the 8th dimension?
Well, it's 40, like 40.
Oh yeah, 40. CT.
I mean,
some people are just giving money.
I know, it's very nice. Thank you, Tim.
They're just giving it.
I think it's because, like, you're already spitting facts as it is. They don't really have a question. They don't question the facts that Mark Harley spits.
Somebody said honest thoughts on Brian Callen. Okay. Love you, Brian. You want to hear something funny that I learned recently?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I don't think I don't know. I don't give a shit if he cares. I know somebody who was flying him around in his private jet going back and forth between Austin and LA. So, because for a time period he was flying to LA. Right. So I know the wealthy individual who I'm personal friends with, Jamie, who I introduced.
Did he ever try anything with cats?
Who was using, and Ryan loves rich people. Ryan's favorite people are rich people.
He also likes people in cow costumes.
Saying underwear Lopez. I don't know what that fucking story is about the Lopez. I don't know. I've seen it out of context. And I'm like, what the fuck was he doing? He certainly was glitching. Lopez. It's funny. This guy who's ushering Callen back and forth, he told me some stories about how he is the most ridiculously and astoundingly unpunctual person I've ever heard of.
Damn.
Him and Time And
I like
deadlines are like, now he would sometimes come late. I remember Brendan being annoyed by him because he'd be like, oh, I'm running late to the studio, there's a lot of traffic.
Yeah.
And we'd like check the traffic, like race over, like, there's no fucking traffic. So, but it's like, oh, big deal. You're like, 30 minutes late for your podcast, you've been doing 800 million times, like, who cares? But,
right.
And I know, but Brendan did seem annoyed by it, fairly so, because, like, for the most part, Brendan's on time and kind of considers that, like, his big win of the day. It's like, I just show up. It's like, okay, you suck at your job, but yes, you did technically come on time. Brian apparently has a more difficult relationship with time, and I get that as, like, an ADD symptom, like time management and time distortion are problems. However, the details of some of the stories I've heard, I was like, Brian is 8 years old when it comes to time. Like, I heard like 10 different stories from this guy. It's like, I hung out with him for a month, and he fucked up so many times for his own shows. Middling for, like, big, like, Tony Hinchcliffe's headlining, and, like, Kim Congdon is, like, opening, and you're the middle, and you're, like, 30 minutes late. Like, not even, like, when you're supposed to be there, just for the show. So, like, somebody has to come on and, like, kill. It was, like, not 2 minutes or whatever. Like, shit runs on a tight schedule as your stand-up, like,
Kim Congdon does not have 30 extra minutes.
Right, I go, oh my god, just not alone. But then it was like, dinners, it would be like, oh, hey, let's meet up for dinner at 7. And then it's like, hey, I'm outside the restaurant. And then, like, they don't come till 9 p.m. or something like that. It's like, so many stories are like, that is like, what? So, but it's a representation of, he's talked about it before, his entitlement. Remember he was like, I used to think of myself as, like, one of the chosen ones. He is self-aware of his own entitlement. Doesn't mean it fixes it, just being self-aware. But he's referenced it, so that's why I feel safe kind of, like, saying that. It's no secret. Like, but he feels entitled. Just be late for shit. Or he'd be like, oh, come over at 6, we're having dinner. And the guy would show up, and it's like, I'm here at 6. He's like, oh, we're still at the grocery store. Getting the ingredients for the dinner, motherfucker? Like, what do you, like, why would you do that?
Hurry up, David.
Just forget about shit. Or just, like, it's to such a degree where he goes, I literally have to stop hanging out with him because he's, like, so late.
It's annoying. I really hate that shit. My friend Cutter O'Neill, he's a piece of shit. He's late to everything. He's a director. He's just like, why would you want to work with someone like that? He sucks ass.
Yeah,
you know people like that?
They're disrespectful. Well, no, not to that extreme, but
cut them out of your life.
You can get away with it more. The more status you have, like, because you hear like celebrities where it's like, for example, I don't know if you follow that, like, lively, just well-done lawsuit, but, like, you hear a lot about, like, actors holding shit up on set, like The Rock, Vin Diesel, like, they talk about how, like, Vin Diesel would, like, hold up production. If you're an A-list actor and you want to have a temper tantrum, there's not much you can do to, like, force Vin Diesel out of his trailer if he doesn't want to show up.
Right.
It's going to cost money, but what do you do? Fire him? Like, there's no, like, mechanism in place to, like, punish you for not showing up on time.
Yeah, what are you going to do? Volume punch me?
Yes, I was like, I know there's something there. I was like, what did he say? Thank God. 3 heads.
Exactly.
Chuck wants to know, Tony Hinchcliffe, go.
Oh, yeah.
Tony Hinchcliffe, did you guys have thoughts on Tony Hinchcliffe?
Oh, yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Go for it.
He's terrible. Really? Oh,
no, I don't want to.
He's absolutely horrendous at stand-up.
Yeah.
He's another guy that was actually nice to me, kind of, and not as like Jeff Dye when I met him, but his stand-up is just very bad. You said something that was very, I think,
when he's on Kill, do you like Kill Tony the show?
Not really.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
here's the thing. Kill Tony show is great, right? But he's only a part of it by name. What I said the other day was that he's a open micer that got his way. Like, the fantasies of an open micer, Tony Hinchcliffe, for some reason, can just achieve all those.
Yeah.
And without really the talent.
To corroborate that, because I also met him, he was really nice to me, he made a funny joke about me, he called me, like, half man, half centaur, or some funny joke that I was like, oh, that's funny, a funny roast, that it wasn't mean. And my buddy, who is a comic in LA, seemed to have an issue. Like, I brought him up once, and he was like, that fucking guy walks around the Comedy Store like he's the fucking king of the universe. So apparently he does rub people the wrong if you interact.
People say that. People have said that about him a lot. I mean, the only interaction I've had with him is I did kill Tony once. He was nice to me on that. And then after the roast battle, he gave me some compliments. Yeah. So, like, both times I was like, and he didn't need to be that. He could have slammed me because I bombed. So, both times I was like, all right, well, this guy's a nice guy. Okay, but that was before. So I do still feel bad about clowning him.
Yeah.
But my thing is, I want to be as honest as possible. His stand-up is god awful. We watched One Shot, and you can't even find it online because it's.
They took it down, right?
They took it down. I have seen him actually do that in person. The thing where he's like acting like a big deal.
Yeah.
I told the story in the pod before, but I was at the roast battle once, and he tried to make fun of this random open micer in the crowd.
Yeah.
And this open micer, I like the guy.
Yeah.
But again, I'm going to be honest, he is not funny. He is not going to stand up. He's somebody who actually might kill me. So I love the guy. I love him. But he, at least at the time, he wasn't very good at stand-up. He said something back to Tony, and then Tony tried to slam him. It didn't go that well. But then the open micer was like, your special One Shot, it's terrible. No one liked it. And he got a big pop, right?
Yeah.
And then Tony tried to come back at him, and it bombed. And then the open micer went back, but he was like,
I remember there's been some moments in my life. I remember we used to roast each other in my fraternity. We'd like, as part of the initiation, you could like anonymously roast people. You would tell one of the pledges to like, you'd write a roast. You'd tell say Cooney like, and tell you about Cooney. You gotta go Cooney and small T. Is it not true that you're like you're fucking you didn't write some roast, right?
Yeah.
So you know it's coming from. So it's very fun. One dude, like who, like he was, I think, closeted gay, but because he was also like really in your face, like narcissistic and like overcompensating straight. That was what made it like you don't want this out a gay dude, right? But like he was a dick and a douche and like a narcissist. Right? So the final joke of the entire evening, somebody goes up to him and goes, like, sir, whatever, you're gay and no one likes you. And it was just like, boom, like people laugh. It was like sad. And then I remember he came, he said, did you fucking say that joke? I'm like, no, dude. Why would I? That's so mean.
That's a great, you can feel that.
It's one of those things, Brian, do this, where you just go, like, say your special sucked.
Yeah.
And it's like, if it did, and you just have to say that, and it gets a laugh, like, what are you going to do?
Yeah, it was so much worse. It was so much worse than that because he kept trying to thank you.
Oh, yeah, and then you're trying to one-up it.
Yeah.
And it's not working.
It got worse and worse, and the crowd started chanting the open micer's name, and like, Coney sucks, Coney sucks. Yeah, it was insane. I said this on the podcast, and two people messaged, or actually more than two people, they messaged me about it, about other times that exact same thing happened. So this has happened to Tony 3 times at least.
Yeah.
Random open mic.
Somebody said, Mark should sign up for Kill Tony, and if he gets pulled, do some shot with Jim. That's actually a fucking brilliant idea. I would go up and do my own, the dick joke that he did about me, where I send terrible dick pics out. Like,
oh, yeah, you
should. I'd be like, confront him about it. I'm like, hey, could you like maybe? I didn't tell him not to do it. I'm like, you understand how people might perceive that as being disrespectful, right? And you're like opening your entire act with like Mark Harley is bad at everything he does and sends shitty dick pics and is also a moron who's bad at like security and is going to get me killed. And,
yeah, you shouldn't do that for an employee or a friend.
Yeah, it was super. Yeah, I was like, okay, that's what you want to do with Mark.
I'm a hungry wolf. That's what.
I'm a hungry. Yeah, you fucking.
Yeah, they gave a hungry wolf a fucking chance. Spill the beans on these
what I do like about, because I know David Lucas personally, and I consider him a friend. I like their dynamic, and I like that when David Rose killed, when David Rose, Tony Hinchcliffe. Tony laughs about it. Like, he is very open to, like, David's roast. I like their dynamic.
You ever make you thank on it? Like, got you thanking at all? You ever thank on it?
Lucas get me thinking.
Yeah, thanking. Because the elephant graveyard mentioned that a lot of times David Lucas makes you think on things.
Yeah.
You leave the counter, you said thank you.
David Lucas said to me, he said, this motherfucker looked like a muscular bobcat.
Oh.
I was like, that's pretty good.
Well, we got a line problem, y'all. Yeah,
I think he said, I have a protein powder fetish or something like that. He moves more the way. That's funny because you hear the same shit over and over again. Right. And you're like, oh, okay. Like, this was funny. It made me laugh as original.
I mean, their dynamic, to me and Jardo often do this, but it's just like, David's like, hey, you gay, though. And then Tony's like, well, you're fat and black. You're fat and black. You're fat and black. You're gay, though. You're gay as hell, bro.
Can you help shit out with current events? What was funny was we discussed, I hate to be repetitive, but I did try to help Chip with current events because the way they were doing it is like, you're reading newspaper articles as current events. Like, that's not how the world works anymore. Get a fucking YouTube video, get a viral clip. Like, why are you responding to like, yeah, a girl was kidnapped, and then Chin's reading it out loud or whatever? It was like, Jesus Christ, this is like the worst part of the show is current events.
Yeah,
because this is not, the world has evolved and left news articles behind. So I was like, going, what's hot right now? Andrew Tate, and like they loved the first one I did, the first couple ones I brought in. They were like, oh, this is hilarious. It's easy because it's like a YouTube short. It's all over the internet. And he talks, you get to react to what he's saying, and he's like, oh, Andrew Tate's delivery is funny, he's rash and shy. And then he did this. The next time around, so I was like, oh, this is working. He's like that. I'll do another one next week. Yeah. And he does this joke where he goes, I was reading an article the other day. Yeah. Some kid took a second pie to 2 other places. That's great. But how the fuck are you supposed to get laid reciting pie to a hoe? And that's right. You guys laugh. It's like the verbiage. How are you supposed to get laid in a club reciting pie to a hoe? And I was like, that's just funny. It's a funny delivery and it's a funny line. And also,
he did great on Twitter. Ooch has a funny. Is that Ooch? No, it's somebody that just.
Somebody asked about interaction. One of the best.
David's funniest joke is when he said Tony buys baby carrots just to suck on. I don't know. I got you. Never mind.
Yeah, he said, who's the worst interaction you had as a T-Fat Kid gets?
Oh, that's a good one. Fuck, there's no real bad interactions. I would say, when I'm Food Truck Diaries, Jamal Hill was like high as fuck and super awkward, and like we were talking about skits before he like I was kind of like the liaison for Food Truck Diaries for the MMA fighters. So like when they weren't involved in the shot, I was like tasked with like talking to them. Yeah. So I had a lot of great conversations with guys like Alexander Volkanovski, is super smart, and Michael Chandler's easy to talk to. There's all these guys that are like really smart and easy to talk to in the MMA world. Jamal Hill like comes out the car like having just smoked a blunt and was like super like awkward and not gonna like he was like and it was like is this kind of weird because he's like high and like paranoid and like whispering. But before the episode shot, we were like, oh, I see you do like skits online, you use like voiceovers and this and that. We're talking skits, and then like I asked him to like shoot a skit afterwards for like the Oak and Stone Clothing Company, and by the way, a bunch of people have done this for me. I was like, oh, like who's the I hate that I blank out her name, but she's super gorgeous, the female commentator for the UFC.
Megan Kelly. No, what's her name?
I know. Shit.
I hate that.
Lauren Sanko,
yeah. Lauren Sanko is a saint there. She's super gorgeous, and like I was like, you see her, and it's like this woman is just beyond gorgeous in person. And she like agreed to do like this little like walkthrough, like I'm doing an Oak and Stone pitch, and she like walks by and says one thing. Yeah. So, after a whole day's work, sometimes I'd ask a bit, hey, do you mind for 10 seconds if you do this thing for me? And after I'd already discussed comedy and this thing, I came up with a skit idea. I'm like, oh, like you can come up to me and be like, I like that shirt, let me get it. And he like takes it off me, like he bullies me to get it. I was like, oh, would you mind it? He's like, and he got super awkward about it. Because I'm like, you can say no, that's not an issue. He's like, so like, what are you compensating me for? I'm like, oh, I don't really make, like, I could give you like realistically like $150. And he like laughed at it. I was like, oh, I'm sorry. Like, he just kind of like humiliated me when it's like, he's like, like, because I've asked him for like Volkanovski. I was like, oh, do you mind taking a picture of this? Like, my buddy has a supplement company. He's like, yeah, I just can't post it publicly, but I'll take a picture of it and send him. This guy's a cool thing. Yeah. Most people are pretty cool. You're under no obligation to help me out. But the way he did it, I was like, all right, like cool, like no big deal. But he made this huge deal about it, like I was about to give him $5,000 for like being in a social media video. After we like we were talking about comedy earlier or whatever, and we should just get which again, it's totally his right. If it would have ended there, I wouldn't be talking about it. But then I get a call from Brendan. He's like, did you fucking try to like get Jamal Hill to do a like promo? I'm like, how did that get back to you? Like, he's like, his manager called me. I'm like, did he? Yeah. Like his manager, Jamal complained his manager talked to you, or there's a woman there who came with Jamal Hill, and like was this obvious like social climbing like bimbo, like later, you know, that was like disappeared to the fucking, like, you know, she came over and it's like, oh hey, when you guys are conducting business in the King of the Stay room for 2 hours, cool. You know, but she was there. I think Shop had left, and she was still there. I think she must have like used it as a predicate to like reach out to Shop. She's like, oh, so you know, like Mark made John Mahal really uncomfortable, like as a way to like kind of be like, oh, I'm just looking out for your best interest. But like, why am I being reprimanded about asking a simple question to a guest? Like, we're in a production studio.
Yeah.
He just did. Was he paid for this whole episode? Like, I like it was this because again, I'm totally open being said no, but Brendan even considered it was like this was the worst episode of like Food Truck Diaries ever, and I don't disagree.
Yeah.
And that, again, he doesn't know me anything but a lifted salt taste in my mouth because we're just like, you could have not been a dick about it. Just because people who are bigger than you, like Laura Seiko doing one for me was fucking so cool, and she's like gonna be, you know, bigger than, I don't know, I just think she has way more appeal than you on social media.
The Jamal Hill? Sorry, I missed somebody.
Yeah, although he is like, I mean, he was champion. It's just, he's become, the world has now seen that he's very unlikable as he copes with his losses. Like, I wasn't not a fan of his. It was funny because Brendan was like, he'll never be champion, and then he was. I was kind of like, like, it was funny that you kind of like said that to me. I was agnostic as far as his fighting skills, but Megan Olivia, no, it was Lauren Seiko. Okay. Laura Seiko is gorgeous in person. Like, she looks hot on camera, saying in person, it's like, huh? Has Mark answered who Baba makes peanut butter used? Whoever the fuck is there, probably George or janitors or. Do you have any insight info about the Pure Spectrum? Yes, okay, Pure Spectrum lawsuit.
Great for kids.
That's a great question. All I can say is Brendan introduced the idea of the Pure Spectrum lawsuit. It must have been 2021 because we were at Zoo Culture, lifting alone. And my recollection is not exact at the time frame, but we were lifting there, and I wasn't yet working at Thick Boy, so I believe it must have been like summer 2021. Somehow this gets brought up. He's like telling me that he had to sue them.
Yeah.
Right? And so his version of events, again, when I first know him, so I have no reason to distrust everything he says, which I now, like, anything the Chop says is like, take it with a grain of salt, because if it involves him being wrong and other people, like, and money and numbers, it's like, none of this is potentially true. There could be a kernel of truth, or he could be flipping it entirely on its head to, like, project, you know, his bad deeds onto other people and reverse victim and offender. But he told me what is literally an upside down version of the story that is on record now, which is he said this. I was working for a CBD company, like I got an ownership stake in it, they came to me and they offered me this, like, and he presented it as I'm getting like I own a portion of the business, and it's like paying some sort of dividends each month, and everything's going great. And then slowly that starts to dwindle down to the point where I'm going like, "What's going on here?" And
former NFL punter and kickoff specialist Pat
the accusation of Shop is
successful in the world of
I'm being fraudulently like stock in the
started
company,
as a podcast and now
like
enjoys
that,
nearly
or I'm
3 million subscribers on its YouTube channel. His rise to fame has been such
what I
that
should be
sporting
getting
news
is
want him to be part of
artificially
their events.
deflated,
That fame,
and I
however,
have to bring
received
someone
a major
like
scout
accounting,
when
you know, like,
McAfee
and audit
and his
their
panel
numbers
brought up a
because
rumor about an
I'm supposed
oldest
to get
freshman,
it's
Eric
like
King.
big check,
The rumor was
it's
that the
smaller,
college student allegedly had a relationship with your boyfriend's father.
He was like, there's
Even
some sort
though
of
it was a rumor,
inconsistency
Pat
where
McAfee and his
my
crew
paycheck
decided to bring it up
is
when Adam Schefter was speaking about
suspiciously
Ole Miss's QB Jackson
getting
Dart. That
smaller
reference
for-
and discussion on the show became the
then
catalyst
the lawsuit
for that
says
spread.
this.
Now,
Yeah,
as
like,
per
like,
The
that's
Athletic,
crazy.
vile messages and
You know,
threats were
suggesting
thrown
legal action in the sky, but you know, like in this story, he's the innocent victim of being swindled out of like a business deal. You know what I mean? He was unfairly treated by a guy who like
Magic bean salesman.
yeah. He's like, this guy came in and just fucked me over, and I'm like, I gotta sue him. But then you read the lawsuit, and it's like, I can corroborate what he did here because I've seen him do the same thing elsewhere, which is One way you're getting paid is a flat fee to do social media posts, right?
In rain bottles, yeah.
You know, whatever the total was something like $40,000 over the course of the relationship.
Yeah.
You know, whatever it is, we'll pay you $10K a month, but you have to do 2 Instagram feed posts and 8 stories or something. You know, you have these like
requirements,
right?
Yeah, we call that a black rifle buffalo.
But it's like you have to do it.
Yeah.
He did nothing.
Yeah.
He didn't post once, right? So it's like not just like, oh, we missed one here or there. He was doing nothing. Maybe talked about his podcast, said like in his mind he justified it, but he was paid hundreds of thousands of dollars and just wasn't doing it. Like they look back at whatever time frame, they're like, hey, so it turns out you posted no posts and no stories. We have to stop doing that, or like we have to dissolve your ownership. So, and then the ownership of the company would be another source of revenue if it pays dividends, and then also like using a code, like use code shop, so you're getting the percentages of the sales using the code.
Yeah.
So 3 streams of income. Well, if you're not posting like the code, if you're not promoting it, you know, if you're not hitting the post, your pay is going to get docked. If you're not getting commissions, your pay is going to get docked. And then the ownership stake, I think, was negotiated because they were like, well, instead of us suing you for the $300,000 that we gave you, how about you just like give us back the 10% of the company?
Yeah.
And that's where the point of contention is whether or not he had the 10% ownership is the company, which he claimed to have in some sort of legal document that does or does not exist. This is the whole lawsuit falls around that. But it's alleged that he took $100,000 after dissolving his ownership stake to pretend that he still had the owner, or claim legally that he still had the ownership stake. Took $100K cash from these KGB guys in order to oust the CEO like in a hostile takeover, because it's like it would be like, these guys own 45%, Adshot's 10%, they have a majority stake, and they can oust you. That's like to go, that's great. The opposite of what you told me. Which one's true? Gee, wonder who's telling the truth.
Yeah.
You know.
Sad, because at the end of the day, that whole CBD thing was about the kids. You know, giving CBD to kids for their type 1 diabetes.
And I think he justified it. So I know he justified it some way. Probably him crying about it on a podcast once. It was like, I did the promotion. I talked about CBD and how it cured my kids' seizures. And like, I am God now, and give me $500,000.
When I see a kid, I'm just like, you want any CBD? You know, like I take my Jack. Now I'm like, the Magic Mind. I'm like, you want some Magic Mind? I give it to kids all the time.
Yeah, this guy's a real narcissist. The boys are getting tired. You know what? I'm autistic, bitch.
Hey.
No, I was going to ask him about the CBD thing too.
We want to talk about CBD. You know what? If you have a problem with that, that's your problem. Why don't you go back to
Dallas? I love it. If you allege me of being a narcissist, why don't you use the diagnostic criteria? Oh, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about? There's 9 of them. Can you name them? Can you go into theory? Do you ever watch Sam Vaknin lecture on narcissistic personality disorder, borderline personality disorder?
Oh, y'all must have forgot.
Y'all must have
Where are my benzos?
Yeah, people accuse me of being a narcissist. You know nothing about narcissism or any form of personality disorder.
Sounds like somebody's not watching YouTube.
Oh, give me 1 second here. We got a guest coming in. Oh, shit.
We got a motherfucker zooming in.
Oh, shit.
Who is it, Daddy?
Oh, I don't think he's there yet.
Okay, he's not there yet.
Wait, let's not.
Oh, shit. Is that Brendan Walsh? Brendan, you got Brendan. Talk about Brendan. Another Brendan.
What's up?
What's up, Walsh?
Dicey. Wait, you're okay.
You're muted.
Unmute.
You're mute. I'm gonna text him. You're muted.
How about DSM-5 Mark? Yes, I am.
Dicey. Oh, there you go.
Dicey. What's up?
What's up, Walsh?
How do you make it big?
How can I hear him?
Oh, are your headphones kind of fucked up or something? Let me see.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's like this. Can you hear now? It's like this.
Like, hello.
Can you hear?
I'm lost in the sauce.
Go ahead.
I can't hear him, though. I can't hear him.
Brendan, we can hear you. It's just Mark can't hear you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're good.
Can you hear him?
No.
You mess with these a little bit, you'll see it.
Dude, so Walsh, what's up, man? We've been watching the 24-hour Gringo Poppy with Mark Marley. Sorry you couldn't be at the beginning of it. What are you up to?
That doesn't have anything better you can be doing with your time.
Wait, you can't hear.
Yeah, I'm gonna take these.
Oh, you can't. I'm gonna get my headphones.
Yeah. It's all crazy here.
Yeah, sorry.
Now I can't hear.
Can you hear it?
No.
Oh, let me see here. Where are you at? Is that you? Is that you? Is that you? Is that you? Is that
Yeah, that's me. I got it.
Okay,
We're
got it.
good. All right. Technical difficulties, but I can hear now.
What's up?
Now Walsh can't hear.
I hear you.
Okay, good.
Truck log difficulty.
Where are you at right now?
In Sacramento.
Nice.
Nice.
Great place. Never been.
I'm fucking a lot of chicks.
Oh, hell yeah, dude.
Hell yeah, dude.
DMing.
Have you guys ever talked to, or have you ever met Mark Harley?
No. What's up, bro? Hey, real quick. How many chicks you fuck?
I was just curious if you did have any hookups for addies and baddies while I'm here.
Bro, I got all the hookups. I got friends in dark web places.
So how's it going with the watching?
I mean, could there be a better way to?
I think we've watched it 15 times.
Oh yeah, we watched
we watched it a lot already.
Yeah.
We've got.
I think I ever watched the whole thing.
Really?
Yeah, it is pretty long.
Walsh, do you have a favorite bit from a Gringo Poppy that you can remember?
Oh, the I one.
Did it go mute again?
I don't know why. Try to fix this. We can't hear you. Ask the other.
Oh, he's muted. He's muted again.
You think Bob is still on?
Can you hear him?
Top out of inadequacy. When I was working for Thick Boy, Brendan was on so many substances every day. As like a business owner, it's like he's drunk, he's on creative, he's popping Adderall, he's fucking like nicotine. It was like.
So tell a story because we can't hear Brendan at the moment.
Oh,
we're trying to fix the audio.
Can I tell the story of what Brendan being a drug addict?
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me if he got off of drugs. Like I don't think he's somebody who would necessarily misrepresent that because it was all pretty out in the open when he was drinking.
Yeah. Now we can hear Walsh. Sorry. So what was your favorite bit from Gringo Poppy?
I think I like when he makes his eye go like this. Mostly, I am the head coach for my son's football.
Is that why you're in Sacramento? You're doing some T-ball stuff there?
Yeah, travel ball.
Oh, man, that's brutal, dude. You gotta do a lot of stuff with travel ball. I'm surprised you could do this. Thank you.
Well, it's funny. I mean, I texted you this morning, but it's like, it's weird, like reading. I get in and out of the Reddit, where I feel like it isn't unhealthy.
What? Get the fuck out of here.
I do have the empathy too, where I'm like, can you imagine, like, put yourself in his shoes. Like, imagine you stumble across a Reddit board. So people are just picking apart every second.
Well, I felt like that because I didn't know what it was, and then the first time I ever appeared on TVK, barely knowing Brendan or his history or the Reddit or anything, all of a sudden the next day I appear and I'm like, they bring me out as like a guy to talk about lifting weights and anabolics and dieting and stuff. So I'm like giving what I would consider benign advice. And then the next day, like, I'm being bombarded with like these fucking videos, the worst out, like, because I only have like videos on my YouTube, and everything is like thousands of comments like, this is the worst looking actor. I'm like, what the fuck is this? What are you doing? And having no concept of it, Brent was also like, you just give what you hate, like, just want to let you know. So like, I immediately dismissed the entire Reddit as being crazy people, but then you have to, it was like, oh, okay, yeah, it was an instinct, but then you go back and go, well, Brendan has been, a public narcissist who lies on air for like a decade before this. So, it's a reason marshmallows and cars. He's just he's a little but yes, you would be scared. However, if I was him, like my best advice would be like, you can go out and candidate, you guys can be fucking like own the community or participate or if the shot is you deeply, pretend like it doesn't. Otherwise, it's going to get bigger and bigger.
Well, I'm just curious how he does process all of
doing it for 5-6 years, and then like then he moves up, and then everybody's like, here we go.
Everything is his go-to, the coping mechanism is anyone who's criticizing me is coming from a place of jealousy, which dismisses any criticism as legitimate. I'm security,
it's illogical. That's what winds up sucking me back in. Because, like, I'll tell Toonie this too, where I'm like, I better things to do with my time.
Bossy can't do it, man.
I can't fucking and then, I'll step away for, a month or two, for 3, and it'll just, it'll just be one of those things. Like late at night, I'm fucking, everybody's in bed, just go to sleep.
Use your brain to learn a lot about life. This is just going to be, it's okay.
My name's Brendan. I'm a failed comedian. I'm a failed podcaster.
There's plenty of the second best.
My wife's name is Johanna. Taco Bell.
You can relate. That's part of what Brendan is. See, the thing about it, what I would say, you ask, how tough is it to be in Brendan's shoes? But if you're in Brendan's shoes, your feet are going to be wet, remember? So you drink out of his shoes, so you can't do that.
That's what sucks me back in, though, because it'll be late at night. For whatever reason, I'll be on my fucking wasting time. I'll be like, I'll do like I'll go see now because I needed to back take Reddit, so I don't even get any suggestions, so I don't even know.
When you go on Reddit, I think Reddit is amazing. It's not even Somali as a social media platform.
But I'm listening, and then I dip in for a second, and then it's like the guy. I mean, it's just nonstop hits. Like I'm like, what the fuck? What? That was one time when I left. And I came back, and it's when he got the fucking Johnny attachment.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm just like,
the hits don't stop, as you're saying.
And they're dominating.
Scrolling back, and I see references of shit where I'm like, well, wait, what does that even mean?
I remember finding out Best Brains for the arts. The clip was him attempting to discredit a group of black MMA commentators.
Yeah.
And you're just like, oh my god, you're openly racist.
Yeah, that was just legitimately a racist thing to say. Yeah, it made no sense.
And it didn't make sense.
I didn't even know what that. I didn't know what that racist was.
He was like, come on, these aren't the best brains because they're like, I'm black and animal.
Yeah, it's like Cormier, I think, and somebody else is like, we get what you're doing. We get it. It's all black.
We get it. You're trying to do like the diversity hire thing. And it was just like, do you hear the words that are coming out of your mouth? Like,
I mean, we were laughing about this today while she said, I just saw that movie 15 Years a Slave. And we hadn't heard that before. We're like, God damn, dude.
But Shab is legitimately a racist.
Oh, sure.
Like, knowing him privately, I'm not going to say like the exact ways in which I feel comfortable saying.
I don't believe it.
Yeah, no way. I've seen various shades of racism expressed in, like, depending on the circumstance. If I'm completely alone and there's no one around, he's going to express racism in a certain way and more subtly in other ways, and it kind of slips out, even when he's on fucking camera and everyone's watching him, he still can't help but be racist. But there's some sort of, simpletons are racists, right? But like, I always feel like, were you raised in this way? Like, is your dad racist? Because I get empathy towards people. Look, if you were raised with certain terminology or attitudes towards other races because your father, or your community acted that way and it's normalized, like, right there from South Africa, sometimes we're like, you with the black people, like, that sounds really racist.
Harold Shaw was he was born in South Africa. I have a question for you. So with the Reddit time, is it like in the house? Is it like Daddy's doing his Reddit time, or they're just already asleep? Like, don't disturb.
I don't do anything until everybody's dead, generally.
Just like
but it does get, I mean, I haven't been this bad in a while, but there was a period of time when I did have to, when it was literally the first thing I would look at. Grab my phone,
there might be like,
check, whatever, if there was a text message, I looked at that, and then the first thing I would do is go on Reddit and see like this.
But it's a testament to the creativity of the group.
Problem. Going through it in the morning and there's nothing. You're like, damn it, there's something.
The dog.
I would like to put a plea out to everybody running the T-Back Day Reddit board. Bobby Lee and
his cohorts.
Please make a message across the board, because they did this with you, Mark, where I think they had to blur your face.
Yeah.
Can everybody please blur Callan's fucking feet when he's wearing the jacket? That cocksucker sitting Indian style, goddamn flip-flops. Visual.
What a great call.
Big gay lion stuff. Mandatory for any clips that you taking Callan's feet.
Well, it just sounds like you're running for office here, dude. I mean, like, you're going to be in the cabinet. Brian Campbell, watch out. We got a new guy. Like,
strong action.
Skits and bits party, dude.
There is no black TFK or white TFK. There's TFK.
The whole, everything about it is, I mean, I have a pretty loose grip on reality sometimes. We need a Rudy remake because it really does kind of fuck with my reality, where I'm like, I can't even understand how it's real. I don't understand how, because like I said, like I have podcasts and shit. All of us here are less successful than Shaw.
Yeah, that's true. No, I'm very happy to see my Ferrari, bro. I think I'm
my Prius. He's like, Brandon Jordo sucked.
Prius, bro.
He's like, I've been to most of our houses.
And we said that when on my podcast, it was just like, I mean, I don't know if this sounds racist, but I was like, if there was a black chick watching the podcast going, wait, hold up. There's two guys named Brendan talking shit about a guy named Brendan.
This motherfucker's crazy.
But the whole, this really does baffle me, like how, because it's like, okay, people shit on their, because I guess, they used to get hundreds of thousands of listeners for whatever.
Several hundred, yeah. I remember it was like, looking back, it was, the average was like 250 kids. So around 2019. I don't know. There was a lot at some point.
But those are bone zone numbers right there.
But the people will be shitting on it, and like, it only has like 30,000 listeners. But, or viewers, or whatever the counts are.
That's so huge.
But even that is hard for me. I'm like, who? It really is confused. Like, who? What? I would like to know people who are true fans of this show. What are getting, like, and it's just from a fascination standpoint. I mean, that's where all of my interest in this is. Like, I don't even revel in, like, mocking him, or I don't take any pleasure in his failures or whatever. I mean, it's truly like a Jane Goodall style. I'm just completely fascinated with it, and I can't wrap my head around the fact that
what the fuck is this?
Real on any level. Like and I do vacillate from thinking not. I mean, I can't give him this much credit, but I mean, because I do try to look at the positive I don't know. I want life to be nice and amazing. So I'll think like this is maybe he's some kind of a genius. Like maybe this is a true like next level Andy Kaufman thing going on.
Wouldn't that be great?
The only acceptable explanation, even though I know that it's not true.
Yeah.
Right.
But what that would be amazing.
What if it is? He masked off Pagliacci. We talked about this before, but I think it's fascinating too, and I think
Who
it's
the
something
fuck
that
is
like
this stupid bitch?
is evergreen.
You are
and keeps
stupid,
going.
bro.
Because he has all these hits, like you said, and he is fascinating in a moronic way.
It's like every time, and I don't check in on it every day now.
One of the funniest things he said recently was that I have no symbols, which is like so ridiculous. I was like, it's
That was his one net. The new stuff that I remember, like the last one was the moving. He said land moving. That was the
because even just as I said, the malapropisms and dyslexia, I don't know if processed until we started going through all it's the most innocent form of because you're talking to somebody from a speech impediment, some sort of what would you classify as like a
learning disorder?
Yeah, but sometimes people will stop at that and go, oh, that's not funny. It is funny, but it's like you could go, like, don't be a bully. But it's like, wait, watch this guy further, and start to pretend he's actually a narcissistic bully. And then you have a whole new world of like things to justify.
It's really hard to defend him.
Yeah, you know him well, but on the surface level, yeah.
On a regular basis, where
Oh, good on her.
Yeah.
That's really great.
What else has he done recently?
Hopefully this kid makes it out okay.
I asked him because Walsh was talking about.
Oh, she's doing really well.
How long he's been on chains, and the winner is.
Now this is good.
Of course, classic.
This is really good. Good job.
If he is in fact looking at this,
Yeah,
I feel like
that's
if
good.
he is any level of a human being, he would have to like this. If this was happening to me, I would just have to stop. Like, you just make believe it doesn't exist. I don't know how else you can cope with it. But if he is checking in on it, because like one of the clips up top here is him shoving his fucking nicotine pouches down the cushion of his chair.
That you stick to your 2026 years.
It's like anytime you try to find a shred of
Sing to
humanity in this guy and have some kind of empathy, all you have to do is open up the registry board and within 3 seconds you're like, never mind, fuck that dude. Like, it's just like that.
Because it's a basic feedback mechanism. If you had even 100 people in a subreddit commenting on the things you did, I would be curious enough to go, like, is what they're saying true? Like, should I be ashamed of things like, people will make fun of me for saying
Okay.
not enough for me to really try consciously to expunge the word white as an album, but it makes me so conscious and makes me think about
Oh, I hate to be friends with these people.
because he's very scared. He does not possess something because criticism is very threatening to people of this certain personality. So,
is he just, I mean, he obviously was raised in a certain way.
I had some insider that I thought was interesting. If you want to get up with it. So, one story sticks in my mind that I think we can extrapolate a lot from, and he tells a story because he's like,
This is some
moments
garbage.
of like vulnerability, and he's telling a story that seems genuine and sympathetic because you couldn't make up the details of it's not. When he's telling a story where he's the hero of the story, it's less likely to be true, but sometimes he'll tell a story where he's the victim where you go like, is it embarrassing enough where I can tell there's real pain there? And one of the stories was, as a kid,
No, I'm just laughing because it's embarrassing enough that there's real pain made me laugh because I'm a bad person. So, I'm a bad person. I'm just laughing preemptively.
I hate that. What is
I think I have animosity towards like Brendan. It's like, no, he owes me money and he's
Walking
trying to
path
screw me,
sucks.
and I like keep that warfare kind of. I can also look at it objectively.
Oh yeah, well, by the way, if you ever need a lawyer, we had Mark's lawyer on earlier. I know you have Frank Cum. He might rival Frank Cum though. This guy Rob, what's his name?
Rob Pebble.
Rob Pebble. It sounds
He would like
a crazy
no fucking idea.
His name is Danny San Francisco.
Well, this kid just is getting his ass kicked. And he's got shoes on. Oh, no, it's not really a fair advantage.
I heard the Warriors were imitating what Brendan told them. I'm like, oh my god, like, you have no idea. You can't back up anything you're saying here. Go ahead. The story I was going to say is, as a child, let's say,
This is very unimpressive.
starts off with saying, I used to love strawberry ice cream. And if there was a gallon of ice cream, I would pick out all the strawberry ice cream. So that was a fresh, like, got me inside into his childhood trouble because my parents.
What is this garbage?
I can list off any flaws or whatever, but I go,
She throwing out her kids' pictures?
even if I was fat, like saying you fat fuck or something, whatever he said, because he comes home and he's like, Brendan,
What is this?
you eat all the fucking strawberry ice cream, which is a stupid thing to do, but it's a kid. But like, clearly, Brendan has always been self-absorbed. He's like, I know, I'll just eat all my dad's fucking ice cream. Like, just one part of the ice cream for myself.
Dude, why didn't you keep all those?
Did you know fucking strawberry ice cream? He's like, yeah. He's like, fat pig or some fat fuck or fat pig or something. And his response, remember what his response was? He's like, oh fuck, it was like a dagger.
You're not risking your
So that
life,
was the moment
girl.
where I'm like, oh, your dad hurt you. And
well, that, I mean, trauma aside, though, the fact that he has managed to go this far in life with just, never really learning anything. I mean, I assume his dad is pretty, his dad's fun and everything he does. Like, he doesn't, like, this.
His dad made actual success. Actually made
or something like that.
It's something where it was.
The diamond mines are pretty
For
popular.
kids. This shit sucks. The best thing they had is Billy walking. That's the best. Everything else sucks. It's terrible. Girl, that's the worst. You want good content, make short videos about anal sex.
Documentary made about this guy. Oh, yeah. But I guess you can't really keep up with it because by the time you're done editing, they're going to be like, he did 70,000 fucking crazy shit.
Are you fucking serious?
Documentary. Yeah. So there has to be like an ongoing reality show. Like, I don't know. Like, a reality show would just be like a fucking.
No sound?
He's going to watch all this shit and come up with find the footage of Max and contradicting himself and previous things. I never watched that page.
What is this bullshit?
Dog! Exposed to all the lies and his, before I met him. Because I met him and I was like, oh, this is a guy who
This shit is the worst.
I had a clean slate as far as meeting him, so he just seemed pretty normal to me. And I didn't have any incentive. Once the subreddit attacked me for appearing in his world, I was like, oh, these are crazy people. So why would I seek out more information about this person when I feel unfairly attacked by them?
I think.
And then later you watch the page and be like, oh my god, he just lies about everything in his whole life.
By the way, the chat is saying that you guys are on Baja mode. I don't know what that means.
Thanks, chat. I think that you guys have a great idea with the reality show. I would watch that, but my thing has always been documentary on specifically the Gringo Poppy, because that is the most important aspect of his work. I want to work. I'm being serious here. I want to work on this. I was talking to Adam Sandler and Yasiel Puig the other day about this because we were discussing ideas and all that. And they were like, "Yeah, you got to do this. This is your thing." So that's something. But no, I do think that the main thing that I would like to see is a documentary. I like the building of the set. who wrote the stuff, like how did they come up with the jokes, like what is people's reaction to it, and then obviously Bob comes in it, and we interview him at some point, or the director does.
I would like to contribute some things like I could add a few key, not everything, but I go like, I was there for the conversations where, I'm friends with the editor who's being tasked with like you're sending. It's difficult because I edited for Brendan. I learned how to edit for Brendan, and I was like his normal editor who's having trouble editing clips down to 90 seconds.
Yeah,
he'd be like, "Oh, here's a 5-minute clip. Get it down to a 90-second Instagram." Right. And I would treat him like a writing project. I'm like, "Okay, let me do this." Like I learned how to do that because, and then Brendan started trusting me, right, to like edit more. So I did have a little bit of editing experience. One of the things with the Real Poppy was he kept going, juice up the laughs more. In his head, a stand-up comedy special is funnier if the laughs in the audience are louder. And so it's like, he said,
Are you fucking serious? Dog.
Warm it up. Dude, how fucking loud do you think the laughs need to be? So people might notice that it sounds ridiculous because it was ridiculous because you're like, dude, you want it more loud than that? Like, do you think it's going to make the jokes better? Are you tricking people into laughing?
He doesn't know anything.
The reason I brought up the strawberry ice cream thing was the insight was he has an issue with seeing other people eat. I eat a tremendous amount of food, but I'm also in shape, right? And this is a difficult concept for him because I think one of the reasons he wanted to be friends with me was like, I think he thought he was going to get like ripped by osmosis, and I'm like, yeah.
I want to talk about.
I also
and clarify
the whole I also like eat a strict diet.
This is the worst.
You have to like live the lifestyle, which I don't always, but if you want to get to 9% body fat, you have to do a lot of things, right? He believes that it's kind of like, well, if I'm around this guy, I'm gonna, and probably became disappointed later. He has a very strange relationship with food in that, like, he hates when other people are eating around him and he can't be eating because he publicly presents a facade that he's on a carnivore diet or he's on this diet, which means if he's around other people, he has to keep pretending that he's on carnivore or he's not eating or he's doing this. But then it's keto, man. Like, I had enough inside to be like, he's like, yeah, I stuck to the carnivore diet today, but then like, I had a pint of Benadryl. So you're not on a carnivore. That's not a carnivore. Like, you can't be like, I ate steak, and then the next meal I ate, a bunch of candy. That's not a carnivore. You just ate steak and candy.
He would say something crazy like, yeah, I'm on the carnivore diet, but I ate 10 bags of Skittles yesterday.
That was every day with him. I don't think he stuck to a diet for more than 18 hours at a time. So I go, well, you wonder why you're not losing weight. It's because you just, like, you're eating an additional 1,000 calories of fat every day. So, but he would, in the green room, because, like, in the green room, he's in charge, right? The opener isn't on there, but that's where we get fed, right? So I'm ordering, like, oh, could I get, 2 orders of chicken tenders? Because I eat a lot of fucking food. And if it's a Saturday, yeah, I eat good all week. I'm going to have some fucking chocolate cake or something because it's free at the improv, or, he hated it. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, do you think you can shame me for eating a lot? Like, that's not how that works, but it's like,
you see your joy.
Yeah, I'm gonna rather yell this in front of you. That's your problem, but I see you trying
Your baby's a state.
eating disorder complex that you have that it becomes very transparent.
I want to talk about
he has this like
and clarify the whole anal
for other people eating around him, and the multiple stories that see like when other but the moment he could get private, like he wouldn't want to eat before show, but then after show he's like, let's go get pizza. I'm like, aren't we supposed to be dieting or you want to go get pizza at 1 a.m.? Like,
he's like Chuck E. Cheese. Let's go to Chuck E. Cheese.
His relationship with food.
And I gotta bring music off here real quick. But do you think he would his like narcissism? Would he give like if somebody did
Judaism would like
maybe a weekly reality show?
Yeah.
Would his narcissism outweigh his? Do you think he would allow that?
So
would he allow have a camera crew to
Especially on Shabbat.
If it was, yes, if you pitched it to him as this is something that's going to glorify you and humanize you, which I when I came into this world, I was like, because I'm a writer, I go, and a student of storytelling, I go, the best thing you can do is to counter the narrative from the subreddit, which they've co-opted my story, right?
I'm sure that that's how I roll, baby.
You don't want to tell
How do
yourself
we do it?
You don't want to talk about you have some shit on stage. You don't want to talk about, I go, you haven't written your narrative. You need to write a book or do something where it's like, I am Brendan Schaub and I'm XYZ. You're not doing that well enough, so other people are doing it for you in a very negative way. So my first recommendation to him was like, you need to reassert your own narrative. Hire a ghostwriter, hire me, hire whatever, but what you're not doing, like from a publicist standpoint, is framing your narrative correctly. And you're ignoring the fact that other people are doing it for you, thinking that helps you. It doesn't help you. You have to combat that other narrative that makes you look like shit. But I had a few novel ideas that I thought were fun, but like for example, I took over the TFATK IG and started talking to the voice of the page. I was like, I'm going to talk in Shabanese. Somebody would say like, what are we doing here? And I'd be like, I don't know, baby. Or so like I would.
I'm sure that you. That's how I roll, baby.
The people commenting nuts, so they keep commenting like, "What the fuck is this?" Because
for whatever reason,
the mold,
I think
all of a sudden, you can't do this. I'm like, "Oh yeah, I can't."
Discourages it. Many authorities see this
that I was going to do this. It was an experiment, and I go, and I thought that you'd be able to see like, hey, do you see how I 10x the engagement by like co-opting the Reddit state, and then also blunts the force of the haters come to the page and they plant their seed by going dicey. If everyone starts talking away, all of a sudden fans and haters can't be distinguished.
So, in fact, that's what the telling this is a central issue. I would say,
he brought up the joke in any perceivable way. He was really scared of that. I started editing because again, their page too, even though like they're just leaking followers. So I go, let me change something up. I started editing the clips in a way where like I'd have these like weird zoom ins and like do like a little bit different editing style for the clips because it's just normal. Sure, but Brian and Brendan, because of their egomania, like and self-absorption, like no, like we're funny on our own. They don't. It's like, hey, guess what? Like I study comedy too, bitch. Like you're not the only person in the world who has ideas about comedy. They always thought they were like, let me teach you about comedy. I'm like, okay, I've been a screenwriter for 20 years. Go ahead. Like if any idea. This put them at the butt of the joke. The clips by zooming in on certain things that Brendan would say, where he's like stuttering or something like that, it was funnier, but it made him the butt of the joke rather than like, oh, we're telling the funny story. But if you do something like that, and I'd be like, I edited such a zoomed in his mouth as
if you were editing them to show that,
and they hated it. And I have a couple examples of what I did that I like. There's probably still up there. But they were like, they also. Again, I was taking Brendan and Brian.
Okay.
And the creative director at the time, because
creative director.
No. This guy, he's actually very talented and quit. Right. And he quit, and I heard the conversation. And I was the only person who knew it.
I'm sure that you. That's how I roll, baby.
He quit. He told you that you were the worst boss he'd ever had. Like I was. What? I was there. I heard the phone call. Like how are you instantly turning this into something that's the complete opposite of what happened? He had to explain to Brendan because he tells me, he's like, Brendan's like upset about the reels while you're editing them, and he doesn't understand that like you're open to feedback and just trying things, and that this is a style, like an artistic style that you're experimenting with. And Brendan thought that I was like be too sensitive to criticism. This is harder to do. So like you're going to edit in an easy way, sure. But these ones are getting more engaging. It's weirder and more kind of like watchable, and they hate anything that makes them about a joke. So any novel idea I had, like you're proposing, of like a reality show. Well, yeah, if the reality show, if he knew that it would end up being something that was reliant on his stupidity and errors being the source of comedy, rather than him being just a funny person who's telling funny
Yo, Rabbi, I want to talk
and
about.
roasting other people, like if it was like watch Shop roast his kids and his family and his loved ones, and like he's the only normal sane person, you know, in the household, that's his style of comedy. Everyone around me is stupid and incompetent, and I'm just a normal cool guy enduring all the idiots around me. That's how he perceives like his role in his comedy universe. The moment Brendan's the butt of the joke as a bumbling retard, he's out. You know, he would not even, you know, entertain it in any facet.
So you just got to trick him into it. Well,
right.
So we got to figure out a way to trick him into this.
Yeah.
You'd have to do it long form and edit it all once.
Well, again, he's
Fourth down and 12 to keep the game alive. In overtime number 2. Here comes the blitz. Castellanos in trouble. Heaves one towards the end zone.
I got an idea.
I gotta leave.
Okay, sure.
I just one question. How much does Callan get paid for being on the?
My understanding from Brendan, which again take with a grain of salt, but also it sounds about reasonable, is that because Brendan takes a fluctuating percentage based on like T-Fat keeping around at the Thick Boy Studios and kind of taking care of the ads, stuff like that. Callan shows up, does his job, and gets $25K. That's my understanding.
$25K a month.
Yes.
See, none of this makes sense.
Nor does it mean, I go, how do you have a podcast of $40,000 where the split is, it's like $1 per listener, you know? I don't know, like,
I don't know how they get that much money. I mean, Harold must pay Brian that money straight out of the bank account from them.
Yeah, and that could be exaggerated from Brendan. I don't know.
Brendan Walsh, I just want to let you know, somebody has posted Jersey the Real Dog on the Fighter and the Kids subreddit. Request blur all future posts of Brian's feet. It's company policy to respect the victims. Bean cheese, bean cheese, bean cheese, bean cheese.
You're making waves.
I hope people stick to that.
Yeah.
Well, you guys have fun with your little hate rally.
All right. Well, you and me, we're gonna do Windy City Heat 2 with Brendan Schaubler, okay? That's our next bit.
Nice meeting you, Big.
Nice meeting you. Thanks, bro. All
right.
See you, Brendan. Wow, Brendan Walsh, world record pod. Check it out. Let's switch.
Oh my gosh. Sorry, I've been running around. Let me see here. We have been playing the Gringo Poppy in the background that whole time. If anyone's wondering.
How do you guys originally know
Just through comedy. You know.
Yeah, first
I was from Berlin.
I got it from his Skits and Bits online.
Skits and Bits.
Yeah.
So, Mark, what's the thoughts on college and peptides?
Oh my God! Joe Rogan is a redacted, unfunny.
Peptides are very low consequence. Like you can fuck up steroids and have some unintended consequences.
Call money by promoting other talentless, unfunny redacts to the top of the industry.
Okay, so
think are the 3 worst comedians of the Rogan sphere.
Great question, Truckfoot. What do you think, Mark Harley?
I was gonna let you guys go first because I feel more comfortable shitting at comedians after actual comedians shit on comedians.
Okay, 3 worst comedians of the Rogan Sphere's question.
Tony Hinchcliffe, Bert Kreischer, who's the third?
David Lucas.
Oh, there you go.
How dare you?
So easy.
That's my boy.
Oh, sorry. I mean,
No, I'm just kidding.
I'm glad you stick up.
I will not
stick up for your friends. Not enough people are sticking up for their friends these days.
Yes.
Yeah. I genuinely love David Lucas. We work out together. Like, he's just always been a cool guy to me. So.
You guys play video games?
Mark, how many monthly Patreon subscribers would you suppose to have right now? You know, that's funny. So Unique has most people send me Unique shit, and then he starts popping up in my algorithm. So I see a lot of stuff from Unique's channel, who I have an odd kinship for, or like affinity for. He will say like, "Oh, these posts are getting 60 likes, therefore it must be 60 subscribers," and I'm like, the 60 likes are probably out of like 200 plus 300 something. It's a fraction, you know.
Yeah.
I would assume 500 max.
Yeah.
That'd be reasonable, right?
Yeah, let me see here. Let's do a quick study.
It wouldn't shock me if there was 500 subscribers. Because it was like, okay, if you get, let's say you get 50K monthly viewers, you know, It's 1 out of 100.
I mean, look how strong you are, dude. We got 438 viewers with 342 likes, dude. What the fuck?
Oh, hell yeah. Someone said David Lucas works out. David Lucas is actually very strong, yes. You'd be surprised, B. He will twist your neck off.
Walksboss has a lot of stuff to say. And Walksboss, first of all, let's put all your comments into one comment next time, yeah? Did Shop farting loudly during the business meeting really ruin the sale of Tiger Thick?
I've never heard that before. But it's when you can say shit like that, I go, I wouldn't put it past him.
Yeah.
You know? How could you, like...
Is he a gassy guy?
Not particularly, but, like, it's one of these things where it's, like, you can see him doing it because he lacks self-awareness and self-consciousness.
Yeah.
He would rip someone else for farting and then turn around and fart somewhere else. Like, that's the thing. He just has no principles where it's like, the same rules apply to me and you. So, you're disgusting for eating, but I'm not disgusting for eating. So, there's this weird mix of, like, shame and projection with types like this.
Let's see here. I'm going to make this a little...
Could you make me more tan?
Do you naturally tan?
I go to tanning beds and I also run out, like, if I hate to admit it, but it's like, I look for my auditions that I usually get. It's like, if you're looking for I get like the bodybuilder or this kind of guy. It's like, I've gone long periods without tanning. It's just like when an audition comes up, they typically, for the roles that I get, it's better to be tan. So either, if I'm not tan from running outside, I'll go to tanning bed.
Like, I wasn't, but you know, I love donuts, you know? Oh,
what is that?
The shop.
Wait.
When he talks about his mom and, like, getting a vaccine because she likes donuts.
Oh, right. Some free donuts or something.
I'll stop the shop.
Oh, no, because you triggered something of the memory of, like, giving out free donuts for a vaccine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that bit that he did. He was kind of obsessed with vaccines.
Yeah, let's see what he has to say about vaccines here. This is the.
He's like, did you get the Johnson & Johnson?
Yeah. There's always one guy. No fucking way.
It's like, that's you.
He does not touch this fucking daddy.
It's funny because he's outwardly he pretended like he was not anti-vax, even though he actually was very anti-vax.
Oh wow, yeah.
And I'm agnostic about, like, I got the vaccine just because Luana was paranoid about it.
Yeah.
But I'm like, I don't give a fuck either way. But it was funny watching somebody have this, cognitive dissonance over, like, you feel like you have to tell people that you're not like against vaccines, but then every time you're alone, you're like, look at vaccines, man.
Yeah. Well, you've seen the most recent Joe Rogan episode with him, right, where he talks about vax
and autism. Yeah. And it's funny because it's like that's a conversation. Be like, I've read RFK's books just because I'll be like, when someone's like, this guy's a lunatic, and then I hear him talk, and I'm like, if you can get past his bullfrog voice, that I was imitating earlier as a joke. I didn't actually have to think up because I go, this guy's coherent and clearly has an encyclopedic knowledge of certain things. So I go, I'll read his books and hear him out. Like, I'm not, and I realize it's when someone's polarizing.
Yeah.
So I've read the arguments about the connection between vaccines and autism, and I don't know enough to actually, like, I didn't dive deeper into it, but I go, I'm aware of the arguments.
Yeah.
But somebody like Brendan Schaub should not be discussing this. You know what I mean? That's not your place to discuss.
Thank you for having me on The Fighter and the Kid podcast. How much have you lived? How many chicks can you?
I fucked 5 squirrels last night.
I was driving around Central Park with a big black mirror in my SUV.
And at night we fuck each other.
I got a vaccine.
RFK Gringo Bobby.
I transferred the comments over to here just so we can have a
nice. Yeah.
That's good.
BGL is like Bradley Martin with a beach.
Oh man,
did he do
Bradley Martin? It was fun. People know about Bradley Martin and Brendan Schaub's dynamic.
What's their dynamic? I know that he won money.
like it was just funny because when they first started talking, it was like I got to witness them first hanging out, and it was always funny because I think like had I not been with Brendan, Bradley's so sensitive to like social status, he would have completely ignored me. Yeah. All he cares about is like, are you in your 20s and like a rising social media star that I can take advantage of? And like, that's what it is. Only yes. It's like he sees my gray hair and is like, man, next, like, he would have like, I don't give a fuck about you, but like, I see you paying a lot of attention to Brendan Schaub, and then like, by virtue of me being in his orbit, he's like, would like acknowledge me. No, he was nice to me. Yeah, like he was nice to me, and he gave me a ride at some point. Like I don't have any problem with Riley Martin, but their dynamic was funny because like outwardly they're like, oh man, it was funny. Me and this guy was like Spider-Man meme, like you were the same person. Yeah. But then Brendan would talk mad shit about him behind his back because again, anyone who threatens him, he tells a story of like they were doing a podcast maybe, and something came up where he's like, someone's like, who's stronger between you two? And Brendan's version of the story was, or like Brendan's attempt to be diplomatic, right? Now, Bradley Martin is super strong. Like, he's not just a big dude. He can deadlift 700 pounds. He can bench 4 something. You know, it's like he's strong as fuck. He's stronger than Brendan because that's what he does. It's like, you can just look at him and be like, yeah, okay, Brendan's strong, but like Bradley Martin's an actual power lifter. Yeah. So Brendan tries to answer the question first. He goes, oh, I'm sure, like, you know, he's trying to do like, you get me, you give me a deadlift, and I get you a bench, or kind of, I'm sure there's some lifts you give me, and Bradley's just like, what the fuck are you talking about? I beat you in everything. Yeah. Which is true, right? Brendan was like so taken aback by that. Like he had to tell me that he's like, what a fucking egomaniac. I'm like, but he was just saying, yeah, or trying to be like, oh yeah, I get you. It's like, but that's not true. I'm trying to literally every lift. Yeah. Like, have you seen me squat 6 plates? Can you do that? You know, like this is, you know. But in his mind, he's like, Jesus Christ, like this guy's insane for the fact that I'm obviously
I'm the star of the show.
Yeah, like
there is a question I wanted to ask you that was in the chat here. My wife's not.
Oh, and then he accused Bradley Martin of being gay. Because he was like, Brendan saw his girlfriend.
But that's like saying, like, I breathed today. If you're in the shop,
literally, I'm trying to tell you, like, that's another part of this whole like weird gay fascination. It's like, how many people do I have to hear you talk about being gay who you have no evidence for being gay, and it's either are you lying about the person being gay, which is super fucked up. Yeah, it's for a gay rumor about a straight. It's like, how socially aggressive is that? Like passive aggressive, right? Be cool, right? Be cool, bro. Yeah, it's like, and then. If the guy is actually gay, you think it's cool that it's like out people who don't want to be outed? Like, what? You know? Look, if you walk in on a guy sucking dick, like, you could be like, hey, you know, I think Mark might be gay. I walked in, you know.
Have a cappuccino with him. You know what I mean?
Not the cappuccino. It's fine. But the amount of times that I would watch him accuse someone of being gay with no evidence, the only evidence being he does something better than me. Bradley Martin's stronger than me. You know that guy's gay, right? Yeah, right. And he'd say it in a way where he goes, it's like, if you disagree with me, you're clearly not, it's like you can't see it? Like, what? How he's gay? Yeah. Like, what part of?
Oh my God.
Bradley Martin is gay? Like, that he's talking to this chick that you like? Yeah. You know, he tried to hit on him.
Well, you can always play your Schaub's game and be like, well, dude, he could never be as gay as you. But I wanted to highlight this right here before it goes away. Kodachrome Graphics. Mark, do you have plans for a new podcast? If so, do you need a piece of an editor? Just to plug your podcast.
Hit me up. Hit me up on Instagram if you want to do that. Me and Luana, as I mentioned before, we've been filming episodes of Count the Toxic, and basically we're like, I'm not going to release it without her permission, but we're arguing over the source of like the comedy. I'm like, the fact that you're walking off and getting mad and we're fighting is the source of, like, that's what it is. So we're kind of arguing. We shot a bunch of stuff, but and empathy for Luana, which is she doesn't have experience podcasting, and I am a little bit impatient. Like, I go, I could be more gentle. However, it's like as I'm setting everything up, and it's like hot outside, and turn up the AC. It's like I'm sitting there sweating buckets, and she's like getting pretty. I'm like, hey, could you, like, you know, fucking get you wait a little bit, or just not be in a bad mood when I'm like, I'm doing all the work over here and I'm sweating my ass off, and then you're like, you know, I need to be here.
Luana. Luana.
Yeah.
He's the Luana of the pod.
I'm the
He's a Luana.
Oh, yeah.
I lose my shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, you like in the setup and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
We have her capture this on camera where I'm like, and, you know, I'm annoying the fuck out of her, and then she like walks off, but I'm like, no, Luana, like, now she's mad about it. She's like, this doesn't make me look good. I'm like, nobody cares whether you look good. Like, I don't look good because I'm being annoying.
Yeah. None of us have ever looked good and probably
It's like, but so I'm currently trying to convince her to release this footage. Where I'm like, no, that's like, people don't want to see two people getting along.
Yeah.
You know, swimming. It's like, oh, it's like, hey, here's our like perfect fine relationship. But no,
it's called hella toxic.
I know. Like,
and then you guys are just getting along and everything's working.
That's why I'm like the joke that I came up with that she admitted. She's like, she even told me on camera, like she walked after, she said, so fucking thinking about the last episode every time. It's so stupid. I'm like, no, this is because you're doing what I predicted. You're walking off.
Yeah, you're gonna love he's toxic.
You know what you said? You're gonna go, I'm out of your toxic.
You should in the intro have you like lifting a car. That'd be great.
That would be fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
Then like the intro theme song.
Yeah. And you have her in the car like rolling your eyes like, here we go again.
Yeah. It's like, oh god.
Meanie Felchik, Meanie Delta.
Meanie Delta.
Let's go leaning into it, you know?
You should. That sounds good.
But yeah, check out Hella Toxic. It's on Mark Harley's YouTube channel.
There's just one episode out right now, but like, okay. The real truth about it, we released that first episode. It's the fake first episode because we filmed the real first episode. And we spent too long talking about, like, we just seen this movie, Sinners.
Oh, yeah.
And we were both bitching about how we didn't like it. And she's like, suddenly as we were about to get to a part where we had planned, which is we wanted to our narrative, and we were like reading, we kind of like read out messages from where we first met 10 years ago, like on OkCupid, which is in Germany. I was like, well, I want to make that part of like the serial narrative aspect of it is we're going to tell our story, but also just like, man, sure. As I'm about to like pick up the binder with the thing, she's like, "This is fucking sucks." Like, and she's like, "Well," I'm like, "Wait, like, come on!" Like, wait, no, that was fine. She's like, "We're talking about Sinners for 40 fucking minutes." I'm like, "It's okay."
Yeah, she takes too much.
Right? Yeah, it's like trust me, people aren't like, "Wait, they spent a minute too long on talking about a movie."
Yeah.
People are just listening to.
If you think too much, you don't get great shit. Like Gringo Poppy didn't put any thought into this.
No, exactly.
Just put it on YouTube.
Yeah, part of I forget sometimes that I'm like, you have to practice that, you know, and like just the art of releasing your inner critic and talking nonstop, right?
Yeah.
And so if you're trying to worry about looking good, you're going to speak less and sit still.
Yeah. And also, you should be like, in a couple weeks, you're going to be like, I have nothing to talk about if you only want to stick to like random topics.
Yeah, like so just let it unfold and if work on the dynamic of making like feeding off of each other.
Can I give you some constructive criticism?
Yeah.
Because I've listened to the first episode.
Okay, yeah.
And you guys should invest in some of these, dude.
Oh, I fucked it up before. I had this.
Yeah.
I wasn't connected. I didn't realize. I was like, oh, they weren't. It was like the camera. So then we reshot another one. I'm like, motherfucker. Like, I didn't even know how to work them.
But these are great.
I had that exact one.
Okay, so cool.
We were wearing them.
Yeah.
And I was just like, someone's like, oh, the camera's picking up the audio. And I was like, no, it's not. We had them. And I'm like, oh, shit.
And that happened to me the first couple times I used it, too.
Yeah.
But it's super effective. And do you guys use a phone or do you use the camera?
You just use a phone, but I just got a camera. I was experimenting with it. I'm like, it looks way better.
Yeah. Yeah, even with the phone, it has a nice little hookup. But if you guys have good audio, I'm sure you guys are going to take off.
Yeah. Well, my only point in doing this was like, we filmed the first episode on our 10th anniversary because I'm like, look, we can wait to like do the perfect fucking setup and everything, like, but that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Now, like, they're like, okay, when we have $5,000 to do this, go, put the camera up, put it in our fucking living room, and just let it one angle, whatever, because then it's also like, there's no editing where it's like to make you look good again. This is just it. There's no editing, so you see the tension.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And it's deliberately lo-fi, which I like. Go look.
Yeah.
Yo.
Like pretend like that they're.
Shout out to my friend Molly. Her birthday. Yeah.
Whole official space.
Yeah.
As if that's the thing. No, be interesting first.
Get a storage unit.
Right, yeah, somewhere to put your truck.
Yeah, as I've always said, Brendan, it's like, Brendan, why wouldn't you just shoot everything in your fucking own garage? Like, you have the space to have a studio.
Yeah.
You can't,
Like, why wouldn't you just make that the thing?
You can't wait for success to come to you. That's why we don't have a Rain sponsorship, but we have Rain Out. as if we did.
Yes.
Because one day Randall's find us. They're like, you guys are great. We love what you're doing.
Beast of the manifest.
We're fake it till you make it. Marketing geniuses, just like off our, forefather, Brendan Trout.
I've actually been waiting for this moment, Mark. If you could do me a favor, please.
Yeah.
I will cue the music. What I need you to do right now is focus really hard. Right? And please use the keyboard here.
Yeah.
Spell my name.
It's Gerdo.
Oh, shit.
D-O. Sorry. That's a good guy right there. Most people spell it with an F.
Gerardo?
I was saying Jafardo.
That was great.
Wait, is it spelled giraffe?
Giraffe.
That's one of those things, kind of like Chin, not knowing that Australia isn't in Europe. Europe, you go, how did you figure out how to feed yourself?
Yeah.
While not knowing. How did you make it?
Gerardo, can you get me some
Bentos?
Bentos.
They're all trying to tell you how to spell it. You got it right, y'all. Gerardo. Just Tosto. Gerardo. Gerwaldo. Gerardo. Okay.
Look at you guys.
I'm here for
Oh, yeah, you didn't spell it right.
Cockfest.
You didn't put any salsa on top of it, so it wasn't spelled correctly.
I like that is probably my favorite joke of the special because it's so that was like the viral bad joke.
Yeah.
It was like what's a Mexican cookie? Mexican chocolate chip cookie with some sauce on top? It's like
hello.
Because
But thank you.
Sorry.
no, I'm like could there be a worse lazy or joke?
Yeah.
No,
I mean, I never thought of that before.
No, it is something like it
is. I don't think it's lazy so much as it is just racist.
Yeah, it's degrading. It's like you've never seen the Mexican cookie before?
Yeah, it makes sense.
So unaware of yes.
And it's hurtful because they're so good. You know what I mean? Like a salsa cookie is disgusting.
Yeah.
But a Mexican cookie is Disneyland, dude.
Yeah,
That's what I always say.
Mexican cookie, mean the thing you brought that one time specifically?
Yeah.
It also implies it's like, oh yes, Mexicans don't know how to make food.
Yeah.
Like, why would you put salsa on a cookie?
Yeah. Yep. Facts.
Everyone knows Mexicans don't know how to make confections.
They're really upset. They're saying my name is Sharpie. I don't know what that means. Jafardo, Gerdo, Geraldo.
Oh, I'm sorry I can't spell your fucking name, dude. I didn't sign up for a spelling bee. I signed up for a 24-hour fucking podcast starring BGL, dude. The flyer you sent me said BGL, 24 hours. We're not going to talk.
Be careful, BGL. My car is very heavy, okay? So.
My car
has a hybrid battery.
We reenact that here.
Yes, please.
That would be crazy.
If we could water down the footage of what's actually out there, it'd be great. But this is what I do all the time.
Hey, to have BGL lift your car.
It's like a carnival act.
Yeah, this is just a stunt that I do. It's my thing.
He's the world's strongest threatening man.
I'm sorry I abused a fucking car one time.
I apologize to the car.
Yeah.
The car's in court.
The car got a temporary restraining order against me.
You couldn't do that to a truck, though.
Hey, Marks, please confirm if Baba ever told you that he had baddie hour time with Whitney Cummings.
Yeah. All the time.
You're saying that Shab had sex with Whitney Cummings all the time?
I mean, I'm just saying, it's my honest perception of it.
Oh, my God.
I have actual confirmation of it, and my inference from, I'm not making a stretch, I'm not guessing. It's like my impression based on what he told me was that they have had casual sex as friends over the course of 7 years.
Yeah.
So,
Allegedly.
I mean, according to him. Again,
So that explains, you brought
I
up.
don't know why he'd lie about it. It's not like he's like, oh, my big flex is like, oh, fucking I just had their friends,
Yeah. This is like, you brought up Sinners. It's like, that explains why Whitney Cummings lost her funny and Brendan Schaub got really funny. You know what I mean? He sucked it out like a vampire.
Yes.
He took her comedic abilities to sex.
And that was one of the things I was sitting there where I'm like, wait, so you become a vampire and all of a sudden you're really good at playing the fiddle?
Yeah.
It was like, this is confusing me. I didn't like Cynics because the rules of the vampires were clear. I'm like, what is the...
Okay.
I'm like, you're introducing the vampire rules too late.
Suspending your disbelief was like running over hurdles. It's like, I gotta suspend it.
Yes. Well, it was...
And then it's like, Whitney Cummings is like Sinners because she's a vampire skank.
I gotta say, hey, you know what? I don't know what you guys think about this. I'm gonna introduce to it. Maybe we talk about it. When Whitney Cummings went on Flagrant, do you remember this episode? It kind of became, I think, a little bit viral for the fact that, like, my perception, I think other people's perceptions too, was they were like kind of ganging up on her, being a dick. And I was watching it, I'm kind of like, I try to not go out of my way, women and you're bullying. It's like, hey, you're a female comedian, you can fucking hang. Yeah. It was like, are you guys going? It seemed like they're going out of their way to like be a dick to her, and it made me.
Well, now you're talking about the hierarchy of suck, which is like, where is Whitney Cummings compared to Flagrant? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, like, I'm not even commenting on her comedy. I'm just like, why do you have someone on to be a dick to them?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'm not gonna watch shit. You know what I mean?
If it's actually mean, it's probably lame. I mean, you could poke fun, I guess. I didn't see it, but she's better than they are. Like, I'm gonna say this: Whitney Cummings, funnier. Who wants to 60 can be? Funnier than Akash and Andrew Schultz and those goons on the couch.
Yeah, like I know that people ripped one of her specials and I didn't watch. I was just like, oh, people really think it's bad. I won't watch it. Like, I'm not gonna. People are like, oh, burn your boat sucks. I don't really feel the need to watch shitty stand-up specials.
Yeah,
right. But like,
you watch it every week.
Like, I've seen. Whitney, remember she had like an AI robot, and I was like, oh, that special was good. So I like that special.
That's how I was the one with that robot.
Oh, no. Because we watched it.
I'm just saying, I don't think Whitney Cummings is a bad, like, I know maybe some stuff she's put out was poorly received, but I've seen enough to go like, yeah, she can write jokes, she's better than Brandon, whatever, but I just remember watching the Flagrant episode being like, they're really going out of their way to like be like a group of guys kind of ganging up on her. She calls it out. She's like, are you guys like really doing this right now?
Yeah.
And they go, oh, they're kind of gaslighting her. Like, just take it. It's like, but you're being meaner than like, when Logan Paul's on the episode, you're kind of kissing his ass.
Yeah.
And, like, be a dick.
Yeah.
It's just,
that's funny to be like treat Mike Majak way better than Whitney Cummings. Yeah, like he's a god.
Yeah.
You can't insult that guy.
It's just a little trashy to be like, when a girl comes on, it's like, we're gonna bully her. Like, like I don't know.
You gotta bully everybody if you're gonna bully.
Yes,
or nobody.
Keep seeing energy.
Everybody get these jokes.
Yeah, it's just weird like cranking up like in a not because it's not one-on-one, which I would get if you're like, okay, I'm gonna interview a girl a little bit differently, or maybe add some tension vibe to it. One-on-one, it's like there is 6 dudes here. Yeah, it's like a couch full of guys like all trying to like take their shot at like. Like roasting Whitney Cummings.
She's horrifically bad at comedy, but so are they. So it's not fair.
Yeah.
Okay, all that aside, it was like on a human level, like I feel bad for her.
Yeah, I kind of feel bad for her too. Sometimes I watch her, not just on that episode, just in general. I feel like she's a confused person.
Yeah.
And she's constantly under attack. It does seem like even when she's not being horrendous online, she's being attacked.
Yeah.
Or she's just being normal.
Yeah.
So she has a target on her back, it seems like.
One thing, Tim Dillon riffed about this, about going over to her house, and it's like, he was like, one of this great rants about it, it's like, you go over to her house, and it's like, you got twice on him. Like, he's describing, like, the, menagerie of people that are at Whitney Cummings' house at any given moment. And I remember I saw that after Brendan Schaub had kind of confirmed, like said something similar to me in private about like who hangs out with Whitney Cummings at her house, like people who take drugs. And it's like a weird mix of people. Kind of like
January 6th shaman.
I
can see him there.
There's a certain weird kind of oddball collection of Hollywood people.
That lady for the Cincinnati Reds that was racist back in the day, she died, and she's right there.
Yeah. So Brendan described it like Tim Dillon like ranted about it to her face. It was like really funny, and she was like laughing in acknowledgement that it was accurate. I'm like, that gave me some insight into like. I think she does probably use a lot of drugs. Like,
okay. Yeah. Who's the guy that killed Khashoggi? That guy? Solomon or something? Yeah. He's probably there.
Oh, fuck, man.
The Ayatollah's in the corner.
For a second, I was thinking about the name. God damn,
I just imagine she picks people like her. Now she's gone right wing, so she can't have like Reese Witherspoon.
Yeah, she's super right wing. Yeah.
She can't have like the Disney stars over now, but she's transitioned a little bit. She's gonna have more like right wing people like Tucker or maybe whoever, Christine Levitt and I don't know, women that are conservative, I guess.
Yeah.
Tim Dillon.
Women that are conservative.
And Tim Dillon.
Okay.
I mean, I think she's somebody that just doesn't, she's not authentic. She's struggling with her thoughts. So she just asks herself, what do people think? And then she does that, and so that's what you get. Oh, what's cool? She's a constant, is this cool?
Yeah.
What's cool right now? Okay, that's what, wow, Matt Rice's not cool anymore?
Sometimes people wake up and meditate or pray or something, but she wakes up and she goes, what's cool?
Yeah, exactly. She checks TikTok like Walsh checks Reddit.
Do you guys watch TikTok at all? Because I don't really. And I kind of like draw the line there. When someone sends me a TikTok link, I'm like, if you're not sending me this on the app, because I'm not on there, iMessage me a fucking TikTok link.
Same thing with Facebook. My mom, all over Facebook.
For some reason, I'm a hypocrite because I go on IG, but I'm like, one social media app that's addictive is enough for me.
Yeah. TikTok is too much. A lot of those go unseen that I get sent because I'm just not on it.
I just don't give a fuck.
My sponsor sends me so many TikToks, and I just put the ha-ha. I did a Cootie, I put ha-ha.
Yeah. I blocked Gerardo and his mom, too. So they can't send me stuff.
I exclusively send him Aspen Gold TikTok clips.
I'm going to block your dad, too, just preemptively now. I'm thinking about it. Because if he ever gets on TikTok, I don't want that. I don't want that.
Shit, dude.
I forget the shooting thing. What is the shooting thing? Was that the lion thing?
Yeah.
It's towards the end.
Yeah.
That's the last thing a lion sees.
Isn't this the joke he talks about our studio? He's like, I'm going to go in.
How many bullets do you need to kill this mountain lion? World star!
World star!
This is just closer.
Yeah.
Crazy. This is such a bad joke.
Yeah.
Some would say the worst.
I heard that he wears those night vision goggles, but they're not on, so he's just blind.
Dude, could you imagine? Could you imagine going to his house?
Of course
he has those.
Yeah.
Or like, aren't these the goggles?
Podcast episode. We're wearing them. They're just not on.
Yeah. Does he really have goggles? Do you know?
He was.
Does he have night vision?
I know he has guns.
Yeah, I don't know.
He definitely has guns. Which is also like when he was claiming that I like broke into his house. I'm like, why would I visit my ex-boss who like has AK-47s in his house? Like, what kind of fucking, you know what I'm saying? Like, wait, so like, why would I go harass like a UFC heavyweight fighter who has an arsenal of weapons?
Yeah.
I'm like, and who's like, father-in-law is like a LAPD officer. Like,
yeah.
I'm like,
on the bullet it was engraved that if you're reading this, you're redacted.
Homeless cat.
Yeah, eat this homeless cat.
Eat this homeless cat.
Fuck, man.
Catch this, you blockbuster.
He's definitely coming for us at some point.
Yeah.
I'll fight to the death.
It's a matter of when as opposed to if.
I remember because it's funny, like when you chose to. I would love to. Earlier you asked about Akash giving notes.
Yeah.
And one of the things I wanted to comment on was how do you give notes on somebody on a stand-up special that's already been filmed?
Yeah.
You shot it, motherfucker. It's like, hey, can you give me script notes on the movie? It's like, well, that would be at the script stage. You have to watch somebody's set and give them feedback.
Yeah.
Right? So he was doing a lot of like, can I get feedback on this, on his finished product? And it's like, well, unless I have access to all the footage and angles and jokes you took out, I can't tell like unless I have the raw footage, how can I know? So I'm like an editor and that would take weight, So I remember he was just like thirsting for like, is this good? Hey Rogan, is this good? Then just get back to where he says, oh yeah, I'm proud of you. And then later he says he didn't watch, that story was, did you watch it? You didn't watch it,
Yeah.
And he's like, well, clearly he didn't fucking watch it, He was just like, yeah, hey, great job, buddy.
Yeah.
I'm doing 8 3-hour podcasts. Definitely have time to watch
it. I mean, there is precedent for that, though, because I think it was Joe DeRosa just did his special.
Yeah.
And he said that he had already filmed it. Oh, I keep thinking it's... whenever you see the What's Up Dallas. See, because it doesn't happen. Anyway, that's our donation. But Joe DeRosa filmed the special, right?
They saw that by him. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm the Bro Whisperer.
I am not used to that. I demo
We got no mail.
That's what I specialize in.
Real confession.
I don't mind it though. I'm the Bro
Whisperer. I'm the Bro Whisperer.
Is Chin's family dishonored by him, Mark? Oh my God, that's an aggressive.
Probably not, because he's maintained steady employment. Have I told you? I don't know if I'm being repetitive. The connection that I see between Korean culture and what I know about Korean culture via Malcolm Gladwell book, and do you know about this? Like, it's called the Tipping Point.
Yeah.
How, like, I like Malcolm Gladwell books because he focuses on these little interesting like anecdotes that prove some wrong point, like 10,000 hour rule. One of his books talks about how Korean Airlines had a disproportionate number of crashes, and they tried to trace it back to like basically the communication between the pilot and co-pilot was stunted or stifled because in Korean culture, hierarchy is so important to every aspect of how things are done socially. Like, you don't, if you're above me socially, you can't drink tea before me. Like, it's very strict. You do not question your boss. Like, so it's like, Chin's a perfect employee for Brendan. I'm a nightmare. You know what I mean? Like, it's because I'll talk back to you when you're wrong, you know? Chin's like, whatever you want. Like, I'm just abiding by you're above me. I don't get to question it. You know? But also, Brendan, he likes that. He despises the fact that Chin isn't like offering new creative ideas. It's like, well, you kind of get one or the other. Super loyal until you shut the fuck up all the time.
Or utilitarian.
You know? So he loves it, resents it. But I do see that as part of the reason. How do you survive in the shop universe? You have to be totally compliant. You have to be a shark. You never stop swimming on threat. You gotta be king. Yeah, it's like he either has to or be so vital or whatever. It's like, you know, like I said, Chris D'Elia. It's like, if you're funny enough, it's like Chris D'Elia is getting wrong just because he's like so vital to his world. He looks up so much to him. You're either like a god to him or like an appliance that never questions.
Yeah, he is like a Jeffrey Epstein-sized void of like, why does everyone keep shopping around? He's not funny, and he sounds like fucking terrible to be around.
Here's the thing, if you're socially above him, like D'Elia, Brendan makes it much easier for you to be around. He's not a high maintenance friend, because he's also sensitive to social hierarchies in the sense of like he's texting me around the clock, he's trying to be like transgressing boundaries, and knowing that I can't really be like, hey dude, like no more texts after 6 p.m. You know, unless I want to lose, then he's gonna find another reason to fire me. And it's he makes you understand that without saying it. But Chris D'Elia, he's not gonna bother. You know, he's gonna go, he's gonna tag on with Chris wherever he fucking goes, and they just really hang out with these people outside of
You fired Mark, bro?
Did you know?
Yeah,
It's the king. I like Mark. Mark, I don't know what, I don't know where Mark is, but like, it's cool that you been drinking Mark.
Oh my god.
I mean,
Chris was way nicer though.
That's good. Do you think, with Bob, like, who do you think he thinks is the funniest person? Or does he even like him? George Carlton? You didn't even know George Carlton is.
Yeah, because you would say people like Jim Carrey, it's like obvious, like, how old are you? 34. Okay. Yeah, it's like, that was the funniest motherfucker on the planet to me, and I still think it holds up. It's like, he's, like, it is, you know, and he was a stand-up comedian who went into acting and had to sink. Like,
he did MMA first,
but he's in the lineage of like
Canadian
you know,
MMA.
like I love looking back at like, you know, like physical comedy over the ages. It's like that is universal, and it's like an athletic mastery thing. Like when you watch him here, it's like he was one of a kind for a time, but he is in this lineage of like, you go back to the 40s and 50s. Like there were guys doing physical comedy. It's a skill. You never know, because it's like, oh, I used to love SNL. I was like, oh yeah, I actually like SNL. And just kidding. You know, so like
he likes the idea of liking SNL.
Yeah, and like again, we've heard that change. He'd be like, oh yeah, growing up, like my dad wanted me to be a UFC star. My dad wanted to be an NFL player. I want to be like, what was the childhood dream again? What age?
Worked on drugs. I was a comic book seller.
Yeah. Like it's again, and so with like beige frequency is the person who can kind of like. I didn't see that of like, oh, when you put all these things side to side, but he's telling some bullshit story on that Ari Shaffir.
He thinks like Jim Carrey is Elmo from Sesame Street. He's like, the guy when he's red, you squeeze him, but he's tickle him. Sometimes he laughs. Jim Carrey rules.
Yeah, I mean, sure, clear, like, because you guys, as comedians, you guys think about like not only who you like the most, but why you like them.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to hear Brendan go like, why do you like Jim Carrey?
Yeah.
Articulate what you think was great about him. But I have heard a man sure I go.
Did David Lucas get beat up in Mothership parking lot? I heard that.
Oh shit!
Does the Mothership have a parking lot?
How dare you? This David Lucas stand, this slander I will not stand for. You are being racist right now, and I need you to stop. Okay?
Oh, I think he's confusing it with the time where an owl landed on his arm.
He falls asleep.
Yeah. Did you get beat up in the parking lot, David?
Is that it?
It's like us.
Does not do that all the time, and she often comes across as genuine, and
I'm sure that you. That's how I roll, baby. I would do it. I don't know. It's like holes, like all the way down. It's just like one big tube. Don't forget that.
Yeah, but that was. Which one's true? Gee, wonder if you're telling the truth. Yeah, That's one time that was just one. See other people. I need it.
All right, well, you and me, we're gonna do Windy City Heat too.
Men. Unless.
Emotional well-being of both spouses. No coercion or degradation. I really mean that now. Some bitches like you to very realize much as you fuck. As I said previously, and not blasphemous way. And to not blaspheme. And as you know, this is very important. I've got surgical hands, girl. Cleanliness is really important. Seeming concerns. Again, Goldberg is a thing. Marital context, nearly all leniencies in sexual matters appear only within marriage. Precautions are include mutual consent, emotional well-being of both spouses, no coercion or degradation. They really mean that now. If some bitches like you do right, you realize as much as you fucking want. Well, then that's like, we're just playing house at that point. We're just role playing it, and that's the. It may seem like degradation if you're being walked around on a fucking leash, but that doesn't necessarily mean, I would say to you, there are like two mental states. Like one would be like, yeah, bitch, you like that, right? And she'd be like, again, you dirty slut, you fucking eat that shit up, and she'd be like, that's degrading. But then I could be like, yo,
I had to deflect from them because I kind of lifted again because they saw a guy doing.
I mean, this is my lawyer, Rob. That sounds like a good idea. Yeah. He's in the one, I guess? Yeah. But I was like, this is like guys, I don't know. I don't know anything else is in face value. It's clearly not giving single flight. So I always told them if you just more authentic, you know, if you have build yourself and you constructed a false facade. It's just that degree where he goes, I literally have to stop hanging out with him because he. Oh, I think your headphones kind of fucked up or something. Let me see. And everybody's yeah. Like against vaccines, but then every time you're alone, you're like,
Toilets out there. They, you know what a Google extension is, though, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so they had an extension.
I believe we all perceive time differently.
No, you're still gonna hit his ball.
Supposed to say something positive when I do that. I didn't hear anything positive about it.
You gotta say something positive.
Oh,
okay?
Miss Aquarius.
Yes, Miss Aquarius.
This girl is.
Do you have the document?
Jewish tradition, this is why halakha avoids permitting it. Kabbalah strongly discourages it. Many authorities treat it as bro, baby.
I'll probably do it under normal circumstances during the week as well. And if you can, that's great. Especially actually. Halakha avoids permitting it. Kabbalah strongly discourages it. Many authorities treat it as outright forbidden, but not this one. Really feel like you're being demeaned by it? Absolutely not. But if it's your job to get this flavor demeaning in, then all's fair in love and war, baby. Avoiding association with messenger in Kabbalah, finally openings and ways are symbolically linked to telephoning and fear forces.
Hey, woman, I've said this before, I'll say it again. I used to always get confused why these scummy guys would get these amazing girls, and it's because they would take.
Could ensure, like, an anus is completely clean. Like, science could do that, huh? Dude, don't forget that. Anyway, so, in fact, this would be
trying to make sure she came first, and perhaps her other mates would not do that. All right, restricted to times of lower spiritual sense. Act that feels degrading, humiliating, power imbalance would be invalid spiritually, even if technically permitted. Pleasure alone would not justify the technical permissive framework. It would require extreme cleanliness, strong intentionality, is borderline or spiritually damaging, even if tolerated. However, if it means that we're going to have more Jews tradition, this is treated as outright forbidden. You're fired. Go fuck yourself. Well, then that's like, you know, we're just playing house. I really. What's up, sluts? I wanted to clarify the whole angle. See, off the glass. Larry Legend knew what was up. This is like.
I should do that. I'm sure somebody could work on that. Anyway.
Same with the mouth.
Record did it.
Don't forget, kids. It's like whole,
oh,
like
man.
all the way down. It's just like
this
one
shit
big tube.
sucks.
Don't forget that.
Anyway,
settings.
So
how much fucking space?
So cleanliness is a central issue.
I want to say.
So that shit just sucked. Anyway, I guess if this thing is still recording, and just see what was going on. So we'll just go with this one.
There are already advancements in cleanliness.
Rectum.
That everything could be super clean in the future.
It even says, hey, you can't take a finger and just shouldn't do that. Anal than vaginal. This. So maybe. That's way back in there. Oh, the condom. We're just playing house at that point. We're not. Whatever you're saying. That's part of sexuality. All right, so if I hear that, then it'd be like, yo, are you being degraded? You need to stop or whatever.
Yo, time out. I could use the
Metaphysics. Kabbalah views sexual act would need elevated intentions, such as strengthening marital unity, which, anyway, get it holy, like your holiness. Anyway, act-driven, maybe not the most appropriate of puns, but still nevertheless fucking hilarious. Acts driven purely by domination, humiliation, or excess desire would be spiritually damaging. However, some bitches want that, and so you have to. It's a fine line. Like, look, if you really feel like you're being demeaned by it, then absolutely not. But if it turns you on to get this playful demean in, then all's fair in love and war, baby. Avoiding association with the Sitra Achra in Kabbalah, finally openings of ways are symbolically linked to teleport impure forces. Precautions would include clear separation between pleasure and waste, avoiding acts that symbolically feed impurity, mental focus or connection rather than transgression. Timing. Kabbalah assigns different spiritual states, times, weekdays versus Shabbat. A hypothetical permission might restrict such acts to certain times or
in a non-blasphemous way, and to not blaspheme. And as you know, I mean, this is very important. I've got surgical hands, girl.
Cleanliness is really important. Semen concerns. Again, Rube Goldberg is a thing. Marital context. Nearly all leniencies in sexual matters appear only
encourage them during spiritually sensitive periods. Ethical and human dignity precautions. Judaism strongly emphasizes kavod, abrios, human dignity. No degradation. Any act that causes shame, makes a partner feel used, mimics abusive power dynamics, would be spiritually invalid. until it would be spiritually invalid, even if technically permitted. Yeah, nobody wants you to feel shame or used or anything like that. However, there are some bitches out there and people just.
There are like two mental states. Like one would be like, yeah, bitch, you like that, right? And she'd be like, I'd be like, you dirty slut, you fucking eat that shit up. And she'd be like, uh-huh.
Just in general, who like that idea.
I'm sure
and I'm not going to kink shame. If that's what you like, that's cool, but you should have a safe word to be able to say, like, if you do feel shame, if you do feel used.
Under normal circumstances during the week as well. And if you can, that's great. But what I'm saying is, look, if you, like, some women, it's always going to happen to them, but some women, it's going to be really difficult for them.
Then it's no longer consenting, and then you
a long time, and you've got work in the morning, and all the other things that you've got, and I don't want you, exhausted every single night because you're having to try to get this lady off. So what do I advise? He can inseminate you and then fall asleep. And lady, if you want, you use a toy or a tool or whatever it is. You just watch my streams, whatever it is to get you off. You do it, girl. All right. So precautions would include clear mental separation between pleasure and filth, avoiding any sense of degradation, immediate spiritual reorientation afterward, washing prayer later, etc. Even then, Kabbalah would likely view it as especially dangerous, not neutral. And it's not ideal. None of this is ideal. Why? Because ideal is peanut. Especially on Shabbat. Dignity.
As I said previously.
Avoiding acts.
As I said previously.
Yo, baby, I want to talk about
you know, the fucking grape lady. We'll do it at the end. And then health and safety. Judaism treats bodily harm as prohibited. Precautions would include avoiding injury, avoiding practices that cause pain or long-term harm. Again, some bitches want that though, so we wouldn't want to injure anybody.
Motherfuckers!
And, cause pain or long-term harm. You know, John Mellencamp, aka John Cougar or John Cougar, and cause pain or long-term harm. You know, pain or long-term harm. You know, John Mellencamp, aka John Cougar or John Cougar Mellencamp, but John Mellencamp had a song "Hurt So Good." Come on, baby, make Cougar Mellencamp. And then health and safety. Judaism treats bodily harm as prohibited. Precautions would include avoiding injury, avoiding practices that cause pain or long-term harm. Again, some bitches want that though, so we wouldn't want to injure anybody and cause pain or long-term harm. You know, John Mellencamp, aka John Cougar or John Cougar Mellencamp, but John Mellencamp had a song "Hurt So Good." Come on, baby, make it hurt so good. Sometimes love don't feel like it should. You make it hurt so good. There's something about that hurting can be good, and that's for every individual to be able to determine. But if it's really causing pain, absolutely not. And go to the proper authority if you feel at any point that somebody's hurting you without your consent. So then you should know that the big picture, even in this hypothetical, Judaism would still view such acts as non-ideal. I agree. Vaginal, penile interaction is the way to go. Vaginal, penile sex. They might be tolerated under limited conditions, not celebrated. Now, I know some reticent out there is going to be like, but I want to celebrate this stuff. And it'd be like, there's a fine line between tolerated and limited, not celebrated. We're going to celebrate penile vaginal intercourse. And generally not celebrated. But if you were like, look, I wasn't able to have a child, but then because I was just like asexual, but then something awakened inside of me when my partner rimmed me, and now I've got a brood of 14 children, we might celebrate that. I'm not gonna lie.
Quick aside here. My father, whenever we play golf, we watch his golf. And anytime any golfer has the ball and it just rims out, he always yells "rim job." And he's been doing it since I was a little kid. And I don't know if he knows that's what he's saying, but the looks that he gets, I think he does know though. And he yells it, "rim job."
All right, the default sexual ideal of halakha and Kabbalah remains penile vaginal intimacy, yes, with love, modesty, and sanctity. Let's get that straight. And then, what about analingus? So, halakha.
It's just like tubes. They came from here all the way down. Don't ever forget that, girls. It's just tubes.
Versus Kabbalah. If analingus were assumed to be permitted, which in reality it is not in mainstream halakhic or Kabbalistic sources, the precautions would be even stricter than for other non-normative sexual acts because it directly involves the area most associated with zoa, excrement, and kelipot. Below is how Judaism would likely frame it if it were allowed. Halakhic type precautions, absolute cleanliness. I'm even saying that you could have like a machine, I don't know, like, you know how we have like black lights that see like semen on stuff? I think you could have the same kind of machine, like, or light or something that could ensure like an anus is completely clean. Like, science could do that. I'm sure somebody could work on that. Anyway, so this would be so cleanliness is a central issue. Jewish law is extremely strict about contact with excrement, having filth in or near the mouth. Hypothetical permission would require meticulous cleansing beforehand, zero presence of waste, immediate washing afterward. Any doubt of contamination would render the act forbidden. This is stricter than for most other intimate contact because the mouth is used for prayer, Torah blessings. Separation from holiness after, even hypothetically, one would still likely require washing the mouth and body, waiting before prayer or learning Torah, treating the act as something that creates temporary ritual distance. This mirrors halakhic logic and other bodily function contexts. Consent and marital context. As with all sexual leniencies, only within marriage, full enthusiastic consent, no coercion or pressure. Kabbalistic precautions. Where it gets stricter, Kabbalah is far more resistant to this act than halakha would be. Mouth symbolism. In Kabbalah, the mouth corresponds to malchut, speech, divine expression, using it in a way associated with waste risks. Spiritual inversion, drawing energy downward instead of upward. Hypothetical precautions would require very strong intentional focus, kavana, which I think could be done, and framing the act as bonding, not indulgence. That's the big thing. I'm saying, like, there are ladies out there who have been in, and men, just sexless marriages for a long time. I don't know if that's the best thing to do or to be in, but if you are, and you want to spice things up, this might be it. If it's not, then maybe that's not the right person for you. Who knows? But maybe it is. And maybe this just floats your boat, tickles your fancy, whatever it is.
Light your fire.
So, Kabbalistic precautions where it gets stricter. We talked about this. Avoiding feeding the kelipot, the anal area symbolically linked to waist separation, and sitra achra, the other side. Precautions would include clear mental separation between pleasure and filth, avoiding any sense of degradation or excess, immediate spiritual reorientation afterward, watching prayer later, etc. Even then, Kabbalah would likely view it as spiritually dangerous, not neutral. Yeah, but danger might be my middle name, baby. You never know. I mean,
perhaps.
Under most conditions, penile, vaginal sex, that's what we're talking about. But under some circumstances, if we think that it will increase the bond between two people and overall create more Jews, that's what sex is about in many ways, I'm going to be more lenient on this. Timing restrictions, if hypothetically allowed at all, likely discouraged on Shabbat or holy days. Okay, fine. And I'm fine with that. I think that's, should be focused on procreation. Not that this isn't, but this isn't, perhaps the chances aren't as high. And I went on at least Shabbat, the chances would be highest. Look, I've said this before. If you really want to run down some rabbits and give it to me, like, calm down, woman. Men and women in Israel, and just Jewish men and women, Jewish men and women, period, should be having intercourse every single night. For the man, 6 days a week
under normal conditions for the woman, and she's not in pain or in need or any of those other things. But under normal circumstances.
Current weeks, this is how it should work. You both had a long day, whatever. You ejaculate inside your wife, and you go to bed, and you both fall asleep. If she's not brought to orgasm, I understand it takes a little while. She's got to be in the right mood, all those other things.
But dog, get yourself a womanizer, and you'll be made in the shade. This bitch will be asleep before your head hits the pillow. Seriously, though, get yourself one of these. It's got the best battery in the business, folks. Bitch works for years.
It's a really easy way to fall asleep. Now, on Shabbat,
to the ladies out there, you need 3 of these bitches. You need 1 next to the bedside in your drawer, 2 in your car if you ever got an away game, and 3, 1 always charging, baby.
That's the time for the woman, and you must ensure every single time that you get her off beforehand.
Use the womanizer.
I'm sure that you could probably do it under normal circumstances during the week as well. And if you can, that's great. But what I'm saying is, look, if you, like, some women, it's always going to happen to them. But some women, it's going to be really difficult for them to come to orgasm. You're going to have to work at it. And it might take you a long time. And you
Not with this bitch. It's game over. This bitch works like a charm. Just creates a little bit of suction right here, girls. Just like this. Check it out, baby.
Works every time. Every fucking time. I want to meet a girl. You give me one of these and we'll be done in 10 minutes. That bitch will be snoozing. Oh, for sure. Just purring. Listen to that bitch purr.
You've got work in the morning and all the other things that you've got, and I don't want you exhausted every single night because you're having to try to get this lady off. So what do I advise? He can inseminate you and then fall asleep. And lady, if you want, you use a toy or a tool or whatever it is. You just watch my streams, whatever it is to get you off. You do it, girl. All right.
So, womanizer, dude. Just use a womanizer on your chick. It's game over.
Precautions would include clear mental separation between pleasure and filth, avoiding any sense of degradation.
And I'll come up with amazing sex toys in the future, perhaps, just to make it even easier. The womanizer, I'm a womanizer, I'm a womanizer, I'm a womanizer.
Immediate spiritual reorientation afterward, watching prayer later, etc. Watching prayer later, etc. Even then, Kabbalah would likely view it as spiritually dangerous, not neutral. And it's not ideal. None of this is ideal. Why? Because ideal is penile vaginal intercourse. Ideal is the woman coming before the man, and that's just, if I can give a guy any advice, make sure she comes first. If you do, you're putty. Ask any woman.
She's putty in your hands.
Before I've said it, I'll say it again. I used to always get confused why these scummy guys would get these amazing girls, and it's because they would take the time to make sure she came first, and perhaps her other mates would not do that. And she comes first. If she comes first, it's over. She's putting in your hand. All right. Timing restrictions, if hypothetically allowed at all, likely discouraged on Shabbat or holy days, possibly restricted to times of lower spiritual sensitivity. Human dignity is crucial. Judaism would draw a hard line here. Any act that feels degrading, humiliating, power imbalance would be invalid spiritually, even if technically permitted. Pleasure alone would not justify it. Kavod, dignity is not negotiable. Bottom line, even in a hypothetical permissive framework, analingus would be the most restrictive, spiritual, risky, not ideal. I agree with all of that. It would require extreme cleanliness, strong intentionality, clear dignity, and consent. I agree with all of that. Kabbalah would still view it as borderline or spiritually damaging, even if tolerated. However, if it means that we're going to have more Jews for whatever reason, then I think that we can be more lenient on it. In real Jewish tradition, this is why.
That's what it's about, having more Jews. That's what all this is about. I wouldn't be so lenient if I didn't think this would produce more Jews in the long run. You're fine. Go fuck yourself.
Avoiding practices that cause pain or long-term harm. Again, some bitches want that though, so we wouldn't want to injure anybody. And avoiding practices that cause pain or long-term harm. Again,
Cam Little tried it from 75 yards.
He's just short. He's like, ooh, almost. So he said, I'm moving in from 73. Watch this. This is pregame. 73 yards with plenty on that kick.
If he hits the 75-yarder the way he hit the 73-yarder, it's good.
Cam Little, tried it from 75 yards.
Yeah, he thinks that titties on your arm feel like an owl landing on it. It's pretty funny. That was on the special.
Did he get fucking beat up? Where, is that an actual rumor?
I don't know. This is the first I heard. It's a truck flip narrative. I've heard some stuff about him at the Comedy Store. I'm not sure about the mothership.
Yeah, I think I heard that, but now I forgot.
Yeah,
what it was. Did that surprise anyone? Graves.
No, like the David Lucas part of your brain is like it got conquered by Graves.
Yeah, no.
Graves is the Fourth Reich in his brain. You know what I mean?
What's Graves' health?
Oh no, that's it. Kind of does sound like a nickname for Ralph Graves. No, but I have Graves' disease. It's like it's not a big deal, Papa.
That's thyroid issues. Oh, thyroid issues.
Ever heard of it?
Yes.
But I take a pill. Yeah.
Yeah.
And yes, exactly. Dude, this guy's a doctor.
Wow.
I mean, listen, he knows his stuff.
This guy's a doctor. Like Joey Diaz, I was talking to a doctor yesterday, and they'll admit this. It's like you can be more of an expert in certain very specific niches. Like a lot of bodybuilders probably know way more about anabolic compounds within your body versus doctors. They're not teaching that shit. You roughly know, but vaccines. Sometimes they'll go into like a checkup and they're like, "You're taking too much testosterone." I'm like, "Oh, good." They're like, "You should take 50 milligrams." I'm like, "Well, yeah, for sure." Like, shut up. You know, should be able to be that small. Come on. You know.
Yeah. How many fucking things can you lift, dude?
Yeah.
What is that?
How many cars can you lift?
Does that stethoscope help you fucking bench? Then shut up, dude.
Yeah.
You're on pills.
Yeah, he's on medication, but we are also trying to come up with merch to solve his Graves.
I know. If we could just get a few more Patreon subs, I think I might be able to overcome Graves.
Wait, you guys feel comfortable telling me how many Patreon subs you guys have?
We have like 400.
Oh wow. Yeah. That's impressive.
Yeah.
Because I was gonna say, like, my guess for TFK was like 500.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I gives this segment 5 big boobs.
We
on live once we said that the Rizzler is a national socialist. Woo! Man, this is my favorite special. I'm so glad we could get together and watch it. 85 times is such a big deal to me.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, fuck, man. I can't believe I took part in this. It was like such a big, like, team effort celebration. And
the documentary has to be a docu-series, and one episode has to be called Mark with a G.
Yeah.
And it's like, it has like AC/DC music playing, like a silhouette of you.
This is a joke of yours, but like, I can actually.
Oh, no, this is not a joke of mine.
No.
This is not a joke. I'm being 100% serious. I'm sorry for.
No, because I like the idea also of like, books, for example, when there's oral history is kind of like different, like you just, it's like a story told of different perspectives about the thing.
Exactly. So The Last Dance is about the 6th championship. In that scope, they go back.
I get to watch that. I want to watch it. Yeah, I know everyone loved it.
So, like, for instance, this is his 6th championship, his 2nd special. You know, the Gringo Poppy. That's the lens, but then the scope of it all kind of comes back to this.
Yes.
You're part of it. The whole history with you would be an episode, and it goes back to, like, I don't know how to make a documentary about the special itself, like a joke he told or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
But it would be like Brendan Schaub would need to be involved because Michael Jordan was involved. And then this is like, dude, he would make bank.
Shot for shot remake.
Oh my God.
Shot for shot remake. Just
like there's a way
switch
to
out everything shot for
like Brenda Walsh was alluding to earlier, like to get him involved. I agree with you. It would be pivotal. You could do without him.
2 words, dude. 100 million. Are you think he's gonna say more than that?
Of course not. Yeah. This guy committed fraud for $100,000. Like after he'd already gotten like
2 words actually for you guys. We are rich. Dude, could you imagine shot? I know that. We come on, just stay with me. We do a shot for shot remake. The part where Michael Jordan's like, and for some reason I took that person. Yeah, it's Schaub on the laptop, but he's watching Sesame Street again. Yeah, you know, another.
He's like, for some reason I said giraffe. You know.
North Korea with a beach.
I'm trying to think of what Schaub's I took that person would be. Hurt both ways, like
Bobby Lee.
Oh yeah,
yeah, that's your perspective.
Yeah,
that's your documentary gets all these different people's perspectives.
Andy Letterman.
Yeah, that could be that.
Oh my God, yeah.
Who's Scottie Pippen?
Brian Callen.
Are you sure about that?
No.
What is it?
I just wanted to do that.
It's like his openers are better than him, you know. Like whether it's whoever he brought up.
We go through the whole lineup of the Chicago Bulls. Like, who's Scotty Kukoc? Who's fucking BJ Anderson or Tony Kukoc? Scotty, dude. Stay with me.
From what I understand about the rivalry, by the way, between Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan was so intense that they were like, they bet on like the size of their sons' penises or something.
Oh my
it was like
God.
Crazy, like where. This is, I don't know if it's about right now. It's conceivable because these guys are like egomaniac competitors who like kind of.
Mark, can I ask you though, did you read that online or is that a Tiger fact? You know what I mean?
Where you getting that idea? I'm like, no, this is funny. Like, it's triggering to people or they like it or whatever, but it's like, if you think you're going to promote this fucking shitty whiskey without being polarizing, like, they wanted it to be like, you know, some professional guy, like, oh, cool. So, who is the art director for the photo shoots that you want to do of, like, you know, this elaborate Tiger thick whiskey promotion on a budget of nothing? Like, what? You know, make it look at the Rock's page. Okay, cool. Do you want to do that with AI, or like, you know,
you want to pay the Rock money?
Yeah, or do you want me to fucking troll people in the following page? Your choice. And then I stopped managing it, and 2 months later, it's like taken down. I remember commenting on it, and I got blocked on the page because it was like I was posting every day on it, and like I got fired for putting an extra C.
Yeah, the fourth C. Yeah, which second did
he got? I was looking at screens to get review on my evidence. He was so fucking pissed at that. He was like, "Fuck!" Like he's telling, like, dude, like one person saw it on Facebook because it didn't even. You can't hyperlink on Instagram, so we went to a Facebook account. Me and Jay were both like, "There's a Facebook account, like, it's auto-posting." None of us were aware of it. One person commented on it. It was like, no likes. One, hey, might want to check the spelling. He's like, motherfuckers, like as if he just like accidentally, you know, uploaded a picture of himself fucking a dude to the internet, you know. And he's like, oh my God, it's like, it's happening. And then I get fired, and he's like, okay, so wait, like what? Like, you know, I'm getting, and then when you go, you assume you got someone else lined up, right? And then I watch it, like when I left, I was like, how come no one's posting to this page? And, hey, how's the replacement going?
It's not been fixed.
Yeah.
We're actually in hour 5, y'all. What the hell? Yeah, we got more guests coming through, y'all.
Luana's saying, I wish you'd come home right now. And I said, okay, I will. I'm announcing it.
Okay, sweet. Dude, all right.
I'm not going to like suddenly exit, but I'm just telling her yes.
It's the wind down. It's the marketing wind down here.
Right.
I said I'm going to leave in 5.
We do have to address the bots later, so.
Yeah, like all the negative comments, it's just, I don't know why they.
Yeah, and even said, like, it's so funny that so many, like, we pay for so many negative comments about me. It's just like, fucking get a life, you know?
I don't know who pays for it or where they come from, but I just,
it might be an inside job. I did text Bobby, he did not respond.
All these bots.
Mark gotta go to sleep for 18 hours. Fuck, I wish. That sounds so nice.
I know, right? What the fuck?
Right. No, not us. Not us.
He fucked your replacement. He certainly did. No, I do think so.
Allegedly.
They're like, she's texting him fucking outfit pics at like 3 a.m. and things.
I will say, dude, every time you come through, I am. What is it called? I don't even know what I expected beforehand. You know what I mean? And then you break both your hammies and you fucking beat my expectations. You know what I mean? Right?
Oh, every time. Like, hey, let Mark ramble on forever. You know. Which again, I appreciate people love to do that.
People are like, "Are you guys gonna get food?" And I'm like, "Mark is cooking."
I told Luana that I'm like, "Let me cook, bitch." Because sometimes, like, so okay, Luana's personality. Here's where we conflict is like. Sometimes, like, oh, hey, fuck, man. I was along with some evidence that I was like reviewing, like, you're looking at old shit on my phone. I'm like, I found this recording of. We lived in this apartment, and my cat was killed by somebody who I believe, like, we had reason to believe it was like an Airbnb Jason place, like, hit our cat, and it was like very traumatizing. So I don't mean to like be flippant about this. It was like horrific to us because it was like somebody killed my cat, ostensibly from a car accident, put the cat on top of a cardboard box that had been turned upside down. So like. And then a neighbor was like, knocked on our door like Sunday morning and was like, I'm sorry about your cat. We're like, we both lose our mind. And then it was like, the area where she used to hang out in this like, grass area, like, it looked like a car had driven over the sprinkler, like the sprinklers were, so I was like, wait, like Buffalo usually hangs up there. And it was like, it was an Airbnb that we were already annoyed by because it's like, you turn this apartment into Airbnb and now people are coming in left and right and they don't understand the situation, playing music, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. And I was just trying to get answers and closure from the person who runs the Airbnb. Yeah. So I was like, I got a hold of this guy who ran it, and I was like, well, first of all, the guy who cleaned it, that's where their contact, and I was like, hey, do you have your boss's number? We just want to know, like, we just want to know what happened. I don't even really trying to sue anybody. It was just like, we know what happened. Closure. Yeah. And immediately they were like, we did not do anything. Like, don't text us, blah, blah, blah. I was like, whoa. And then I found the number from the guy who ran it, and he got, like, I think he called me or something. Or, yeah, it must have been, because it was like, I didn't get the number from that guy. Then I get a number from this. It was like, hello? And he's like, he just started screaming. He's like, he said, I'm going to kill you on the phone. Oh, my God. What? Like, who the fuck is this? Some guy named Vito? I was like, I had no idea who he was. I was this guy screaming at me on the phone, telling me he's going to kill me. And I'm like, it's trouble because I'm like, my cat just died, and I'm just looking for closure, and you're telling me that you're going to murder me? Asking questions about it? So I was like, so I had to eat that, right? Because I'm like, I have no idea who this guy is. He's then blocked me, and I can't, like, and then, like, a week later, I'm coming home from the gym, and I see these guys in front of the Airbnb. I'm like, oh, that's Vito. And he's like this small, Asian, like Filipino, like gay man. Like, I didn't know what Vito. I was like, I'm assuming this is some Italian dude or something. Yeah. But I figured out, like, oh, because they're like looking around and like looking. Oh, we got it. Like, so I presume to go. Like, I walk in and go, hey, you guys run this Airbnb? They're like, yeah. I'm like, hey. On the phone, like, I get up in his face. I'm just like, you said you wanted to murder me? I go, why don't you do that? And and I busted his house, right? I'm just like in his house, like, hey, so I wanted to give you that chance. He's like, fucking touch me. I'm like, no, you said you wanted to murder me, so I'm gonna give you that opportunity right now.
Yeah.
Right? And I was like, the whole point was like, I'm gonna make this person feel small and tell him like, he's like, I'm gonna call the cops. I'm like, go ahead and call the cops. I'm gonna sit here until you attempt to murder me. Will you listen? Like, you know, and like again, that becomes a hate crime if it's like, like I wouldn't beat him up, but I go, I just want to make sure you know that like he made a mistake in trying to tell me this. I'm gonna go, hey, like, say to my water comes in and starts talking like you motherfucker, like ruining my intimidation act. Like I am trying to make this person feel very small with the silence that's created when I say I'm giving you the opportunity to murder me, and then he has to say nothing.
Yeah.
Because he can, you know, and I'm gonna say props. So I'm like, hey, look, when I'm done, you can yell at him. And now I'm arguing with one, and he's arguing with her, and I'm like, oh, so I'm recording that with my phone, and I'm like, I'm gonna listen to this. I'm like, hey. Making you I tried to murder him, and then you do it to me. Yeah. And then, like, 30 minutes later, because I left, like, get the fuck out of my house. I'm like, make me. So it's like, I just kind of went around, like, touching stuff. It was just like, whoa, what are you going to do? Call the cops? Like, yeah, I'm opening the door. She's like, oh, no. What is a nice glass door you have? I'm like, oh, they're like, but wait, you guys live here? I'm like, I can't get over the house. Like, well, this is an apartment. You guys live here? You don't live here. You rent it? Like, I'm going to get the word, like, oh, you run an illegal Airbnb. Like, oh, yeah. Man, like, so what's your system? You run a... live here or not? It's open. Yeah, I'm trying to like intimidate him, make him go cover, make him go get out, and then realize he has no power. Yeah.
Halacha avoids permitting it. Kabbalah strongly discourages it. Many authorities treat it as outright forbidden. But not this one. You're fired. Go fuck yourself. Take a shit.
Okay, and then what did you do? I'm really interested.
I make some coffee. I put in 3 nicotine pouches.
Oh, look at this athleticism. It's really unprecedented shit. Oh, this is the worst. Sucks. So let's move.
Yeah, she called. Like, it took the cops to squirt me out, right? But I left on my own accord, but I felt like the job was done.
Yeah.
And then the cops, like 20 minutes later, come over to my house. And they're like, they're like, hey, were you in this guy's house? I'm like, yeah, I was. Can't do that. I'm like, no. Thank you. No shit.
You trying to arrest a lion officer? I don't know if that's a good idea for you.
Yeah, bro. Try it.
Trying it right now, dude.
There's a guy in college I knew who became a shirt. One of the guys on the track team, he was being drunk and disorderly, got tased by the police at the party, and he like ripped the little things out, and he goes, I'm an athlete, I can take it.
Damn, I'm sorry to hear about your cat, dude.
Yeah, sorry, man.
No, I didn't, like, it is sincerely, like, losing a pet.
Yeah.
Super emotional. If I wanted to go there and think about it, I'm glossing over my emotions about it right now, but it was to get to the point of, the humor of, like, when you want to be a tough guy and then your wife's, like, nagging you, it's like, just tell right now, like, I'm,
yeah.
Because that'll happen with the strong personality, like Luana.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, can I have your shirt in a second? Right now, I'm being the tough guy. Speaking of which, let's have the call right now.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
I can eat something. Not sure if I can. I got a sausage for you, bitch. Would you like Poke or something? I'll do something Poke.
That's what I told my right hand that night.
Yeah.
But
What is this? And Dylan was like, Brendan Shops.
A gay man.
Shops a gay man. That's a gay man. But it's accurate. This is a gay man on stage.
But I just want to say before you get going that I'm so grateful that you came through.
I'm so grateful you guys invited me. And also, by the way, having worked with a bunch of influencers who, like, one of my biggest pet peeves the last years has been, like, drones. So, yeah. So influencers do this. Hey, can you shoot right now? Like, motherfucker, what? Like, can you give me any warning whatsoever? So randomly from that top, I'm being like, hey, like a month from now, shoot. And then you give me like every like appropriate update to make it possible for me to fucking like, I do need that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm write this today. Okay.
Yeah, God. That was amazing.
I appreciate the conscientiousness. Everyone out there should fucking remember that. We're trying to get people to actually show up for shit. Don't be like, hey, can you come to the Board Hills right now and shoot a skit?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm in Seattle, bitch.
For what? Fucking TikTok?
Yeah, I'm hanging out with Antoine Jameson. Get in line, bitch.
Yeah, I really appreciate you guys having me over.
We love you,
dude. Again soon.
Yeah, the fans love you, dude.
The 10 Minutes Shop community, sincerely, all the stuff that I said about it being a very positive, out of all the Brendan Shop based reaction content channels, I do think you guys have probably the most positive, like, kind of good spirited crowd. So thank you guys all for watching. As long as I wanted to stay for the full 24 hours, but
oh god, no, dude. It's gonna be hard for us.
But you're gonna do it. You got. Oh, look, you got. I'm sorry. I should have left some more reins.
Oh no, you're good.
This is my favorite flavor.
Please take the reins with you, Daddy.
I'll take reins. Yeah. I'll let Jesus take the wheel.
Here we go. Oh,
Yo.
Oh, here. Real quick, come over here. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Stand here and talk. Cool.
All right, everybody. We had, dude, take it with you, man. Take the whole thing.
Yeah.
Have fun with it. They got comments right here if you want. Okay. Here. Let me see that. You see that, man?
All right, guys.
Mark, see you, buddy. You're the best. So that was Netflix. Mark came in, he destroyed as usual while we were watching the greatest stand-up special ever done. Yeah, comments, dude. Oh, 2 S words. Yeah, maybe Warren Brothers can be a thing. I'm not glad that the horn in the middle of my head is back. I had that surgically removed by a doctor. The doctor cut off. That's a real thing. I get a horn in the middle of my head, and the doctor cut it off. And I didn't think it was going to grow back, but I guess it's grown back. What's up, Mark Ramirez? Good to see you. Good to see you. Lando, it's been a while since I've seen you. TriStar, whoa. I feel like I haven't seen TriStar in a while. Tommy Jarvis, what'd you say? This is so great, Bob, because you got good guests and everything. Yeah. Walsh, I mean, we want to get some more people on. It's been tricky to kind of like coordinate with everybody, but I think later on, It Doesn't Matter podcast is going to be on with us. Potentially, got to reach out to a few other people. One big guest, obviously. Well, they're all big guests. But potentially, we were hoping to have Brian Campbell, our CEO, but he's very busy on presidential stuff. But maybe M, maybe Sean, maybe Alistair Williams. Is Walsh coming? We already had Walsh on, dude. You missed it, but it's on the show, so you can watch it after. Did we reach out to Chin? No. I thought about that. I actually grasped at somebody pretty big, and I was promptly turned down. But I won't say who. But I was turned down. Oh, yeah. Gadura says, when is AZ coming? I'd like to have AZ on the podcast. I think maybe on the Raccoon Tweeties episode. Somebody tell him to message me. I think that would be funny. Hot chip guy? No. TriStar, you should know better. We'll never... Nick is not... We're not down with Nick. He's not welcome here. Chin is welcome. Nick, not so much. No, I didn't reach out to Joe Rogan. That's a stupid question. Bobby Lee. I haven't had the balls to reach out to Bobby Lee just yet. Plus, he's my boss, so it's kind of awkward to ask your boss for stuff. Have you ever had a job? Never heard of it. Mark Ramirez, you're close. I'm coming for you. Your life is almost over. Oh, you know what? The trick with the idea about racing is funny. Maybe we'll do that. I want to do more like bits where we're doing stuff outside. So lifting, racing, selling trucks, maybe food truck type diary thing. Timothy Wendell, thank you. Yeah, that was kind of weird. I mean, I think most people like Sinners. I honestly, I haven't heard a single person say that it's bad yet, but everybody has their own opinion, you know. Okay, cool. Oh my goodness. Love it. Water. Oh man. Give it up for Gerardo, dude. Like, organize all this shit. I mean, how do you even film in this thing? Got chairs everywhere, different setups. I think we're probably gonna move back to the couch soon. So we've been. Most of the guests are gonna be a Zoom. We got people show up in person going forward. Oh, balloon fart. We don't matter. We didn't count, dude. Oh, right on that. Look hell yeah, guys. Give it up for Mark Harley, dude. We gotta put back on the street. Oh, Unique. Yeah, I don't know if Unique. I don't think so. I wish him the best, and he's funny, but I don't think I want to deal with all that. Too much, dude. That's a little too much. That guy really talks a lot. Shout out to Largo. Shout out to you guys. We got a lot of people in here, dude. Cody Quayle. Shout out to Kangar. Hilarious. Kangar. Somebody from the beginning. Cody. What's up, dude? Thanks for watching that long. You got your phone? I do. It's over. I did have it. I'm not sure where my phone is at the moment. Oh, it's over there. It's over there. Thanks. Check on that. Yeah.
Has he responded?
I don't think. No, not yet.
Oh my god, that was a lot, y'all. I think this is the longest we've ever streamed.
Definitely the longest we've ever streamed. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, dude. What did you want, Nikki HSG on? Who the fuck is that guy?
Yeah, I gave her a birthday shout out or something. She's nice. I guess I'll wish her the best. Oh, the stream's going. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
No audio.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes
we had a lot of audio in here.
That's true.
As he says that, he's taking a nacho.
Giving it nacho cheese.
Oh, my bad, Mr. Whole Foods.
Not bad. Is your back hurting at all or no?
No.
Okay.
Just gotta constantly adjust. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Keep guessing.
I've been watching you guys forever. Never get to see you live usually as in the UK. Keep them busy.
Just my Operation Warp Speed. When they launched that, we were really trying to get us getting vaccinated. They're like, yeah, go to Christmas, between 5 dozen donuts, get vaccinated.
I am struggling. I won't lie to you, because I probably have undiagnosed sleep apnea.
Yeah.
Probably the brain kind. But I'm fine. I'm not gonna fall asleep, but my head hurts.
I got Advil if you want some.
I want it.
Okay.
Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah. Oh, that's good. I'll take the whole bottle.
When I walk out, push number 2.
Okay.
For now, when I walk out,
Listening to Monster
Okay.
Craves too.
Will I be able to do it? All right. Dude. Oh, so just me. Mark gave us all Graves. Does anybody else? Am I the only person with Graves' disease? Is anyone else having thyroid issues? I'm gonna give the special flame.
I called my
Vladimir, what's up?
We get vaccinated.
Dude, I got a lot of stuff. I got Graves' disease, small teeth, big gums. I got a headache. My wrist is maybe broken again. So that's the thing about they don't tell you about podcasts. A lot of your favorite podcasters have chronic diseases. In fact, most of them do. Part of having a black belt is being very good at talking for a long period of time about nonsense. Is you have to have something that's threatening your life. In 20 to 30 years, I could be dead. But right now, all I have is a headache. So it's not really that big a deal for me.
I got it done. I got that John's product.
I was telling him part of podcasting is having chronic disease. I think that's true, though.
What is it that got you? Mark Harley being here or the Gringo Poppy playing?
I would say it was the inherited grapes. And probably apple. Maybe the drink.
You need to hire some piece actor we've never heard of. Just blast them all.
But I'm fine. Look, we're not the only podcast that's sick.
Yeah,
we know a few.
All over the news, all over the
but nothing I can't handle.
I feel pretty good. I feel great at it.
Cooney or Gerardo? Wait, there was some fan funding that we did.
Oh shit!
This is the payment for my directly tweety special edition rain. Thanks. Listening to Mark for that long gave me Graves too. Mark thinking the center screenplay needs work is what's key of me.
I don't know, but I was like, I just assumed that meant Dicey. I read it. Oh yeah, it's like everybody likes that movie. I've not talked to anybody who doesn't like it. So it's surprising.
Shout out to y'all for the fan funding.
Actually, one person did say they didn't like the tone of it because they don't like vampire shit. But I don't agree.
Yeah. So is that your takeaway? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, that movie is fucking ruled.
Oh, shout out to Othman for being in here, dude.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. Othman should be on the show later. Yeah, he's able to. Still a little early.
Talk about locking us back.
IDM boys.
I can't go through that lockdown. Straight up.
I thank you, Othman.
Nice, Melly. I donated over $20 in less than 10 minutes. Thank you, Tony.
Yeah, dude, I stayed up until like 1 in the morning setting up the boards.
The MNXT says as soon as Cooney transitions to the couch, he's falling asleep.
Yeah.
Like I should DoorDash Red Bull. I would drink this at gunpoint.
I can get you Red Bull if you want.
Do you have Red Bull?
No, but I can go to the Aldi right here.
If you want to.
Yeah, I can do that.
I mean, sure.
Can you?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'll just keep talking to the chat.
Okay, I'll go get 2 Red Bulls from you.
Yeah.
I got you. Don't worry about it. Yeah, you're good.
That's what. Yeah, when Gerardo leaves and he's getting a drink from me, and I'll just make fun.
I also, what's it called? I got a free trial on Zoom, so we're good.
Oh, sick.
Yeah, I gotta cancel that bitch.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on it.
Yes. And you wanna do? Would you rather sit on the couch or no?
Up to you, bro. I'm fine here or there.
Everything's already set up for the couch if you want.
That's fine.
Okay, cool. You can always in this chair too.
Alright, yeah, dude. I mean, Red Bull Run seems healthier than what my original suggestion was, which was to order DoorDash pizza. Every time we have pizza on the stream, it goes really bad. So I think I'm just gonna live off baked goods. Earlier, when I were like planning this shit for the stream, it was kind of, we've been telling you all about this for weeks, but I'm not gonna lie to you. I won't sugarcoat it for you. I won't put sugar all over your dicks and vaginas and tell you it's delicious. We didn't really plan a lot, I would say. Like, we were just reaching out to people like, can you be on? Can you be on? Then we're like, we need Diet Coke. So Gerardo got Diet Coke. And I was like, what kind of food should we have? He's been streaming for so long. So I was like, what bakeries are open? So, I need coffee, cake. I wasn't going to get donuts. I wasn't, but I love donuts. So I got a bunch of bagels. I'm so tired, I forgot where I was going. Just check back into the chat. Ryan Hardy, where did you get the Puig jersey, Daddy? Okay, I got the Puig jersey on... what is that site where it's like, I've never used it before, where you bid on things. That's how the Graves hit hard. I got it on that site where you bid on stuff. And I wasn't sure about jersey sizes, so I had to chat GPT, what is large jersey size? If you don't know, 48, dating. eBay, that's it. See, you asked the question, you knew the answer already. That's the kind of fan we want. Thank you for helping. I got it on eBay. I bid a little bit under, and I won immediately. And I was like, damn, I should have bid way less.
I said, you're in a group chat with other parents, dumbass.
Fuck it. But it wasn't that expensive. And it came, and then, like, yesterday, I got a little surprise for you, Gerardo. And he was like, oh, I think I already know what it is. I had forgotten that I texted him. Oh, shit, Gerardo's calling me. We'll put on speaker. All right, you're on speaker. I want sugar free. Don't ask me a stupid question. No, I'm kidding. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm sorry. All right, there. Dude. Would you guys are sugar free people, I'm assuming, right? I mean, is it, I'm glad that he asked, but because sometimes you are, but I gotta have a sugar free. But anyways, I was talking to Gerardo, and he's like, I think I know what it is. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, the Yasal Puig thing. Apparently I texted